Hello everyone, and welcome back to the GDQ Hotfix. This is How to Train a Speedrunner, and tonight we are going to be doing, so right off the bat of Games Done Quick, obviously a lot of you probably know about that, we had Oracle of Seasons on there, and I figured since we just finished with GDQ, we should follow up with that in case anybody saw it and wanted to learn it. So we're going to be actually learning some of that tonight. Before we get into that, I do have a few things I'd like to talk about. This month, we're going to be opening submissions for unapologetically black and fast submissions. They're actually open already. This is going to be a new reoccurring hotfix marathon. Black runners are going to be the front and center in a celebration of black joy. The first iteration is going to be February 13th and 14th of this year. It's going to be 12 hours a day, and submissions are going to be open until the 23rd. So if you want more information about that, you can type !UBAF for the link to the submission form. You can type that in chat, and the schedule will be released on February 1st. Also, with AGDQ 2022 being over, we do still have hotfix year-round, so you can check out the hotfix schedule over at gamesdonequick.com/hotfix. With all that said, let's get into some learning. We've got TGH here tonight. How are you doing, TGH?
Yo, doing all right. Thanks for inviting me on. How's it going?
It's going great.
And hi, everyone.
Thanks for joining. You had a great run at the event, and you're super passionate about pretty much every game you play, so I figured it'd be great to have you on and teach us the game, hopefully get a lot more people into the speedrunning community.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. The last tutorial resource for this game was made in 2015 by Dragon Co, and there have been a bunch of updated things since then. Dragon Co's resource is really, really nice. Especially for people like just starting out. I think for this tutorial, I'm going to be going into more like intermediate stuff and also some advanced stuff. But also, I'll be covering a little bit of everything on the run. So I guess without further ado, let's just get going. Well, first and foremost, though, I have been alerted that apparently Keysron was saying nice things about me during the run. So I just wanted to say really quick, Keys, you're really nice. You're a good friend. You're a great speedrunner. You're a great entertainer, and you're just an all-around good person. Okay, all right. Now that we've got that out of the way, let's go ahead and get started. All right, so let's okay, so it doesn't actually matter. I don't think the length of your file name doesn't actually matter. Just do one character because it's easiest, I guess. Let's go ahead and delete this file. I don't know how to delete a file, apparently. There we go. Okay. So we'll just make our character name that. All right. So before you actually start the run, you want to make sure your text speed is on the fastest setting. So just move the cursor over to 5 and go ahead and start. We're playing on the Japanese version as well. Japanese saves a lot of time in text. Functionally, there are a couple of small differences. The mini boss of Dungeon 2 is different, is way easier in Japanese. Also, some weird thing with the Blano fight, where it unequips your items if you're not playing on Japanese. So yeah, you want to play on Japanese. It is technically the fastest version and also the easiest version to play on. So right away, just gonna walk over here. You're gonna talk to every one of these members over here. You want to mash text with both A and B. I actually, on every single troop member here except for this one, except for Impa, I like to mash just A, and for Impa, I'll mash both A and B, and then just A. And then for Din, you come up and talk to Din. You can talk to her about as low as right there. And yeah, so this cutscene, though, you can only mash through with A, so don't mash B. So the Game Boy Color Zelda games, all of them actually, feature a specific menuing quirk. So for menuing, for inventory management and stuff, you can actually put your items anywhere you want in the menu, as opposed to like Link to the Past or Minish Cap, for instance, where the items will be in the same spots every single time. So with that being said, it is very important to basically, like, when you're practicing segments in this, like, I'm practicing segments, I'll be, like, you know, just making save states here and stuff like that. So you want to make sure that your items are where they would be in a run, which, you know, is completely up to you. You can put your items wherever you want in the menu. Just make sure they're in the same spot every time. And it's very personalized. That's what I like about these games, the GBC the GBC Zelda games. Just like, you know, it allows for very individualized and personalized menuing. But yeah, also saving and quitting in this run as well. So it's faster. I'll get into this once we actually get going, but saving and quitting is faster to actually save and continue and then soft reset the game. So soft resetting is just pressing all the buttons at the same time, which I will showcase once we actually get the first we'll get the first key in Hero's Cave. Just mash Impus text all the way, and you want to start walking this way. So here's Horon Village. You want to go west from Horon Village. Over this way, avoid the Octorok. Of course, you don't have any weapons at this point, so you can't kill anything, which is, you know, unfortunate, but you just want to avoid these enemies. And you want to go into this cave right here. So Hero's Cave kind of serves as a bit of a tutorial of sorts. It'll teach you how to, like, push blocks. It'll teach you how to avoid enemies. You know, enemies hurt you. Big surprise in a Zelda game. Pits are bad as well. Don't walk into the pits. But basically, so every time you enter a dungeon, by the way, you'll get this text box. You'll get a text box that looks like this. I just mashed that away with BA and then the D-pad, because the D-pad also can mash away the very last text box of a dialog box. So just BA, it'll be like BA D-pad, BA D-pad, and hopefully you can see that on my input viewer. Push this block and go up first. So this block, you want to push this block actually from as far right as you can. You can push it from as far right as about there. I think that's the rightmost pixel. I think one more pixel to the right and you actually just, like, kind of slide up. So push it from as far right as you can. It's not that big of a deal. It's just a little frame saver. So, like, these holes, the way the game presents the perspective, you can actually walk pretty high on these tiles. So, like, half of Link's sprite now is, like, above the ground. Yeah, so avoid these enemies, these gels. If they hit you, they won't hurt you, but they just kind of stop you from moving for a bit. And so we're gonna get that key and we're gonna save and quit. This is what I mean when I say we soft reset whenever we save and quit, by the way. You want to scroll down to this menu. So this would let me save a state here. So this would bring me back to the main menu, but you can see, like, there's kind of like a delay. But if I did this like that, it's instant. Just be careful, be very careful not to miss menu there. And of course, if you want to go ahead and just save and quit, like, just press the save and quit button, that's also fine. Like, it's not that big of a difference just starting out. But yeah, just, like, be aware that saving and continuing is a little faster, immediately followed by a soft reset. So this gel right here can sometimes be, like, actually, let me see if I can get an RNG that demonstrates this. So this gel here, whoops, actually, hang on. Sorry, forgot to press the button. This gel here can sometimes be really close to the hole like that. But if you walk over the corner of this pit right here, the gel will dislodge itself from you.
Okay.
So just, like, if you can walk a little bit over corners, you might have noticed that I was doing that, and you'll get, like, kind of quote unquote, like, sucked towards the middle of the pit. However, you won't fall in as long as you're holding away from the hole. Just don't get too close to the middle. So I'm killing these Octoroks. Actually, I don't mind killing those Octoroks because we actually need to have at least 30 kills by the end of Dungeon 1. For manipulation reasons, we want Maple to appear after Dungeon 1 is over. And for that to happen, the way Maple works, Maple is the witch that flies around and knocks all the items, like, away from you and like also drops items herself. We want to do an RNG manipulation for Maple to drop a specific set of things. So that is what we're gonna do. So here I stand like this high right here. So where Link's shadow is like right on the edge of the grass, and I just move a little bit over to the left, and the snot bubble will explode.
Okay.
For this dialog box, you want to hit no, or you want to, like basically the Maka tree is pulling a Kebora here, the owl from Ocarina of Time, and saying, do you want to hear all that again? You need to click no. To do that, you can just hit BA. B scrolls over for you to the rightmost option. Just a little easier, I think, than using the D-pad. Grab the key, and we're going to head north of Horon Village up towards the first dungeon, Gnarled Root. Oh, by the way, one thing I should mention, when you're coming over from the west side over here, when you're coming back from getting the sword, if it's winter here, which thank you for being winter, actually, I appreciate that. If it's winter, just transition back and then continue forward. That is faster than going through the rest of the village in winter, because there are going to be snowbanks like all over the place that you need to walk around, both towards the Maku tree and coming back from the Maku tree. It saves about 8 seconds to just transition.
Okay.
Instead of walking past them.
Is there I imagine there a like pattern for the seasons?
No, it's completely random. So that actually gives me an opportunity. Thank you. That actually gives me an opportunity to talk about the RNG a little bit. So the way the RNG works in this game is there is a single value in the RAM that determines pretty much every bit of randomness in the game. Okay. So RNG is rolled or like, called upon and rolled forward once by sword slashes, enemy movements, each do one roll forward, each change. Slashing bushes that can drop an item. So like right now that bush dropped a heart. It can drop an item, so therefore it rolled RNG once. So yeah, basically it.
Okay.
Screen transitions roll RNG 256 times per transition. This is all stuff that's not entirely, like you don't need to know this, but just know that screen transitions do mess up an RNG manip if you're doing it, which we will be doing one after, or like around the second half of Dungeon 1.
Okay.
By the way, when you slash this bush and come up, it's faster to hold your sword out and poke that bush. Because that's just faster than slashing an extra time. Come up here and just press against the keyhole to unlock the door. And we are into Dungeon 1. Once again, just BA up is fine for mashing through that text box there. Push that block up. Over here, and you just want to kill these 4 Stalfos as fast as you can. Pretty simple. So whenever a key is dropping from the top of a screen, you want Link to be as low in the room as possible while still being able to catch the key, because the key will fall from the very top of the screen. It doesn't fall from any specific point. It just falls from the top of the screen at the same time every time relative to the last Stalfos you kill in the room. So you want to be low so that the key falls faster, like that. Okay. Coming on over here, unlock the door and do the same thing in this room. You actually don't... Oh yeah, you actually do need to kill these Stalfos. Never mind. It's the next room. The next room, like, you can kill these enemies. You don't have to, but you really should, because it really helps the kill count to get to 30. So you want to just like, you can kill both of those and 1 slash there. A lot of items dropped in that room. Minecart section, you want to kill keys. You want to kill as many keys as you can while on the minecart. Up here, slash that lever from as far away as possible. See if I can get some kills here. Go. Hopefully you don't have to go too far out of your way to kill enough things. So you want to, once you actually end on the minecart, you want to go back here and get bombs. That chest right there is just in order to cancel the text box, I just do the same thing I do entering a dungeon, BA, and then move, essentially. So you come over here, you want to press this button, and you want to stay like, so this like column of tiles here, you want to press the button, go up, open the chest, and you want to stay on the right half of this column, because the spike thing that's below me aggroes you. It aggroes you when you're on the same, like when you're in its line of sight, essentially going straight up and down.
Okay.
So you want to stay to the right. Open the chest, walk down so that it comes up immediately, and you don't have to like trigger it again by moving to the right. So this we're gonna blow up a wall in the next room. You can do a damage boost, but honestly, I don't really do it. So I just like kind of pull a bomb here instead and just throw it from like right underneath the key count in the HUD, like right about there. Blow up the wall. Get through here. You can damage boost past these because there's a fairy in a bush coming up. Right there, grab the fairy. Okay, so this mini boss, you can do this mini boss in one of a couple different ways. I'll show you the way that we do optimally, and then I'll show you actually a much easier way to do it that's like almost as fast, but not quite.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and enter the room here. So basically, we're gonna do so the red and blue moblin type mini boss. I don't know exactly what they're called, but they basically, so they have a weird health system. They each take 8 hits, but when one of them dies, they both die. So you want to just focus on one of them. But the strat here is to pull a bomb, throw it, and then if you move correctly, the left moblin or the blue moblin will walk into your bomb explosion twice. That's ideally what happens. So let's see if we can manage to do this. Just like that. So what's happening here is I'm entering the room. I'm pulling a bomb right about here because this is essentially where you regain control of Link after he enters the door and moves up. So you want to pull out a bomb right here and walk up to about the middle of the orange row of tiles, and that's where a text box is going to happen. And I just press like A left to cancel the text box. So it looks like that. And I throw the bomb from this tile right here, like right in the middle of this tile. Immediately swing my sword left, and when I swing my sword left, it's going to hit him. So let me see if I can just frame advance here. Oh, another thing, by the way, something that I didn't mention yet is bomb throw canceling. So in this game, if you pull a bomb and you want to throw a bomb, you can actually so let me actually demonstrate this real quick by using this room. So if I were to pull a bomb, right, walk left and throw, you'll see that Link stopped for a certain amount of time. It's like maybe 20 frames or so to throw the bomb, right? Mm-hmm. You can actually cancel that by using the button that your bomb is not on, and then pressing bombs again. So if I throw this bomb with BA instead, Link stops only for a couple frames. It just cancels the animation, and that's what you want to do actually on the bomb throw here. So it should look like this. Oh, see, okay, so I didn't move down soon enough there, and he kept moving to the left. There we go.
Okay.
That's it. All right. So there's an easier way to do this though that does not involve a bomb. So I'm going to enter the room and instead swing my sword up, walk into the trigger, and then immediately begin moving right. And then spin slash, stand here and just spam sword. Sometimes he'll get away, but most of the time I feel like he won't. See if we can replicate. Yeah, I'm on a weird RNG here. I spam sword there just to like change the RNG.
Right,
yeah, there we go. That's what happens most of the time. So like that's just like that's an easier way to do it. If you don't feel comfortable with the bomb throw there. So all right, moving on. By the way, if anybody in chat has any questions, feel free to ask. And also Church, feel free to butt in as well if you want, like, to, you know.
Speaking of butting in, is there, I know you said there was an RNG trick coming up, but do you find that a lot of the run is like trying to manage the RNG, or do you just roll with whatever you get?
So there are so depending on how advanced you want to get in the run, there are between 1 and 3 RNG manipulations that you want to do. Okay. For the most part, though, it is a lot of reacting to RNG. Like as the run gets going, especially in dungeons like D3, D4, even D5, like honestly, like every dungeon, D6, it's just a lot of reacting to RNG and dealing with it. By the way, Seed Satchel here. Sorry, I kind of like jumped the gun on this. So Seed Satchel, you collect the Seed Satchel. I do either BB right or AA right, just to cancel the text box.
Okay.
All right, so moving back up here, speeding up the game a little bit. Get back. So coming in here, actually, you can push this block up to get to the staircase, and then coming out, you want to push that one. Going down, and then so you want to go back to the warp here. You want to kill these as well to help kill count. And the next room is going to have 3 moblins. You want to slash. You want to slash in this room to prepare a spin slash, which does double damage with the level 1 sword. So you want to light these 2 torches with ember seeds. Worth noting, by the way, for the RNG manipulation, that's going to happen immediately after this next room. You need to have at least 1 rupee, and you need to have at least 15 ember seeds by the end of dungeon 1, which means you can't waste more than 1 ember seed. So like there are 4 torches that you need to light from here until the end of dungeon 1. So you just can't waste more than 1 ember seed because you need to have at least 15. And another stipulation, you also need to have full hearts, but there's no opportunity to really lose health. So you only have to worry about that. The manipulations, like RNG in this game, also looks at your inventory, and it looks at your items and like the things that you have, basically, in order to determine what exactly it does. So we're just gonna light here, swing our sword to prepare a spin attack, move in here, hopefully get good RNG. And yeah, that actually wasn't bad. Keep in mind, however, for kill count, if you knock a moblin into one of these holes, it does not count. Does not count for your kills. So you need to kill them without knocking them in the hole if you're short on kills.
Yeah, so that's something you actually want to avoid when normally you would want to actually do it.
Yep, exactly. So from here, you save and quit. And now, important, you need the hard reset. Hard resetting refreshes the RNG completely. So I mentioned a bunch of things earlier that roll RNG. An important one here actually is the title screen. The title screen rolls RNG once per frame. So you need to be able to mash through the title screen pretty adequately. It doesn't take like super fast mashing to be able to do it well, but like you have like maybe 6 or 7 frames to do it. So I'm just gonna go ahead and showcase this. I'm gonna hard reset again, and we're gonna just like spam the start button. There we go. Like even that was probably okay. So there are a couple of RNG manipulations in this run. You don't need to know or learn all of them, but if you're gonna learn one, this is the one you want to learn, because this is the easiest and also probably the most important one, because this gets you an item that increases your sword's damage output. So you definitely want this one. So also don't worry, as I'm just sitting here, RNG is not rolling. It's not affecting RNG at all.
Okay.
So what I want to do here is I want to swing my sword until I hear a high sound. And then after that, swing until I hear a low sound. So when you swing the sword, when you're doing RNG manipulation in this game with the sword, the reason it rolls RNG forward is because it's random which type of sound it makes. So there are 3 different sounds that the sword can make. They can make a high sound, a medium sound, or a low sound. And like if you can't quite tell the difference between different sword sounds, it's tough. So like it's important to be able to distinguish between high, medium, and low sword sounds. So yeah, in order to do this manipulation, like you need to be able to distinguish between the 3, which takes some practice. So like I'll just to demonstrate here, I'll do this manip again. So you can hear, let's see. So that's a medium. Wow. Medium. Hello. There we go. That's a low. I was just waiting until I found the low. Okay, so it's like it can be difficult to distinguish. So like, but if you hear me mash for a while, you can hear at least 3 distinct. You can hear 3 distinct sword sounds.
Yeah.
So yeah, like that is basically that is how you want to manipulate here. So, but basically what we're doing here is we're going to listen for a high sound, and then after that we're going to listen for a low sound. So there's the high, and there's the low. So now I can go. So now we know we're on the right RNG seed. So this room, we're not going to kill the Stalfoses again in this room. We're just going to light the torches and go as fast as we can. And if we move cleanly enough through this room, light those fast, we should be fine. This room, you can really just walk through. The floor masters won't bother you. However, this next room, what you want to do is actually you want to do some AI manipulation. These floor masters, by the way, I keep calling them wall masters. They're actually floor masters, I think. But these floor masters, if you they're not actually RNG where they appear. They will appear. They'll try to appear in front of where Link is moving to. So when you're moving, basically in this next room, there's a spot where you want to hold down and right into the wall to make the floor master, spawn below you instead of in front of you. So it'll look, let me say, it'll look kind of like this. So like right about on this, this tile right here, like this block is where you want to start holding down right until you see the floor master appear down there, and then you just do the rest of the room normally. And they'll never bother you. So in fast motion, it looks like this. You'll slow down a little bit. That's normal. Like just diagonal movement against walls will slow you down. It'll make you move on like it'll make you move at the X speed, which you would normally move diagonally at, if that makes any sense. So our RNG is still correct. And what you want to do for Aquamentus, so the next room will have the boss, Aquamentus. So you want to enter the room and slash 3 times. Like this, and hold your sword out. And then as soon as he lands, spin slash 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that's it. So this manipulation does a couple different things, actually. It manipulates for good RNG on Aquamentus to not charge at you, and also manipulates for Maple on the screen after Dungeon 1 to drop specific things. The things that she's going to drop are an L2 power ring. Rings in this game can be equipped or unequipped after they're appraised in order to do like certain, basically to give you certain effects or abilities. And the L2 power ring serves as a way for you to double your sword's power, essentially, at a level 1 sword strength. But it also increases the damage done to you from enemies. That's the caveat of it. However, another item we get here sort of offsets that risk reward. It is a magic potion. The other item is a magic potion that will. Both of those items will basically fly right into us on this screen, so we don't really need to do much else other than just do the manipulation properly and then just get off the screen.
Okay.
So yeah, so basically what you want to do is when I enter the screen, I want to normally you would want to slash 6 times. Okay, so it's probably going to be mid high is the pattern that's probably going to be. But you want to listen just in case you're like behind on the RNG or ahead, whichever way you want to describe it. Less calls forward, basically. You'd want to listen for 2 high sounds in a row and then stop. So it should look like this, like. So you hear that mid high high,
yeah.
Right? That's what you want. So we're not done with it yet, though. We need to stand right here, right to the right of this sign, facing to the left. Maple's gonna fly in from the left side, and then when Maple hits me, I'm gonna swing my sword. The sword swing has to be after she bonks you. Okay, that is the final key to making the key that flies into you the correct ring. Did I say key? I meant ring. The ring that flies into you to be the correct ring. So it should look like this. And you'll know you did it right if you have this formation of items on the screen: an ember seed right below you, a heart to the left, and a bomb and a ruby right there as well.
Okay.
So if you want to, you can actually continue the manip from here, which I'm going to demonstrate as well. So if you want to continue the manip, you can actually continue this manipulation all the way into like the first few rooms of Dungeon 2. And I think like once you get used to it, it's not really that bad. It just takes like a couple of repetitions, I think. But here, I just hold A so that my sword stays out, so as not to ruin manipulation, and I just mash B. Normally, I'll just like drop an ember seed there, like by accident, which is fine. It doesn't really matter that much. So you want to keep your sword held out after everything's said and done with Maple. Cut that bush with a spin slash, and you want to walk to this screen. Walk into this screen as opposed to the screen below there is actually important because this Octorok, I guess, as well as the Zora, rolls RNG on that screen to where it needs to be. And from here, honestly, it's just a lot of walking. So we're done with a lot of the really technical stuff throughout like the second half of Dungeon 1 and after Dungeon 1, and now we can just walk for a while.
Okay. One question from a little while ago. Does dying reset the death counter for Maple, or is it unaffected?
I don't know. I want to say it's unaffected, but do not take my word for that. I don't know if dying resets it. But yeah, I'm actually not sure. I'll have to ask about that. I'm not sure if dying does reset it, but I think it's just a total kill counter. I want to say no. I want to say it doesn't. By the way, you can burn this tree. So you want to ember seed this tree from pretty far away. Oh, also, I did that wrong, by the way. Whoa. Okay, sorry about that. My emulator decided to. Oh, excuse me. My window decided to like be like super loud for a second there. All right, so I am going to showcase something with the menu here. So when I actually transition, pausing. All right, so whenever a menu fades like this, when you transition, then the screen's gonna like fade in like this, right? You can actually skip this transition. You can skip that fade in by pausing and menuing like this. So like basically, yeah, it skips that fade. So whenever you have a transition like that, you want to menu during it. So yeah, just a little like menuing optimization. Also, I'm gonna quickly rewind a bit so I can showcase the rest of the minute because I didn't do that. Sorry, as I'm flashing here. Just to get back on track. Actually, did I? Sorry, I should have saved the state somewhere along there. Okay, so yeah, you want to menu during this, equip bombs over Ember Seeds, and then just keep going. Oh, okay, well, okay. Wait, what? Why is the manipulation different? I must have done something weird here. I don't know why the RNG is different here. But anyway. This isn't terribly important anyway. And I think the RNG might actually be the same like upcoming as well, so that doesn't actually matter. Whoa. So Rosa here will actually, so here's like the stealth, quote unquote, section. Rosa can't actually see too well. Oh, never mind. I spoke too soon. So normally she doesn't do that. Like the manipulation actually goes through this part and manipulates what Rosa does. She can do a couple different things, and you want to I'm actually just not going to showcase this. It's fine. You just know that you can manipulate through this, but you can watch somebody's PB to actually understand that, to do the manipulation. It's just like a certain set of things. Like basically on either of these screens, you want to slash twice to manipulate Rosa to do the fastest thing possible. On these screens, she is definitely not doing the fastest thing possible now. This screen, I think she'll do the same thing pretty much every time though. That feeling you get owned by Rosa. Okay. So once we're done with that, by the way, the on that previous screen, the stump, standing on the stump is a total safe spot. She'll never see you. So just keep that in mind. All right, moving onward. So now we're in Subrosia. Subrosia is kind of like a parallel sort of underground subterranean worlds that parallels Holodrum. So we're just going to walk over to the Temple of Seasons, which has sunken into Subrosia right about, like, as soon as Link gets between these walls right here, there's going to be a dialogue. Basically, the spirits of each season are talking to you. Just, if you're doing the manipulation, make sure you don't overmash there. Make sure you don't use sword by accident, because that's that will roll the RNG forward. All right, so now I have the Rod of Seasons. We're going to be returning here periodically to get access to more seasons later on, but for now, we are just going to have Winter, because Winter's over here. Winter's the only one that's accessible at the moment. So this screen right here, you don't want to get the boomerang. You want to just use bombs to hit the switch. So just like kind of walk into that room and mash B, essentially.
Okay.
Or mash bombs, whatever button you have your bombs on. It actually doesn't matter. Sword on A, sword on B, it doesn't matter. I prefer sword on A personally, but it doesn't actually make a difference.
Yeah, it's whatever your personal preference is.
Yep, you want to save and quit after getting the winter season and get out of here. And the Mako Tree will, especially after dungeons, the Mako Tree will periodically talk to you, like via telepathy, I guess, and like hint at where to go next. But yeah, from here we just go out the way we came. Just go all the way back to the portal. So if I were doing manipulation, which I'm not anymore, I would want to swing my sword on the first screen on the overworld here, and listen for a high sound for the sword. So like I would basically like swing my sword a bunch until I hear a high sound, and then and then continue onward. From here, equip just the Rod of Seasons and leave your A slot empty. Make sure you menu on the transition as well to save some time. So here we're gonna want to select yes here, and he'll go away. And here we have our first season change. So avoiding these enemies, enemy movement in this game is kind of erratic at times. So it can, I couldn't avoid that. The game could just do that. And getting used to it does take some time. Like getting used to avoiding the enemies does take some time. Like, what is this? What is that? Get out of here. Also, you can use the Rod of Seasons to shove enemies out of your way if they are in your way. They don't do any damage, but or the Rod of Seasons doesn't do any damage to most enemies. I think Stalfos is the only relevant enemy that the Rod of Seasons does damage to. So this girl's going to give you a shovel, which you're going to shovel her front yard with, and continue south. What is this? This is why we try to manipulate this part.
Oh, that was a brutal one.
These enemies can be absolutely brutal sometimes, just like relentless. So you want to change the season to winter there and continue up here. So on this transition right here, you want to menu to Ember Seeds and Sword. And you'll notice, by the way, that I'm menuing in a specific way because I have a specific menu route for this run that I try to do every single time. So like if you see me do any weird menus, just know that that's a personalized thing that I do. You don't have to do the same thing at all. If you want to copy exactly what I do, that's fine. I don't really care. But yeah, just know that you don't have to do this at all. Just like I'm doing kind of weird things with menus sometimes.
Does swinging the Rod of Seasons roll the RNG as well?
No,
okay.
Because the Rod of Seasons makes the same sound every time.
Okay.
And therefore it does not roll RNG. The only reason the sword rolls RNG is because it's random which sound it can make. It's random which sound it makes. All right, so entering Dungeon 2, you can light these torches now or you can light them afterwards. It doesn't actually really matter, but they stay lit and that door stays open later on. I like to just light them right away, get them out of the way. You want to kill these ropes. Yes, these are called ropes, by the way, not snakes. Important distinction. But this is Zelda we're talking about. So basically what I want to do here is just walk up the right side and try to let the ropes come to me. And there we go. Get the key and save and quit. The hardest part, okay, so if you're doing manipulation in Dungeon 2, the hardest part of this manipulation is probably, aside from remembering like what exactly to do, is mashing through the title screen. Almost every manipulation in this run deals with that to some degree. Oh boy. Okay, so yeah, that room is kind of tough, but just know that you can. You don't have to slash your sword. Using Ember Seeds there is a little bit faster, and also just less of a pain. You want to knock those into the hole. That was nice. Got them both in one slash. So this room right here is tough if you don't manipulate. So if you do manipulate, it's just throwing one bomb over, and that's where the manip would end. However, if you don't manipulate, it can be painful because you're essentially throwing the bomb over the pit and just kind of hoping that they hit them. But oh wow, see, like that's, yeah, it's hard. You want to also make sure that you leave this room with either 9 or 10 bombs, and you want to get the power bracelet. From here, we save and quit. You can, by the way, you can hit those moblins with sword if you're right at the edge of the hole. Like you can reach out over far enough, but I wouldn't really recommend doing that because they don't die in one hit. So like you still need to hit them again anyway. You need to do that twice, basically. So you want to equip, you want to have bombs and bracelet equipped for here, and then you want to go to this this staircase right here. So we are going to go in here later. Ignore this chest, by the way. You want to go in here later, but first we need a key. So we're going to go here. So just pick up a bush, avoid the ropes, pick up a bush, and just enter here. When you enter this upcoming room here, you want to pull a bomb as soon as possible. And just like basically it's going to be like rapid fire bombs. So like there can only be one bomb on the screen at a time in this game. So like as soon as one explodes, you pull the next. As soon as that one explodes, you pull the next, etc. And just use that and just kind of like chain, quote unquote, chain them, I guess. So pull a bomb immediately, throw it right there. You can throw it basically anywhere that isn't like right up against the left edge of this rock. So like left of center is fine, but don't go any farther than like just left of center, or else it won't blow this up. So as soon as that explodes, you pull that, do the same thing there. If you take damage there, it doesn't really matter that much. Just there's a heart drop later in a bush, like a forced heart drop. Oh, that's another thing, by the way. This chest can disappear, which I forgot about because I was explaining things. Let me just rewind.
Is that a common thing to happen, or?
No.
Okay.
No. If you do this room like I'm doing, you will never ever have to deal with that. Like you have to wait there a long time. Like you saw how much I was fiddling around there in the bottom right of the room just to like, yeah. But yeah, that chest has a key. You save and quit out of it. So I like to keep this bush. Like I pick up a bush with the bracelet. I like to keep the bush because this moblin is a jerk. And just like to try and kill him, get him out of the way. Keyword try. Sometimes I miss and it's not fun, but like, yeah, you wanna get that moblin out of the way. Like honestly, like I wouldn't even like there's honestly no shame in just like equipping sword and killing him. Like if he gets in your way, because like he can drain your health. Iframes in this game are no joke, by the way. And by no joke, I mean they hardly exist. You can die very quickly if you're not careful in certain parts of this game. So come over here, grab this key here. Do not try and damage boost through that. Just don't do it. Do not do that. Whoa. React to the enemies in this room. There's a bomb drop right here in this bush. And there's another one in that bush if you need it. By the way, you can equip bracelet in this room to cancel the fade in transition. However, I almost always get bodied by one of the ropes in the previous room. So I like to equip, actually no, it's sword, sorry. Equip sword over bombs in the previous room in order to like take care of the ropes. Also nice freeze frame link. Good stuff. So while you're in the air, I wasn't actually going to explain this until we get the Rock's Feather in Dungeon 3. However, it's actually relevant here. If you're in the air, Link can swing his sword. Perfect example. Thank you, Keys. Link can swing his sword and not stop. Otherwise, Link will always stop when swinging the sword. But if you're in the air, Link will not stop. You can just keep going forward, and it saves time to do that.
That's interesting.
All right. So, oh, by the way, these pushing things, the logs, I'll just call them logs for the sake of simplicity. You can hold the bracelet while approaching them in order to use them on the first frame possible. You don't have to like time pushing the bracelet at all. You can just hold it and walk into it. The same is the case with anything you can use the bracelet with. So like if you're picking up a pot or something, you can just hold the bracelet, walk up to it, Link will grab it like this, for instance. Like I just hold B and it picks it up. Okay. So this boss is the boss I was talking about earlier, where you basically don't you don't really fight this boss. Instead, you stay above a certain point in the room. So this is a mini boss room. Okay, just trust me on that one. You don't want to walk below this tile right here, the tile that I'm on currently, because that will spawn the boss. But instead, we're just gonna throw a bomb from here, and you could hear the damage sound. Throw another one. Throw another one. Trust me, there's a mini boss in this room. There he is. See, I told you. He's dead. So that is a JP only strat. You can't do that on NA or EU or PAL or whatever. It has to be JP. So like the spot you want to avoid going below is pretty much exactly halfway down into the room. So like this tile right here, as soon as I go below the midpoint of this tile, he's gonna spawn. So you want to just stay above that, and it's you can damage him from like up here. Like honestly, like you can be okay, maybe not there. You want to be like there, basically. Yeah, you hear it there. It's a little faster to do it from here though, because like the damage will like he'll get damaged faster if you do it from like right about here.
Okay.
He drops a fairy if you need it as well, which is nice.
So is that the spot
right.
where the mini boss spawns if you were to trigger it, or is it just randomly have a hitbox there before it spawns?
No, he has a hitbox. He just has like he just doesn't do anything.
Okay.
He's just not visually there, but he's there.
Okay.
But he won't do anything until you walk below a certain Y coordinate or
Gotcha.
up and down, spot in the room. So you just need to not go below that spot.
Okay.
That's all. Yeah. Just avoid those enemies. If you need to kill those enemies, that's fine. Honestly, like there are a lot of points in this game. Like I just killed that Stalfos because I thought he might walk into me. Like honestly, if you need to kill enemies, just do it. Like if you need to use your sword, even if you need to equip it again, just do it. A lot of the optimization of this game comes from saving menus, like that, or saving like just not trying not to deal with those enemies. But sometimes in order to not die, you need to do that.
Yeah.
Because it's very easy. Right here, by the way, if you want to pull a bomb, let me actually rewind this real quick. So you want to pull a bomb. I like to pull a bomb right in between these two like blocks right here, on the upper half of this row. So I pull a bomb here, walk up, and I try to throw it like basically right at the middle of this left bush, right there. I try to throw it right there, and it'll blow up in the wall. And in the meantime, I can actually set up on the left edge of this crack and just hold up against the wall. The bomb won't damage me, and I can just walk through. So it'll look like this, like that. So now we're gonna go through here. You do need to slow down a little bit for this spark to clear this way. So just like sort of I don't know. Just basically like, if you go full speed, you'll hit them. But if you slow down a little bit, it's fine. This next room, you can just walk through like this, but sometimes you'll have the rope in your way. So what I like to do, and this is kind of tricky timing, but what I like to do, like as soon as I get to like here or so, I swing my sword like that. And that actually doesn't damage boost me. It just plain boosts me. It boosts me off of the trap there. So it looks like this. And it also takes care of any ropes if they're in front of me. But yeah, the cue for that is just being right here, like right between like this tile and this tile. Like that. Sometimes you'll get hit. It's not a big deal, but maybe a little bit to the left of that cue is fine. It's a little tight. This room, just don't get hit by keys. and just make sure you make all the cycles. Get the boss key. Try not to get hit by that rope, but sometimes he's just really mean. So actually, let me rewind a bit. So for this room, by the way, you want to come in on the right, but to make sure that you make it to the first the first platform that moves over, you want to hold down like that. And then I like to be in the middle, like up and down wise of this platform, and then move on to the next platform and then just hold down left, and you should make it there. It's a little bit scary, but like I feel like you'll get used to let me rewind again. I feel like you'll get used to like, you know, how far you can take that exactly. So like just make sure you don't fall. Falling's bad. This room, if you get off this this turn tile here, you can hold straight down and you'll be right in the middle of this column. If you enter this room on this x coordinate here, you can hold down left and just wind up on the second platform right there. So just like that skips a cycle, I suppose, or it makes so that you don't miss one. Basically, it's faster that way. Okay, and it's fairly easy to do as well. Okay, so here we have King Dodongo, the boss of Dungeon 2. King Dodongo will he'll either open his mouth to try and fire to try and fire at you, or he'll charge at you. What he does each time is actually a fixed pattern. So like he will open his mouth, and then the next turn or the next cycle he'll open his mouth again, and then on the next cycle he'll charge, and then he'll open, and then he'll charge again, and then he'll open. When exactly he does these things, however, is basically luck. I'm not sure if it's RNG or a global timer, but it's basically luck, and it's likely best to not like try and jump the gun on when exactly he opens, even though you can sometimes you can get a feel for when exactly he's going to, but I wouldn't recommend doing this right away. So let's go ahead and see if we can do this fight cleanly. So like I just like walking up on the correct level with him here, pulling a bomb, and then throwing as soon as he opens, and then just throw him in. On that throw, by the way, you want to make sure, the way the bracelet works, if you're throwing something, the way the bracelet works is you want to be holding the direction that you want to hold, or else it's not like Link's Awakening. This game looks very similar to Link's Awakening, but it's built on a completely different engine. So what you want to do is you want to hold the button, otherwise he'll just drop it like on himself, and you don't want that. That actually misses a cycle completely, because he'll get up and he'll ignore the fact that he wasn't damaged and just continue on, and like just it's bad. You don't want to do that. You want to be holding down, even if it means walking into the spikes like I did there. Like if you have the health to tank that, it's fine. If you don't though, just be careful. You can actually like buffer a throw. I think. Yeah, honestly, like it's fine. Just like make sure you're holding down when you throw him. Otherwise, that is a miss cycle. Oh, also here, let me see if I can rewind this. So you can actually do that as well. So if he turns like downward right there, the timer resets for when he's gonna open. So if you can actually like lure him to the left. Like if you can lure him to the left so he doesn't turn down, you can do that. And then right here he's going to charge. On the third one, he always charges. And then again, just make sure he doesn't turn, and hit him again with a bomb. Whoops. Okay, yeah, you don't want to do what I just did. You want to make sure that he doesn't turn. And he'll open one last time, and that's the final hit. There we go. So yeah, that's the fight. Whoops, don't pull a bomb there. It doesn't actually matter. Like we get That's the last bomb that we used before like Dungeon 4.
Okay.
So
plenty of time to get more back.
Yeah. The route that we do is actually really nice. It includes some difficult tricks later, but the route that we do is nice in the sense that we have bombs guaranteed before Dungeon 4. Oh, whoops. That's not what I want to do. We have bombs guaranteed before Dungeon 4. So, all right. So leaving Dungeon 2. On this transition here, you want to equip the Rod of Seasons and walk up here and change the season to winter. And just like on the way here, we're going to try to avoid enemies as best we can. And the next thing we're going to do is we're going to get our ring appraised. So we got the ring from Maple earlier. Try to avoid this grass if you can. If the moblin like comes at you, then it's fine, but just try to avoid that grass there. Link walks slower through grass. So we come back into Horon Village. We go in here. So for Vasu, for appraising this ring, what I like to do here is you can actually talk to Vasu again by accident if you just are facing up. So what I want to do is I want to mash, and then once I get to the dialogue option where I choose yes, basically I hold down and A, or I hold down and mash A. So like I get to yes and I start holding down and mashing A so that Link faces down right there. He'll never talk to Vasu. So you want to choose, actually, what did I do there? Let me just make sure that I get this right. Yeah, I choose this ring. Just like, you don't have to input any directionals, just press yes, mash through the text. And then here you want to press A, get to this menu, and then A on the ring, and then B to cancel it, and then you're out. So now you have the ring appraised and you can equip it or unequip it at your leisure. Honestly, like you can, like I will go through certain parts where you do want to equip or unequip the ring. But for the most part, you want to leave it unequipped until you enter Dungeon 3. There is a manipulation you can do for Dungeon 3, but honestly, I'm not even going to go over that. It's by far the hardest and least rewarding manipulation to do in the run. You want to grab those scent seeds, by the way. Get the scent seeds there. You need them for later. Also, one thing I didn't mention as well, you might have noticed how I picked up a rock and I carried it forward with me through the area transition where where it fades in and out. If you do that, you save a frame because it takes a frame to throw a rock. Link will stop for exactly a frame, provided you don't frame perfectly tap the bracelet button. All right. So here is Blano. We are here to get his boxing gloves for Ricky the kangaroo. So you just want to choose yes to both of his options. And basically what I do for this fight is kind of luck-based in a way. Basically what the goal of this fight is to press A to punch. Make him react to you punching, and he's going to like defend himself. From there, you can punch him again and move him back, and it's just like kind of rinse repeat. So ideally, it would, let's see if I can, yeah, like that's pretty much an ideal fight. So sometimes he'll do his wind up attack, and he will not be like affected by anything if you do that. But if you punch and he like defends himself from your punch, then you can go ahead and just basically finish the fight that way. But basically, I just like kind of mash A. Like at the start here, I mash A and he'll respond. Most likely he'll respond by getting into that defensive position. Like sometimes he'll do that, and there's nothing really you can do about that. You just got to kind of wait for that attack to end and then just shove him out of the ring, get your boxing gloves, and get out.
I think now would be a good time for a quick break.
Yeah, sure.
Perfect.
Absolutely. I hope y'all are enjoying the tutorial so far.
I'm enjoying it, and you're
yeah.
explaining really well. I think this is pretty straightforward and easy to keep track of. So hopefully everybody.
Yeah, that's my goal. So yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
Hopefully everybody else is following along as well as I am. But we are going to take just a quick break here, just a few-minute wellness break, just so everybody can get up, stretch their legs, get some water, anything they need to do. Before we go to the break, though, I do just want to give a few quick reminders. So all revenue after taxes that GDQ earns from subscriptions and bits for the month of January will be donated to PCF this month. We reached 3.4 million during AGDQ 2022, so let's see if we can get that up to 3.5 million by the end of the month. Really help out PCF with all those donations. And then Frost Fatales is going to be February 27th to March 5th this year. You can use the !FF command in chat, or you can go to gamesdonequick.com/framefatales for more information on that. With all that said, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll see you back here in just a few more minutes for more Oracle of Seasons learning. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Games on Quick GDQ hotfix. I don't know why that took me that long. We're here with Oracle of Seasons. We're in the middle of learning. We've got TGH here teaching us some Oracle of Seasons. How you doing, TGH, after that break?
Doing all right. Feeling good. Got a drink, and I'm feeling ready to explain some more stuff.
Excellent. Whenever you're ready.
All right, cool. So we ended off by getting Blano's boxing gloves, or I should say Ricky's boxing gloves. And now we're going to go over and give them to Ricky. So yeah, Ricky's up here. And I get to explain Ricky movement. Oh boy. Okay, so Ricky's going to carry us around. But we need Ricky to get us up to high platforms. The way Ricky moves is, well, you'll see. So basically you hold a direction and Ricky does this. He'll hop around. The movement is kind of like weird to explain, but like he'll hop, he'll just basically move, stop, move, stop, move, stop, move, stop. And it can be hard to get used to, but just basically spend a while with him and you'll get acquainted. But the main things you need to know about Ricky is that while he's hopping, he can't interact with screen transitions or pits. So, well, actually, I think he can fall into pits while jumping, but it's not really like if you hold into. So, for instance, if you hold into a hole like this, he won't actually fall. But if you let go of the button, or if you let go of a button, he'll be. I don't know how he's not falling right now. I don't know what happened there, but basically, yeah. So you want to, like, right there, if I just keep holding down, it's fine. It's later on that his movement gets weird and difficult to control. But there, it's not that bad. He'll give you text boxes before the screen with the pits. He'll give you a text box that's 3 boxes long, and right there, that text box was 4 boxes long. So he's basically like explaining, you know, like what, how to get over pits and that he can jump over pits and that he can get up on ledges and stuff. All right. So here we have Pegasus seeds. Oh, by the way, sorry, I actually neglected something while I was talking about Ricky. Right here, I find that this, like right in between this tile and this tile right here is the best tile to transition up on here, so that you can hold up and left and that bird should never hit you. So you want to get the seeds with the Rod of Seasons. These are Pegasus seeds. These are going to let us go super fast a little later. Wait for that guy to jump if he's in the way. You want to also avoid the crab with the rock that's moving towards you. All right, so you can actually hit the switch from pretty far away. Like, look how far away from this I am. You can hit that. It'll drain the key. You go and grab the key, and the guy there who lost the key down here somehow will talk to you for a couple text boxes. I like to mash I like to mash just A, because that is the button that's not going to lose me time if I overmash, because that's the button that my bracelet's on. If you have bracelet on B, mash B, for instance. But that is a good way to that's a good way to not lose any time there to overmashing. So you want to equip the Pegasus Seeds over the Rod of Seasons so that you have Pegasus Seeds and Bracelet. And right here, you want to use a seed right away. You actually need seeds to get past that. Push that rock up, that rock down, pick that rock up, and then just push these rocks out of the way. So we have Pegasus Seeds, but we cannot use them absolutely everywhere that we can. Reason being, equip the Rod of Seasons on that transition, or you can also do it on this transition too. Doesn't actually matter. We can't use them absolutely everywhere because we want to have at least 7 seeds entering Dungeon 3. That is important. I'm just gonna fast forward through that. The cutscene takes a while. All right, so now we go over here. I don't know why I paused there. Whoops. Use the Rod of Seasons once to make it winter. I like to pause right here. By the way, I like to pause right on this spot, like right as Link's, right as like the front of Link's sprite meets the, like where the snow is. I pause there and then just hold down right out of the menu and it takes that turn perfectly. Ice physics are weird in this game. Ice physics are honestly like kind of awful in this game in particular compared to other Zelda games. Link will be very, very frictionless. So like basically on this screen, starting out, you want to hold down right. So I'm holding down right now, and then like right here, you want to hold down left. And even that was a little bit late. Like you can do it even earlier than that, honestly. Like you can hold down left. You can hold down left like here, and it'll be good. And then come over here, and right here, in this little area where the transition is, you want to play Ricky's flute. And hop on Ricky, because you need Ricky to get up here. So here's where Ricky's movement gets a little bit hard. First off, I don't know why this particular jump up here is so tight, but this jump is like, you have like a 3 pixel window for this jump up here. I have no idea why, but you just do. It's hard to, it's kind of hard to get up there. But once you do, go up here. So you want to like, so I'm actually doing a tech right here with Ricky. I'm like inching forward. If I just keep tapping up, he'll never actually jump. Like it takes a bit for him to make a jump after you get going. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to just make it so that I'm right up against the hole here, and then press down and A in succession. And Ricky should jump over the hole and simultaneously punch the bushes in front of him, which is a little faster than doing this attack here, which like is what the game intends for you to do. But we ignore that and we just do that because it's a little faster. Come on over here. You want to stay high here and then move diagonally down over here to avoid this this looming guy right there. Shouldn't ever take damage to him if you're high enough. I like to do this screen like that, like I just did, so that I enter this screen pretty high. You don't want to be too high though here. Like I think here might be a pixel too high. So I want to be like here-ish. Because the next screen has another one of these guys who will come at you. And it will actually hit you. If you're, whoops, I did it again. Except this time it's not letting me on full screen. There we go. So on the next screen, if you're low enough, he'll not hit you. So let's see if we're low enough here. Yeah, we're good. So you want to come over here and grab a jewel from a chest that we need later. So you can actually punch the wall in the midst of a hop like that, just like I did with the bushes. So if you punch with Ricky midway between like a hop, so like Ricky's hopping now, right? If I punch like that, I can have very little slowdown. Ordinarily, Ricky can't actually move while he's punching. Like it's like the sword swing, essentially. In fact, this mechanic is very similar to swinging the sword while you're in the air, like I showcased in Dungeon 2. So you want to if there's something in front of you, you want to try and have your punch in the midst of a hop, which is not the easiest thing ever to get used to, but it is something that's there for you to get used to. So I leave Ricky behind there. I try to leave him like basically on the left side of this column of tiles that I'm on right here, like this column. I try to leave him on the left side of that. Come up here, and we're going to go into this subversion portal. All right, so I'm immediately going to equip seeds and the shovel. So now we're going to dig for star ore. We need the star ore to go up to the shop and trade it for Rosa's bow. Rosa's waiting on a screen down here for us to bring us, God, please, for us to bring them their bow, and we can then like go on a date with Rosa, and Rosa can unlock doors for us throughout Subrosia. So we are going to go ahead and dig. So the way the star ore works is it can be on one of 4 different screens on this beach. And it can only be on a certain tile on each screen. So I'm going to showcase the tiles right here. So if you pay attention, I'll showcase what the tiles actually are. So it's that one, which it happened to be on. So that's actually really lucky if this were actually a run, which it's not. So it can be on that tile as well. It can be on this tile, or it can be on this tile. Those are the 4 tiles it can be on. Just need to make sure to memorize those.
Is that something you could, in theory, manip, or? Okay.
Yes, in fact, that's the manipulation I was talking about earlier. Like, there is a manipulation for this, but honestly, it's not really worth doing if you don't continue it past this point. And it gets hard later on, and it's only like it's like a 10 to 15 second time save.
Okay.
At the risk of entering Dungeon 3 with no seeds. If you mess it up. So like it's not really worth doing, at least not like at even at an intermediate level. Oh, where am I going? I'm going the wrong way. Go down here, don't go up there. We'll go up there later. But we're gonna go down and give Rosa her bow now that we've traded for it at the shop. And immediately after, you want to choose yes here. Immediately after, you will save and quit to get back to the shop. Okay, so from here on, right, you want to have, okay, by the time you have Rosa with you, you want to have 12 Pegasus seeds. You also do not want to use a seed here at all, or here, but you want to go through these doors, and you can use a seed here. You can use one seed on the way to the Temple of Seasons and one seed on the way back from the Temple of Seasons, but you don't want to use anything more than that. Also, I'm going to switch to Bracelet right now. So you want to equip Bracelet over Sword, so you have seeds and Bracelet equipped. And we're just going to walk up the rest of the way. You want to go left up here, and Rosa can unlock this door for us. And this is how you get the summer season for the rod. I'm just gonna speed this up a little bit. Okay. So once again, from here, use one seed on the way back. I can actually use 2 seeds. Never mind, I can use 2 seeds here. So you want to enter this cave coming back with 9 seeds. And once you get used to the seed routing, you can like sort of make your own benchmarks for certain places. So I'm only going to be using 1 seed from here until we enter Dungeon 3. So we're just going to enter this portal over here. right back where we came from. Get back on Ricky. So we need him one last time for the segment. Do the same thing here as you did on the way back, so except we're going to do it upwards. So get Ricky right up against the hole and tap up an A. Just in fairly quick succession. Not like a frame apart or anything, but like, you know, leave some separation there. And he'll, because otherwise he'll only punch the first bush, which is, you know, not the end of the world or anything. But yeah. So we want to use a seed here, and you want to equip sword and the Rod of Seasons here, and just avoid these enemies, or you know they'll avoid me, one way or the other. Just don't walk into them. You want to enter Dungeon 3 with at least 3 or 4 hearts. Now there is some health in the first room of Dungeon 3, which is nice. On this right here, so every season change, there's a fade transition. So on the fade transition here, on the second one, it has to be the second one. Don't do it on the first one, because it's not the right season. You want to equip the shovel over the Rod of Seasons and enter Dungeon 3. All right, so Poison Moth's Lair is a hard dungeon. It is not easy at all, either minipped or unminipped. So basically, I still don't think it's worth to do the minip right away. If you want to do the minip, I think currently I'm the only person who has done a run with this manipulation. So like, and I still have yet to make like any proper documentation on it. So like until, I don't know, I won't showcase it here though. But let's continue on. So the next room's gonna have spike beetles, which you need to flip over, and we're gonna do that. Now, ordinarily the game wants you to do this with a shovel. Excuse me, sorry. The game wants you to do this with the shield, not the shovel. But we're gonna use the shovel because you can, and we don't have a shield. So we want to basically, if you spam the shovel. Excuse me. They both start with SH. I can't. If you spam the shovel like this, an enemy can basically run into you, and it serves as a shield essentially. So we're gonna and they'll aggro you as soon as you're on the same row or column as them. So we're just gonna lure them, shovel them, and move on. These pots here both have forced heart drops. So definitely take advantage of that if you're low on health, or even if you're not. Like honestly, full health here is nice. In this room, you want to equip Bracelet and the and Pegasus Seeds. Do your best to avoid the Moldorms. These Moldorms, by the way, if they hit a wall, if they hit like this, if they hit a wall or this, they'll basically just move in the opposite direction. You can rely on that. Like they won't do anything else besides go back the way they came. So like if you see this Moldorm like twirling like this, hitting the block, it'll usually go back the other way, or it'll go that way. But long story short, you can get past him as soon as he hits that wall. So just like try your best to avoid that. Avoid getting hit by that.
So we've got, it's not technically about the speed run, but it is a speedrun related question. Do you know if there's any category that uses the link cable for both games and then all the secret levels?
The secret levels, do you mean like the final boss of
I'm not gonna lie,
because there is
I don't know. I'm just reading what's in chat. I've never played either games.
There is so there is a category. It's not a separate leaderboard, but there are categories for linked speedruns. There's linked any %, which actually doesn't really play seasons, honestly, because it does arbitrary code execution, which is something I'm not going to get into for this tutorial. But yeah, it basically plays ages as if it were an 80% run, essentially, and then skips seasons completely.
Okay.
However, all essences for ages and seasons is a thing.
Okay.
So, okay. This next room, by the way, is like the most difficult room in this dungeon, in my opinion, and you do it twice. So if there's a room to practice in this place, it's this one. It's full of floor masters that if they grab you, they will bring you to the beginning of the dungeon. You don't want that. Now, if you want to, you can do this room by just equipping the sword and killing them, which is fine. But I'm going to show you the fastest way to do it. I'm going to show you like the fastest way to do it, like basically without menuing to anything else besides for what we have equipped already. So let's go ahead and I'm gonna do the room once. I'm gonna save a state. I'm gonna do the room once, and I'll explain it afterwards. Okay. So there's a lot of AI, or artificial intelligence is what AI stands for, if you didn't know. There's a lot of AI manipulation in that room. Like I said back in Dungeon 1, there's no actual RNG on those enemies. Like, they don't roll RNG, they don't do anything dependent on the RNG. They will, in fact, move depending, or they'll do things depending on what Link is doing. So there were times when I was moving in certain directions at certain times in order to influence their spawns. And there were times when I was doing nothing to influence their spawns. And when you do nothing, like, so say I'm like right here, like, and I do nothing, a floor master will spawn essentially like right here. Like, I think it's 3 tiles above and 1 tile to the left of where Link is standing. I don't know why specifically it spawns there, but it just does. It's just how it works. So what I want to do in this room is, so I'm holding, actually, let me explain this while going like essentially not frame by frame, but explain it hand by hand. Okay. So you want to push down on this pot to make this, this floor master spawn directly below me. And then before the next one spawns, I want to pick this one up and hold down left here so that this one spawns down there. Okay. And at some point, I'm going to throw this pot. So this block right here, I'm going to hold up on until I see a spawn up here. Like that. And then move over here. And you have some time before this next one spawns. So typically what I do is I move. So here, I'm going to move up until I see a floor master spawn up here, and then I move back and start pushing this one. So there it is. I'm going to move back and push this one. And now after pushing this pot the second time, I move up and right to make the next hand spawn above and to the right of me. And this is the most difficult one in my opinion, because it's like, it's just hard to, I don't know, it's hard to time, I guess. But you want to see that one spawn there. And then for this one, I like to, oh, I actually messed that one up. Let me rewind. Whoops. Okay, so for this one, I like to, okay, see how it is. It's not easy to do, even with like, all right, so here I'm going to push this pot and just stand still. And I did it too late. Nope. Okay, so ordinarily this hand right here, this hand would spawn up here. And I'm just not doing it right. So if you get in a position here where a hand is like going to get you, or if one hand doesn't spawn in the right position, just equip the sword and also equip the ring. You can equip the ring by just pressing select here. You want to press select and then the cursor will be here and you just press up to access the ring. So you want to equip the ring because you're going to need it for these hands. Like basically, the floor masters will take 2 hits instead of 3. If you have the ring equipped, and there's also nothing really except for the mimics in the next room. There's or the sparks, I guess. There's nothing that can damage you from now until like after. So we're gonna just like kill these guys. I'm here to tell you there's absolutely no shame in this, by the way.
I was just
like, you absolutely do not want to get grabbed.
Yeah,
Just do not get grabbed in that
I was
room.
about to ask, like, the manipulation is great if it works, but if not, there's no problem in just killing them, right? Like,
Yeah, absolutely not. Also, equip sword over the seeds, not over the bracelet. Sorry, because you need the bracelet for this room. By the way, mimics, which is the enemy that you saw in the last room, they will move. They will actually read your D-pad inputs and move in the opposite direction to your D-pad.
Ooh, I love mechanics that do that.
Yeah, there's actually tech coming up that takes advantage of the fact that you can do this. So, like, I'm using my sword right now to stay in place, and yet I'm controlling the mimics by using my D-pad.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. All right, so moving onwards, you want to equip the sword on that transition there. So this puzzle is actually pretty easy, despite what my casual playthrough would tell you. So yeah, you just push you push 1, 3, and 5 down, and then push this one over, push that one over, this one down to make 3 reds in a row, and then just complete the puzzle. The idea is to make this the same as the one above. This room here, you want to use a seed, and you want to make this seed last pretty much all the way until the Rock's Feather room. The Rock's Feather room is like 3 or 4 rooms from here. The next room will have a bunch of P-hats. Just like do your best to avoid them. Like, just kind of do your best to avoid them. You can slash those moldworms out of the way. Here, make sure, let me actually like, so I lost my seed, but it's fine. So in this room right here, you want to just basically read what these anti-fairies are doing. Because if you just hold up left, you'll most likely run into one of them. Especially this one, if it's moving down at you. But like if it's moving down this way, you can move around it that way. So just like be aware that these are here. So don't just like go barreling into them. This room can also be pretty hard depending on where these enemies spawn. By the way, I never mentioned this. Enemies in this game, for the most part, can spawn anywhere in a room. So just be aware of that. It's unlike Link's Awakening in the sense that like they always spawn in the same place. Here they can spawn anywhere, like anywhere in the room essentially. So just be aware of that. Like so here I see that these beetles are spawning on the left, so I'm going to try and lure them a little bit and go up here to the right. So this next room here is the room where we get the Rock's Feather. And this is taking advantage of the tech that I just mentioned, where you just kind of like lure all the mimics towards you and just keep swinging your sword, not like spamming it, but like swinging it in a rhythmic manner. The reason you don't want to spam it, by the way, let me actually just equip the sword just to showcase. The reason you don't want to spam it is because if you spam the sword, like if you mash the sword, you'll notice like the sword's hitbox. The sword actually has a hitbox of its own in this game, and it will basically like rotate around Link in a certain way depending on which way he's facing. So if he's facing up or down, the sword will move in a counterclockwise motion from his right to right in front of him and slightly to the left of him right here. If you're facing down, it'll start once again. It'll actually be in a it'll go in a clockwise direction, and basically we'll end up here instead. Wait, this is clockwise. Is it?
It's going clockwise.
I don't know how a clock works. Anyway, you can see what it does just from this. Okay, so yeah, okay, it moves in a clockwise motion around him, starting from his right to basically slightly left of where he is. If he's facing left or right, it always goes from above him to in front of him, like that. And you can see like for the first couple of frames of the animation, it's above him. So the reason you don't want to spam is because if you spam pretty fast, you can see the sword actually never makes it to being in front of Link. So like by spamming rhythmically, you can make the sword actually appear in front of Link, which is what you want. So here you can jump over this if you like approach this jump from as high as possible. You can jump over this 2 tile gap. If you fall in here, it's fine. It doesn't matter. You wind up in the same place anyway. It actually doesn't matter. You don't want to fall. Speaking of falling, you don't want to fall, but like, you know, yeah. It's just a little faster to not fall. So here, right about, wait, what am I doing? Let me rewind that. So right about here, you want to make sure the ring is unequipped. So right about here, you want to use a seed, and this seed is going to last you all the way until the staircase, which is to the right over here. Now this jump is kind of tricky. What I do is I line up in the middle here. I line up right in the middle, and as soon as I see the platform come back here, so I line up like pretty much right here. It's not incredibly specific, but it's God, stop doing that. It's not incredibly specific, but you want to be in the middle, basically. Like up and down wise, you want to be in the middle here. As soon as I see this platform come this way, I want to jump to it and then jump off of it to the next part. So it should look like this. Not like that. There we go. So that jump is a little tricky, and if you want to wait for it to come back and then just like ride it across, you can jump from about midway. It's not that big of a deal. So here, don't use a seed here. You want to lure this. I'm just going to call it a thwomp. It's essentially what it is. So you want to lure this thwomp down and jump back to the platform, and then wait for it to ride up. Use a seed. Now we use a seed. Here you want to equip sword because you want these keys gone. Let me rewind that. There we go. Like you want those keys like out of your way essentially, and also the more you kill, the less keys will be there when you come back through that room later, because they stay dead. So this trampoline, you want to just push over here, and you want it to be on that spot. So on the last push here, when you push the trampoline here, you can jump pretty soon after you push it. So like, not that soon, but close to that soon. I jumped the gun a little bit there. There we go. Okay. So I mentioned earlier that being airborne, right? Being airborne allows you to save time with using your sword. There are some applications to that, but like with the Rock's Feather, but not a ton, because this game actually has a pretty decent this game actually has a pretty decent like Z-axis to it, meaning like Link's height is actually a thing, and you can't really you can't attack enemies on the ground while you're in the air. But what you can do is use your sword and then cancel the sword swing with the Rock's Feather by like jumping out of the sword swing. So it looks like this. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to jump to this chest, get the key, and then I just like kind of mash down an A until I see the gel there die, and then I jump immediately. So it looks like that. So like I just jumped out of the sword swing animation, and that allows me to basically do that without stopping for nearly as long. By the way, anytime you see a staircase, you want to jump over it, because staircases do slow you down, both upwards and downwards. All right, so here we're going to equip seeds on the transition, and hopefully the keys don't troll me. There we go. But yeah, sometimes you can get caught up in that room, and like you'll be forced to wait another cycle. It happens. The keys are bullies in that room. That's why you want to kill like as many as you can on the way through there on the first time. So you have, I believe this is a 2-frame window to jump here. This is not essential to get at all, but it is helpful. But as long as you have a seed active, you can run basically off of this gap here, land here, and jump off of this thwomp to here, and then continue on. However, it's kind of tight. Let me see if I can hold off. Yeah, it looks like that. So like you can actually jump off of that. Sometimes you miss and it kind of sucks, but whatever. You can land on that though, and then just like wait for that to move if you don't feel like taking damage, which you really probably don't. Probably don't want to take damage. Because this that thwomp, even without the ring equipped, deals, I believe, an entire heart of damage.
Ooh.
Yeah. So just be wary of that. Oh, sometimes I forgot to mention, sometimes you can that can happen if you land on the ground on the same frame as you if you jump on the same frame you land on the ground, you will lose any and all momentum that you have, and the game will just basically jump you straight up.
Okay.
Which again isn't the end of the world. You can just do this and get up there. But yeah, it is a little bit annoying. So just keep that in mind. Equip bracelet there coming out of the staircase, by the way, because you need it for this room again. We're going to do this room again. Let's go. By the way, sometimes in that pot, or actually I think in either of these pots, you'll get a seed drop. You'll get a peg as a seed drop. You want to make sure to pick that up if you do get one. It's really lucky. Okay, so here's the mini boss of the dungeon. We have the squid boss, like the triple squid. You want to equip sword over the feather and have the ring equipped as well. There are hearts underneath either of these pots, so you can refill on health here just a little bit. All right, so this boss is a little annoying, but you want to make sure that you look at the first so the one that comes out first. So like these whirlpools are of course indicators of where the bosses are going to come out or where the squids are going to come out. This one appeared first, this one appeared second, this one appeared third. I want to aim for the first one that came out and then try my best to get to one of these two. The idea is to, like, I can just stand up against this because this now has a hitbox. Like this essentially now, I can just walk into this like this. But as soon as it appears, I want to grab it and throw it and hold my sword out. And then try to grab another one. Sometimes you won't be able to, that's fine. And then the last one is pretty easy. So let me do that again. I'll do it a few times. Of course, I want the RNG to be a little different this time. That they're just going to appear in the same place no matter what, huh?
If only RNG worked like this in a run.
Yeah, seriously. But yeah, the ring allows you to kill these guys in 2 hits, which is nice. It allows you to 2-cycle. Now, if you get into a situation where you can only kill one of them, so like say I get hit there and I can't quite make it, I want to definitely get the one that appears first, just to make sure, and then do my best to avoid that bullet and still get a 2-cycle. If you 3-cycle, it's okay. It's not the end of the world. But after the fight is over, you can get the fairy if you want to. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and get the fairy in just a bit. Let me just do the fight again. Oh. Yeah, that wasn't very good. That's fine. Okay, so yeah, you can grab the fairy here. Just don't step into the portal. That'll bring you to the beginning of the dungeon. You can just get back easily, but it's just time.
Yeah.
Jump over staircase. So you have 2 seeds left for this dungeon. So this goes to show how important like the allocation is here for your seeds, like resource management. So yeah, you have 2 seeds left. You want to use both of those seeds in this room. We're gonna go over here to get the boss key real quick. Oh, here. By the way, when you're getting this boss key, when you're about to fall down this hole, you want to stay low here. Because if you're high, I'll bet you anything there's a gel. No. But if there were a gel up here, it would spawn early. Or actually, like maybe if it's here. But it would spawn early up here, and it would mess with you once you're actually up there. So you want to stay low here. And push this block. Get the boss key, save and quit.
So I know we're...
So,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just
gonna say go in the portal.
Okay.
Link Warden. Go ahead.
We're like an hour 40 into this. I feel like we should probably mention at some point. Like all of these strats are what you want it to look like, but if you make mistakes, it's fine. Like
yeah, exactly. Like basically, like you want to avoid big mistakes. Like avoiding big mistakes is huge when starting out. But like, you know, like a lot of the things I'm going over are just like little, like I'm showing you a couple of different ways to do a lot of these rooms just to like to show that like it doesn't need to be a certain way. Yeah. There are a bunch of different ways to go about this run and about like different rooms in this run with varying degrees of difficulty as well.
One of the important things is just getting runs done. Like if you make a mistake, it's fine even if you make a big mistake, like just get the run done and you'll do better next time. Like don't sweat it if you make a mistake.
Yeah, exactly. So from here we equip sword over pegs of seeds, and we're gonna enter Mothula's fight right now. So Mothula's fight is, and once again, you want to make sure you have the ring equipped for this fight because you can kill Mothula in 6 slashes with the ring equipped. So the way I open this fight is a little bit tricky. I'm going to begin by, let me just make sure I have a save state. Okay. I'm going to begin by right here, slashing my sword, and then walking up and doing like a jump spin slash. Like that. And if I do it right, I actually hit Mothula before I land. So from here, I can basically stand like pretty much exactly where I am X-wise, but move up to be a little bit more level with the moth. So yeah, they're like moth can also either go to the left here. Like basically what it's going to do is it's going to go up and it's going to go either this way and circle around the room or go up this way and circle around the room. The way I do this fight actually makes it so that you can avoid doing another cycle completely either way that it goes if you do it clean enough. It's hard. This fight is not the easiest thing ever. If you want to, you can just come in and just do this. And then like maybe you can get another hit there, but essentially, yeah, you're stuck waiting for Moth to like come back to the middle like that, and then you can kill him. But it's you can do this. So at that point, like, you know, at that point it went to the right, so like I consider this to be like the bad RNG. If it goes left, then you can kill it super quickly. Like you can kill it like while it's here, essentially. But of course I'm gonna actually roll RNG. But that's about the best kill you can get if it goes to the right. Just like slash a couple times. Hopefully it goes left. Nope. Eventually it will. There we go. It's like, yeah, you can kill it right there if it goes left. The fight is a lot easier. You can also choose to spin slash and go to the right side. But like, I don't know if he's more likely to go left than right. It's supposedly 50-50, but I don't know how much I believe that. But yeah, it seems to go left more often. But that strat should cover both RNGs there. And that's the end of Dungeon 3. So we finished Dungeon 3 with 0 Pegasus Seeds. We're going to refill pretty much immediately upon leaving here. So moving onwards, Makuji's going to talk to you, just mash through his text. And we're on our way over here. We're going to jump up this ladder. Again, making sure that you jump because it's faster to jump up staircases. So on this screen, immediately on the tile up and to my right, there's going to be the rock crab. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hesitate a slight amount, just a very slight amount to avoid getting hit by it. And then just go up there. Again, making sure to slash and jump out of the slash in order to save some time. Immediately after getting these seeds again, which you want to grab all 3 of these seeds again to make sure you have 18 seeds. I have 6 right now because I've only collected one of them of the 3 seeds. And each seed drop here is 6. From trees at least. So I want to equip Pegasus Seeds over the sword, and I want to unequip the ring. Unequipping the ring is good because I don't attack anything. I don't hurt anything from now until Dungeon 5, like midway through Dungeon 5. So we're going to go ahead and just do that. Unequip that ring, use a seed to get down here. And we're going to loop all the way back around to right about where Ricky is, or was. Ricky's not there anymore. And then go to the right. We'll see Ricky again soon. Oh, right there, by the way, what I just did was I know, like I know just from playing this game a bunch, like exactly where my seed is going to end right here. You'll, like, as you get more used to the game, you'll get used to like where your seeds end and stuff like that. What I did there was I jumped in order to preserve my momentum and use the seed in midair to make it so that I don't lose any frames to stop. Because like if I just like mash seeds, there's going to be a period where I'm not at full speed or I'm not at seed speed, if you will. So if I jump, though, I can actually bypass that period altogether. I did it too early there, whatever. All right, so yeah, like I usually just jump at the beginning of the screen and use a seed in there. It's not, again, that's not that important, but I just thought I'd mention that.
It's a small optimization.
It's very small, yeah. But it's something that you'll get, like as you do the run more, like you'll get used to stuff like that. You'll get used to like, you know, where your seeds end and stuff. More Ricky movement. Call Ricky as soon as you enter this screen back here. As soon as you enter this screen down here, you want to call Ricky using the jump up here. Utilize punching while hopping to get past these bushes, and more of it here. The timing is a little bit awkward to get used to, but I promise you'll get used to it. So right here, you want to enter the screen to the right side. I prefer to enter the screen like on the right edge here. I do one hop down and punch in midair, get up against the hole and do the same tech I did on my way from Subrosia to getting to D3. So just like down in A, essentially. We're gonna hop up here. If you see any hearts or Pegasus Seed drop, feel free to collect it, excuse me. Pegasus Seed drop is not essential though, so like if it's out of your way, don't go out of your way to get it. But basically like a seed drop here would save me maybe like a couple of seconds later. So once you get to this screen, if you see this screen, if you enter this screen with Ricky going up and there are no likes here, you can get off of Ricky and just dash up with seeds. It's a little faster that way. However, if there are likes here, just feel free to go through the screen with Ricky. Ricky ignores likes completely. Ricky is not affected. He does not care about likes. So get off Ricky here. Like normally you'd get off there because normally there are likes on that side of the screen. And use a seed. As you enter this screen, be prepared to mash because Moblin King is going to talk to you. He's going to like try to sell you something or something. I don't know. I have no idea. But so here is Sunken Village. Sunken Village, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go up here and get Gale Seeds. Gale Seeds are going to let me basically warp around the map. They work like the Flute does in Link to the Past. If you're familiar with Link to the Past, if anybody's ever heard of that game, I don't know.
I don't think I have.
No, yeah. But okay, so use the sword here. You want to equip the sword over the feather. By the way, like using a seed and the feather is really useful for like jumping over the corners of this water, which you saw me do on the way up here. So I'm going to get that and then just drown in the water, and that gets me back there. And it also lets me collect the seeds automatically. When you hit seeds off of a tree with either the Rod of Seasons or the sword, you don't actually have to physically go and collect them. They will just collect for you, like after a certain amount of time. I guess the game really doesn't want you to forget the seeds on the ground. So you just like kind of ignore them. Stop doing that. You just like kind of ignore them and just move on.
Okay.
And they'll collect themselves for you. So here you want to mash. Your seed is still going to be active here, most likely. So you want to mash through this text with the button that is on, or with the button that your seeds are on, like that. You want to choose yes to that option. And here's Dimitri. So Dimitri, his movement's a lot simpler than Ricky's. But Dimitri's deal is that he can swim. So we use Dimitri to get up here. Once you enter the screen to the right of here, you want to mash B, because he'll give you like a single text box of dialogue that tells you, hey, I can climb up waterfalls. So if you mash B, I'll show you what happens if you mash A, actually. So if you mash B, that's the text box. If you mash A and you overmash, he does a little attack. I don't even know if that attack does anything. I've never used it to attack anything. I don't even know, but yeah, just mash B. Mash B and you don't have to worry about that. And of course, like while you're in deep water here, you can't dismount from Dimitri, so. All right, so we're gonna enter this waterfall cave up here. This screen's shtick is there's a hint somewhere in game that tells you to hit all of these statues up here on the north side of the room. With one sword slash. So the game just kind of checks to see that you've slashed once. It doesn't check to see if you've spin slashed. And if all the statues are met, having only done one slash, then you're good. However, yeah, you can kind of cheat on this puzzle a bit. So if you push that one that way, hit that, and then spin slash these, the puzzle's done. And that's how you do that puzzle. And then you want to equip Gale Seeds and Feather here as well. Oh, I forgot to mention, by the way. So when you're equipping seeds, right? When you're equipping the seed satchel, you'll get a submenu of seeds here. Just be aware of that. And these seeds are always in the same order every time. So like, just like be aware of this order. It goes Ember Seeds, Scent Seeds, Pegasus Seeds, Gale Seeds, Mystery Seeds. That never changes. Unlike everything else in your menu, that never changes. So just be aware that once you actually select the seed satchel, this submenu will come up and you have to deal with the submenu. That's all. Oops, I chose the wrong seed. Nice. There we go. Okay, so now we leave that cave and we come up here. So now that we have the members card, this guy is going to be impressed with us and give us the flippers. So actually coming up, you don't want to leave this room, by the way. You want to save and quit after doing that. But I want to show you something about entering this room. So you want to move with Dimitri diagonally as much as possible. And then once he gets on land, you can see that he actually swims a little bit faster than he walks. So you want to take advantage of that. Like he walks at about the same speed that Link, or excuse me, he swims at about the same speed that Link walks. So you want to take advantage of his swim speed and then get off as soon as you get on land here. And then talk to him, and then after you're done talking to him, save and quit. And you're going to wind up back here. Use a Gale Seed immediately. And you want to go to this location right here. The way the map menu works in this game is actually a little bit weird. So right now I'm pressing right repeatedly, and you can see it's cycling like from north to south. Like the locations it's cycling through is going from north to south. Likewise, if I press left repeatedly, it's going from south to north. So this menu, I like to just like memorize the actual inputs of the menu rather than where exactly I need to go. So I just press right to get here. So we want to go to north of Horon Village. And here we're going to equip seeds and bracelets and go south. Avoid the enemies. Sometimes these P-hats like can spawn either here or here and just block you. But they always, like, one thing that's consistent about the P-hats is they always go up at least a tile or two before they do anything else. So just wait for the P-hat to go up and then go past them. Don't try to damage boost through them or anything. Do yourself a favor and do not try to damage boost through. All right, so here you want to equip Feather. Now that you've lifted up that rock, you want to equip Feather over Bracelet. Whoops. And move on. Try to avoid those Octoroks. You can even pull off some swag points and hit an Octorok with a rock if you feel like it. But that's just jump over them, basically. All right, so go into Subrosia, jump down that ladder, and we're going to go get the Bomb Flower here. So these jumps are a little tricky. Especially that one. Ordinarily, like, you would want to probably stand right here and use a seed, because you can see I actually used the seed in midair on this jump over here, because my seed ran out just after I jumped. But you honestly, like, you can also just use a seed right here and then jump. It's not that much of a loss. It can be hard to make it to that jump. So you pick up you can just hold, let me actually rewind that. So you can just hold B, like you can hold your bracelet button going up to the Bomb Flower and it'll just pick it up. Mash through the text. Also probably with B, with the same button as your power bracelet. And you'll go back here. We're gonna go back around the same direction, except this time we want to equip Feather over your seeds. Jump down the ladder. So we're going to lift a rock here, and then immediately after lifting the rock, we're going to jump. And we're going to equip seeds over the bracelet and use a seed afterwards, like immediately afterwards. And here we are back at the Temple of Seasons. This time we're going to go up and right. So one thing to note here is that I have 4 seeds right now. I have 4 Pegasus seeds. This is perfect. Just make sure when you enter this, when you enter the cave, I guess, or the part of the Temple Seasons where fall is, make sure that you have 4 seeds here and don't use any until you leave. Because you're going to use 2 to get out of here. You're going to use 2 to get back to the portal to get to Swool Swamp. And then after that, we're going to refill back at the tree where the Pegasus seeds are. And we'll wind up with 20 seeds then. We want full seeds before we enter D5. And yes, by the way, I said D5. We're doing D5 before D4. This is like one of the more... so this is the part of the route that's going to differ the most, I think, besides for Dungeon 8 maybe. From the previous tutorial, the tutorial that was made by Dragon Co. back in 2015. So from this point on, you can actually reference, actually even from like the end of Dungeon 3 on, yeah, you you can reference the 2015 tutorial for that route. I'm going to be going over the more advanced route, actually, the more updated route. But that resource is still really, really good for learning the earlier route and learning the easier route. So one thing to keep in mind, though, is that this route does Dungeon 5 before Dungeon 4 because we want the magnetic gloves for a specific skip. That specific skip happens to be double frame perfect. So just keep that in mind. And I'll be going over how to do that. But if you don't feel like doing that right away as a beginner, that's totally valid. And you can reference that tutorial for that route deviation instead of following this one. So we're going to save and quit after getting fall. We're going to leave, and we're going to use 2 seeds on the way back to the portal. Okay. So once you get back here, we're going to equip Sword and Gale Seeds. Use a Gale Seed. And we're going to get to this tree right here. We're going to be warping to this location a lot throughout the run because this is the tree with Pegasus Seeds. And we're immediately going to warp back to here afterwards. From here, we're going to equip Seeds and Bracelet, just like we did before, and go the same way we did before again. Getting actually decent RNG with those P-hats. Okay, so now we're going to go up towards D5, or Dungeon 5, Unicorn's Cave. We are doing these dungeons out of order. You want to equip Feather, Rock's Feather, and Rod of Seasons, and go up here. And you want to make it fall, which is two swings. And then on the Fade transition, you want to equip Bracelet and Pegasus Seeds here. And use a seed to get here. All right, so these mushrooms, first off, they're only, you can only interact with them, you can only lift them when it's fall, which is why we needed fall first before we got here. So you want to lift these mushrooms up, but you don't want to just throw them. You want to throw this first one off screen because for whatever reason, Link cannot lift another object until the object that he lifted before has like settled or left the screen. So what we want to do is we want to just throw this off screen and then pull that one. Like you can see how, like if I were to just throw that, it lands a few times and then disintegrates or disappears, despawns, whatever. If you throw it off screen, you can skip that and you can just pick up the other one right away. All right, so here we go into Dungeon 5. Now, we're entering Dungeon 5 with 17 seeds, ideally. As long as you refill your seeds at the tree beforehand, before you enter Dungeon 5, you should always enter with 17 seeds. So you enter with 17, and you want to save these seeds like all the way, basically. The next time we refill is after we do the skip that I was talking about, what we call hide and seek skip. For those of you who've played this game, you probably know what we're skipping when I say hide and seek skip. So I'll get to that when we come to it. But essentially, yeah, we have just enough seeds to last us until then. So we're going to go ahead and not use a seed here. And right here, I'm going to pause. I like to pause right on this tile right here because I just think it's the best place to pause on for a reason. But you want to equip Rod of Seasons and the Feather. You can also equip Sword and Feather. Honestly, it's whichever is more, it's whichever is better for your menu. But basically, you don't actually need to kill anything, but you want to have like either the Rod of Seasons or Sword equipped to like get rid of enemies in your way if you need to. So from the menu, I'm going to buffer an up and right jump, land there, and then I think that's just the best way to go through that room. Yeah, you need either the rod. I actually neglected to mention that. You need either the Rod of Seasons or the sword to hit that switch to get you to that key. You come back and you hit it again. You can either hit it on the way down or the way back up. Doesn't matter. I like to hit it on the way down so I don't forget to do it on the way back up, because I'm definitely the kind of person who would do that. Oops. All right, so this room here, we're entering like a 2D underground section, right? With like, I think they're called potaboos. The fireballs from Mario, essentially, that like go up and down, or that whatever. They're basically fireball projectiles. The goal is to try and beat these. But if you menu on the transition here, you want to menu to seeds, and you can actually buffer inputs out of menus, which is, by the way, something that I just did that I haven't actually explained. So you can buffer movements, actions, etc. out of menus, as long as you aren't holding the button while you pause, because then it would treat it as just being held, or like being held. So what we're going to do is we're going to buffer a down, right, and A input in order to immediately use a seed to get past that cycle right there. It's still a little bit tricky to get past, but also just lure that one down. You can stand like, whoa. Let me do this again, actually. Okay, so what I do here is you can trigger the thwomp above you by standing about there. Yeah, see how he's smiling now. See, he's happy. So I am standing right here. That is about where you need to be to trigger it. Just try not to fall off the ladder. Falling off the ladder is very bad. You will lose a lot of health that way. So definitely don't do that. Even if you stop a little short and like inch your way forward, that's fine. But you want to lure this thwomp down and move out of the way, and then jump up here. If you want to, you can damage boost through this. But you don't have to. It's only a little bit slower to not. All right, use a seed here. Jump over any enemies that you see there, or at least try to. By the way, the red bubbles in that room don't actually damage you. They just like kind of inhibit your movement. They don't actually damage you. Here, the object is to push this and this block up and push this block sideways. Classic Zelda, stuff. Yeah. This P-hat, though, is a jerk. This P-hat moves around randomly, and like you just kind of need to read him. Luckily, at that time, he didn't actually do anything bad, so that's cool. Were you saying something?
No. It's just idle. Okay. Agreeing the Zelda puzzle.
Oh, I got you. Okay, I thought you were gonna say something. So this room is a pain. Keys are a pain. Keys are bad. Yeah, they move around randomly, and they kind of suck. But do your best to avoid them and get up to this chest. That chest has the magnetic gloves. I kind of took a beating from them there, and then immediately save and quit. Worth noting, by the way, now I still have my potion, right? I still have my potion. So if I lose all my health, I will get immediately revived with no loss of time. I'll just immediately get revived. However, if you've lost your potion by this point, you can, any point where you save and quit, you can death warp to regain some health if you're below like a certain amount of health or a comfortable amount of health. You can just kind of die on purpose and get back to the beginning of the dungeon or whatever. Like basically a save and quit takes the place of a death warp, except you maintain your health. Like if you save and quit with a half a heart, you will spawn at the beginning of the dungeon with half a heart. So just be aware of that. What does using a seed do? It makes you go fast. So basically, like I have seeds now. They are a consumable, but I use one and I can go at about twice the speed as I walk. So here, I'm going to equip the magnetic gloves over the seeds after using a seed. You want to use a seed and then equip away from them. And the seed is still active, of course, once you menu away from it. The magnetic gloves, actually, we're about to see a pretty cool tech with the magnetic gloves right away. If you jump and in midair use the magnet gloves to attract to something or repel something, you will like constantly accelerate while you're in the air, past where you would like past the speed where you normally would just attract to it otherwise. But the magnetic gloves can be used either at a north or south polarity. You can change the polarity just by like touching the button or pushing the button rather. I'm rewinding there, don't mind me. So we want the magnetic gloves, however, before we enter this room to be north. So we're gonna make them north, and we're gonna jump and use the use the magnetic gloves right away in order to reach that. Let me actually do that again so that I can better explain it. All right, so so it's basically just like a jump and then a down left input there in order to get level with this on the X plane. And then we jump across here, land about here, and then use the magnetic gloves at south polarity, which it's already on, to the south. So let me just like, since I know I'm going to mess this up if I just unpause, I'm going to do this. Of course, I messed it up anyway. Nice. Here, I'll just do this. That's the wrong polarity. Pardon me, everything is falling apart. There we go. It looks like that. On the way back, there's a trick you can do. You can do a couple of different things here. You can either just kind of go around here and do this. Oh, whoops, that's not what I want to do. You can either just go around here and do that. There we go, with south polarity. Or you can do something a little cooler and do this. Hang on. So that's just a jump from like pretty much as far down as you can go here. I was aligned on the right part of that tile. So I'm aligned like on like here's the middle, here's the row right here, or the column that I'm on. I'm on the right half of it. I get to here, I jump, immediately hold A and down right, and I should land on this platform here. Like that. And then just immediately use the south polarity to get me across here. As soon as I get over here, I want a menu for Pegasus Seeds over Feather. There, and avoid the Moldorm. This room is kind of hard to avoid the enemies. You got to kind of read these enemies right away. So like right now, like this Moldorm's going to move that way, so I should be good to go down the middle like that. That Moldorm is not usually that friendly, I promise you. So sometimes it can be okay to like move around. Like if these Pegasus, if these Helmosaurs, these mini Helmosaurs move like upwards or to the right, or basically anywhere besides straight down, you can move around them and just avoid this Moldorm like dealing with it altogether. But immediately in the next room, there's going to be a big ball with an N on it, which means like, you know, it's north polarity, and you can repel it with north polarity with your gloves. So immediately when I enter, I'm going to be using the gloves like this and just push that block out of the way. So I'm going to go up here to an entrance up here, but I want to equip the sword because the next room has some enemies that I need to kill. So I'm going to equip the sword as well as the ring. Kill any keys if they get in your way. This room is honestly probably my least favorite in this dungeon because these enemies are so sporadic. But yeah, just be aware that Helmosaurs you can only kill from directly behind, and even sometimes then they refuse to die. So just be aware of that, and just be careful not to take too much damage in that room. If you if anything, just do not take too much damage in this room because you're going to need some health later, most likely. The next room has some Armos in it, but not just any Armos. You need to or Armos statues that you can kill with spin slashes in one hit, but you need to note, like, take note of which order you kill them in order to get the key that's in this room. So you need to basically open the chest in the same order as you kill the Yarmos. So it should look like this. So I like to open the room with swinging my sword right away, and then walk into here. As soon as they become active, I will spin slash them. And when you spin slash them, if they both die, you will know that this one died first, just because of the way Link's sword works. It goes like in a clockwise. There we go. It goes in a clockwise motion like this. So this one dies first, and then this one dies second. So keep that in mind. And then I like to swing the other way and do the same thing here, except this case it's the opposite. This one died first, that one died second. So it goes 1, 2, 3, 4. And like honestly, I don't like having to keep track. So that strat makes it really easy for me. You can do this from however you want, but that strat in particular makes it easy for me to actually go ahead and just like not have to think about the order in which I kill them. So that one has a rupee, that one has bombs. This chest, by the way, that has bombs is actually super nice for the route because we need bombs later, and we didn't have any. If you didn't notice from my menu, I had 0 bombs until this point. So here has some ember seeds, and right here is the key. And you only get that key if you open all the chests in the correct order. Save and quit from here. All right, from here, worth noting, by the way, either in the Armos room or in the room before it, you can get a Pegasus seed drop. That will allow you to be more aggressive with seeds here. Like 12 is a good number to have after that save and quit from here. However, if you get a Pegasus seed drop, you'll have either 17 or 16, and you can just kind of like use seeds wherever the hell you want to in this dungeon and beyond, which is nice. But it's not required, but it's nice. But yeah. Since I have 12, though, I'm not going to use a seed here. This point onwards, by the way, I have the ring equipped. So you need to be, I'm like in defense mode, basically, right now. I'm in defense mode from here until I get the next key. So I'm just like kind of making sure I don't get hit. This water spider right here is actually on track to come hit me. So I'm going to make sure I kill it. Just don't get hit here. Do not get hit, because everything that can damage you here with the ring equipped will do 1 heart of damage. Oh, make sure you hit this, by the way. Hit this, hit that switch on the way here. You can theoretically, you can do these next few keys in really any order you want, but this is the best order, I think, for menuing purposes. Like, it's just the least amount of menus. Hey, look, I got hit right after I said not to get hit. Nice, how surprising. But that's cool. Nice, I got hit again. All right, so say you're low health here, which I am low health, by the way. I'm a little bit lower health than I want to be. And which means, of course, I need to be pretty careful. I don't want to lose my potion. From here, I actually unequip the ring because I don't need it anymore. Do the same thing we did when entering the dungeon, except this time we're going to go in here. Make sure your glove is north polarity by just pressing the button. This room can be done a couple different ways. I like to do the jump, the jump acceleration strat towards this, just like I did in the other room. So it looks a little bit like this. And then I can read this guy from here and see what I want to do. Now, this particular like mechanic right here where it'll rotate me, like basically I can stay here and just rotate around here. I apologize for the sound, by the way. I can just stand there and rotate like as much as I want. And when I let go, I have like at least a tile's worth of room to walk here. So I can walk to the left, like up to here. And I can do one of a couple of things from here. I can either just jump left to here and open the chest, or I can jump up left and repel against this to give me a little bit of a boost. This Helmosaur, though, will sometimes, in fact, most of the time, prevent you from doing one or even both of those strats. Sometimes this Helmosaur is kind of a jerk. So, for lack of a better terminology, so we Yeah, but now we can kind of just ignore that Helmosaur, hopefully. So you can just walk over and do that to open the chest. What's nice about that strat too is that your glove is already north. Your glove is already to the north, so you can just like get it again and whoops and do that. Just don't press the button again like I just did. But yeah, if any enemies are in your way there, it's probably best to try and go around them and not try and jump over them, because honestly, the hurt boxes for those enemies definitely are not friendly. Like, the collision in this game in general is a lot less lenient than, say, Link's Awakening in terms of like the size of them. So right here, let me actually rewind so I can tell you what I just did there. So entering this room, I do the same thing. I use like, I have gloves on north, and I do the jump attraction acceleration. I don't even know what you call that. It's a thing. It's mid-air acceleration towards this. So my gloves are on south now. I repel, and an interesting bit of tech as well that you can do with magnetic gloves is if you are using the magnetic gloves on something that you can repel against or attract yourself towards, if you let go of the magnetic gloves, you can jump exactly a frame after you let go. In this case, it's actually as simple as, like, if you get to here, right? If you get to this spot and you see this gel is in the way, you can pause right about here. Let me just like, okay, that's fine. You can pause right about there, equip the sword and the ring, and then coming out of the menu, you can hold down right and feather, and you can jump off the hole like that. And so this minecart will just take you to the key. You grab the key. Oops. So right now I have, once again, coming into this room, I have the ring equipped, and getting hit by a Zol, the red gel looking thing, getting hit by a Zol will do a whole heart of damage. So yeah, I want to make sure to not get hit. So this mini boss with the ring is actually pretty manageable. This is the tiger mini boss, the classic Zelda tiger that appears in every Zelda game, of course. Or just this one, that works too. But basically, so this mini boss will go down to a spin slash or two spin slashes and a single slash with the ring equipped. So entering the room, right about like on this column of tiles right here where Link gains control, or where you gain control of Link, excuse me, I'm gonna jump and slash in the air and then hold my sword out like that. And then as soon as I get there, I'm just going to spin slash, hit the tail, and I want to slash the tail one more time, like that. So at this point, the tiger does the same thing every single time. It will curl up into a ball. It'll go all Sonic the Hedgehog on you. It'll try and charge up at you in ball form, and it'll basically try and kill you like that. So we're just going to chill at the top of the room here, and this fight is super consistent. We're just going to chill at the top of the room, jump when it is about to hit us, like this. And then during the jump, I will hold my sword out and prepare to do a spin slash. I'm going to stand right here. I want to stand right on this tile. I don't want to be any farther south of this. And as soon as the tiger comes up, now this is a bit scary, but trust me when I say this is fine. The tiger's going to come up and it's going to appear to hit me. And right here, it's going to cancel its attack. And as soon as it cancels, I'm going to spin slash and kill it. Like that. And that's how you fight that boss. It's actually like a super simple... It's a pretty simple boss, right? When you get down to it.
Yeah.
So without pausing at all, it looks like this. Okay, sometimes you can jump a little early there. I jumped early. But it doesn't affect the fight, and it only does a heart of damage. If you have more than a heart of damage, you don't have to worry about that. Or if you have more than a heart of health, excuse me, not damage. Grab the fairy if you're low on health. It's no big deal to grab the fairy. So right here, we want to equip the gloves, Pegasus seeds, and unequip the ring. We don't need the ring anymore for the rest of the dungeon. You want to come up here. I want to make sure that my gloves are south entering this room because I like to, right away in this room, we're going to go ahead and use the gloves. So you might have noticed earlier in this room, I'm bad, so I didn't actually explain what I was doing in this room earlier. But it's hang on, let me make a save state. It's this room right here. So this room, I pushed that block right there, and then immediately saved and quit. I'm sorry I didn't explain that. What I did there was I made this ball appear. This ball is now there. If I didn't push that block earlier, it would not be there. So what I do entering this room, and I actually kind of messed this up. Let me remake a save state here. Sorry. Okay. So make sure my gloves are south. As soon as I enter this room, I'm going to use the gloves, and then like I sort of I'm late on this because I tried to pause the game, but basically I'm going to hold up and left once Link meets the ball, and it's just going to push the ball onto this button nice and handily. I'm going to rewind this again. Just going to hold up and left. There we go. That's it. That's how that's supposed to look. From here, okay, so this next room is going to have some flames that we were supposed to approach from the back and like kind of we were actually supposed to take a ball with us from the other side and like use the ball to shield us from the flames. We don't really care about that. We're just going to damage boost through them. So just make sure you have the health for it, which you should have the health if you got the fairy from the mini boss. So you want to equip the feather over the gloves. And if you position yourself like right about where I am right here, like basically right in the middle of these 4 tiles here, you can buffer right and jump here. And if you if you do this correctly, you can actually just jump and sort of get like a damage boost off of here. Now, if you get hit the other way, you can still make it while only getting hit once, but ideally you'd only get hit once, basically. Ideally, you'd get boosted forward, but don't worry about that too much. It's not a big deal if you don't get it, but yeah, like I got boosted backwards there, but I still made it fine. So that's yeah, you're supposed to use this ball to push it over here so you can grab it from here. It's weird. Honestly, don't even really remember how to do this room casually, but it's basically that's how you do it. All right, so this 2D underground section, you use a seed right away, and then you equip the gloves and jump off this ladder. You only need a little. So basically, what we're gonna do is once we're here, we're gonna use the gloves to attract this S tile right here, or this like magnetic hunk of metal, I guess. So we tap the gloves. You just need a little tap. Like you only need like a couple frames of tap to land on this ledge. And we're going to jump right off the middle of this platform, all the way down. And it looks kind of cool. Whee! So you just like kind of enter this hole without messing with this ladder. You don't need to climb down the ladder. Climbing down the ladder is slower than just like jumping down here. But yeah, just make sure you're on like at least the middle of this platform, or else you'll come up short and land on the spikes, which is not great. And then from here, I like to jump right away here, and then hit this platform and jump right again. And this platform is moving so these have conveyors on them. This one's moving to the right, or this like has like a platform on it, which will push Link to the right when he's on it. And this one has the same thing, but going to the left. So what I like to do is I like to wait a little bit on this platform to like make it to the key that's over there, like the big key. It looks a little bit like that, except you jump. Let me rewind that. Except you would jump like that. There we go. Grab the key. It's only one text box. So it's just like A and then start select. Did I mention, by the way, that in order to open the save and quit menu, you press start and select at the same time?
I don't believe so.
I don't think I ever said that. I don't think I ever said that. You press start and select at the same time, and then you soft reset by pushing all the buttons. I think I did mention that by pressing A, B, start, select. Okay. Anyway, now that that's out of the way, now we can go to the boss of Dungeon 5, which is quite a boss. And I'll try to go over some ways to fight him, or I'll go over like the way I fight him, because I honestly don't know any other way. But so you want to equip seeds, and then once you're below here, you want to use the gloves to get up there and just barely make it. And then once you jump and can get over this, and then like south rappel yourself up here to get to that platform, and then to the ladder. This room, especially with the RNG I got entering, this room can be a pain. But basically, yeah, that's how you do it. You can also just do it like the sort of the more casual way, so like you can attract there and then attract there. But the fastest way to do this room is like this, not by falling. There we go. These pots, by the way, both have hearts if you need them. Please. The keys in this room are terrible. Keys in general are terrible. Oh my god. And I'm like, the RNG that I'm experiencing right now is not particularly great either. It's like generally what I'd do is I'd grab a heart and then just like do that, except I'd face left. There we go. Just make sure you face left before you hit that. Okay, so the boss here. The boss here is Dig Dogger. Dig Dogger, basically on the top right of the screen, there's a magnetic spiky ball that you need to attack Dig Dogger with using the gloves. So yeah, this boss takes a while to actually get used to. This boss will probably take the second most practice of any boss in this game. We'll get to the one that takes the most practice in just a bit, Dungeon 6. Well, actually, in just a bit, I mean the 2 dungeons from now. Manhandla is a thing. But basically, so I'm going to save a state here and sort of like practice this. So immediately you want to use the gloves in North Polarity. Make sure you hit them 4 times. So this is the part of the fight that's hard, though, is getting all these in preferably 1 cycle. Most of the time you'll 2 cycle, though. Which is fine. This boss fight is really hard to do well. But basically, just use the magnetic gloves, like pull it back and forth. What I like to do, though, like my go-to strat for this boss is to since most, if not all, of the I'll call them babies for the sake of simplicity. Most, if not all, the babies will be moving to some degree horizontally. Like they'll go off in different directions. They don't change, like they don't like randomly move. They randomly start. Like the angle at which they start is random, but the direction that they move is dependent solely on like the deflections off the walls and stuff like that. Like their angle stays the same off of walls. So what I do is so every single baby is over to the right. Right. So I'm just going to stand here and wait for them to come back because I know they will. So it looks a bit like this. I missed that one. There we go. So like the key to this fight is to be patient with that cycle. It's hard to be patient, but the key is to be patient with it. And the best part of this fight is the noise, by the way.
It is a pretty good noise.
I just barely got that 1 cycle. Now, sometimes you'll kill the main Dig Dogger, or like you'll split Dig Dogger at the very bottom of the room, and you'll see one of the babies going just like straight from right to left. That's the troll position right there. So if you have seemingly killed everyone in the room, and then you still hear like the noise of it moving around. And you're like, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? It's most likely at the bottom, just doing that. So like, just be aware of that. Ooh. But yeah, this is a fight that you're gonna want to practice a lot. So again, just like chill in the middle and just go up and down. Just try to keep it simple. Or at least I like keeping it simple. I almost got it. But yeah, if you miss the one cycle, which is fine, honestly, just finish off whatever's left in probably the same way. By the way, I like to so for the trick that's upcoming, the hide and seek skip, I like to make sure that my glove is in a south polarity. And I also like to equip what I need after this dungeon before the dungeon actually finishes. So I'm just going to go ahead and, since jumping up staircases is faster, what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump and then equip what I need, which is bracelet and seeds and Pegasus seeds, just so that I can use the seed immediately when leaving. That's all. That's dungeon 5. How far in are we? Do we want another break?
Yeah, I was just about to ask for a break, yeah.
Okay, yeah, perfect. That's fine with me.
Perfect. So...
The sound is good.
The sound is great. We're going to take a quick wellness break just so everybody can get up, stretch their legs, get some water, anything they need to do. Right before we go to our break, though, I do just want to remind everybody. So alongside all of our reoccurring shows, Hotfix actually has multiple week-long events, including Frost and Flame Fatales. Those are women-led events, and they happen twice a year supporting other great charities. And if you have any ideas for your own show or any one-off events for the GDQ Hotfix, you can actually go to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix to submit your own ideas. We're going to take a quick wellness break, and we'll see y'all in a few minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the GDQ Hotfix. This is How to Train a Speedrunner. We're going to be doing something a little unusual for the show. TGH is doing a great job, and he's being very thorough. But it is taking a little bit longer than we expected it to take. And at the very least, I do have to be up at a specific time tomorrow. So unfortunately, I won't be able to stick around for a full tutorial. So I'm going to ask TGH to show off the hide and seek skip he's been talking about. And then after that, we're going to pause the tutorial and we'll have to come back for a part 2 at some point. Because otherwise I'm going to be a zombie tomorrow, and that would not do well with what I have planned. So I'll throw it back to you, TGH, and you can take it away.
Thank you. Yeah, I honestly, I have a lot more to say about a lot of stuff than I envisioned myself having. So, yeah, this is taking a lot longer than I imagined. But I'm glad, and I hope that this can be a good resource for folks just who want to get into the game or maybe learn some more intermediate stuff as well, because I am touching on that. And speaking of which, by the way, we are going to move into hide and seek skip as well. So hide and seek skip is one of the more difficult tricks in this game. And so once again, I will say that Dragon & Co. made a fantastic tutorial back in 2015, and while that is by today's standards of the run, outdated, it's still a really good source for people who don't want to learn tricks like this, because this is a double frame perfect trick. So I definitely want to stress that and say that it's completely valid to want to go by that route, because the route that doesn't do this skip does D4 before D5 actually does the dungeons in order. So keep that in mind, and also just does overworld routing a little bit differently as well. So if you don't do this skip, following that guide is also completely fine. So yeah, just with that in mind, I'm going to go ahead and showcase it. So after Dungeon 5, you want to use a seed, pick up that rock, and then equip Feather over the rock and jump over the hole, and then get in here. So this portal will bring you to here, and we're going to go over and do what is called hide and seek skip. So I mentioned in Dungeon 5 that using the magnetic gloves while in the air against something that you can be like attracted to or repelled against will increase your like you'll accelerate in the air basically. So what you want to do is utilize that as well as a bomb boost. So this has a very particular setup, and I'll go over exactly how I do this. So hide and seek skip. Please stop maximizing the screen. There we go. So hide and seek skip is it requires a specific setup, and also is it requires you to. All right, so the frame that you use the magnet gloves in the first place is frame perfect. And also the frame that you need to hold left after using the magnet gloves is frame perfect. Because you want to be facing right while the skip is happening so that you can continue to repel or so that you can repel the thing in the first place. So the screen in question looks like this. The object here is to clip into this rock right here enough so that I can pull it from the hole. And essentially use this part of use this, which is normally meant to be a backtrack / shortcut from coming from the left, as a way to go to the left without activating. Like over here, there's a cutscene that happens if you walk in some certain tiles on a screen. Subrosians will come and jump you and steal your feather, and you don't want that to happen. You want to completely skip that with this route. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the seed that we have active here. We need to use 2 seeds to get here in the first place. We want to jump over here, and I'm going to wait for my seed to run out. So I'm going to stand right here and just wait for it to run out. I want to line up on this X pixel right here. Now, lining up on the same pixel every time, just makes this more consistent, at least I feel. You can do this on a bunch of different pixels here, but this X pixel, or rather, you can do it on a bunch of different Y pixels, but this X pixel is important to be on. So from here, I want to be on this. I want to be on this tile. And I want to equip sword and bombs. And I need to turn, right? I need to turn without actually moving Link. And I can do that with the sword by doing this. Because I can swing my sword wherever I want here, in any direction I want, and Link will not move, which is nice. So we can utilize that to face to the right. As long as you swing again in that direction, in the right direction before Link changes position, or before Link ends his sword swing, you can just swing twice and face in any direction you want on this specific pixel. It's just a way to turn in place. From here, I'm going to pick up a bomb and place it. I'm going to wait until it flashes. You need to keep track of the flashes. I am going to I'm going to jump on this frame. So I want to equip gloves in the south polarity as well as the feather. Now, the frame that you can jump on is actually relatively lenient compared to the rest of the trick. Basically, you can do 3 flashes, you can do 4 flashes. You don't need to count the exact amount of flashes, but after about 3 flashes is probably fine. Is definitely fine. So here, from here, you want to jump. So you can buffer the feather out of the menu. And from here, you're going to have Link jump, and you're going to buffer the save and quit menu. So the save and quit menu is, unfortunately, there's no way to buffer frame by frame like there is in, I keep comparing to Link's Awakening, but like there is in Link's Awakening where you can just hold the start button. Buffering is not that simple, unfortunately, in this game. This trick, upon starting out with it, may take you several tries. And this saves about 1.5 minutes over the other route as well, if you feel like taking on this time save. So keep that in mind. If you want to weigh the pros and cons of either doing the skip or not doing the skip, just keep in mind that time save. It saves about 1.5 minutes. if you do it first try. So what I'm going to do from here is I want to buffer until, and we'll see if I can get it as well. I'm gonna save a state right here. I want to buffer until the first frame that Link is completely upright in the air. Like, you know how Link does like a flip? The first frame that Link is completely upright in the air, I want to pause on, okay? So I was actually early on that one. Also, you want to press B as well to cancel out of the save and quit menu. Okay, that was actually super early. I need to do this like from the from the very start. Let me just like, please. Okay, maybe I can't do it anymore.
Oh,
okay, yeah. So let's see. It's fine. I just need to set it up again. So once again, make sure your glove is in south polarity, by the way. That's why I want to make sure that my glove is on south before entering. But if it's not, just make it south again by just tapping the button. But don't do it while facing right because you'll attract this or repel against that. So you just sort of turn in place for the bomb, or just drop the bomb without pressing anything. Jump. And I want that frame right there. So I'm pretty sure I got it. Sometimes it's hard to see like the exact frame, but I'm pretty sure I got it right there. So this is the first frame that Link is completely upright. And from here, I'm going to buffer. Oh, I let go of the button. That's not good. Okay, why don't I do it like this, actually? All right, I'm going to just like do it with frame advance to show you exactly which frames you need. So you want, this is the frame before, right? The way you can tell that you're on the frame before is that Link's nose here is completely below this, this horizontal line. And that'll be consistent as long as you're up against the northern wall. So the very next frame is the frame that Link is upright. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is I am going to press B for... All right, so I'm going to press B and then buffer again, or hold B all the way throughout this for all the active frames. So I want Link to be there, basically in the middle of this like explosion puff here. So like you can see like a little bit of the hair sticking out here, but basically Link is maybe slightly left of it, but just pretty much in the middle of that explosion. I want that frame. I want that frame right there. From that frame, you hold left and B. And what that'll do, if everything is correct, you'll see that Link will actually get, he gets bomb boosted and also uses the acceleration, like the midair acceleration from here, to actually clip slightly into this rock. So you can tell that he's in a good position here because the back pixel of like his foot here is level with the light pixels of the rock. So the foot would completely cover the dark area here of this rock if you were farther down. So from here, what I want to do is let go of gloves while still holding left, and then pause. Actually, wait, I need to, there we go, unpause the game first. So you see how Link moved or faced left? Actually, this might be bad because I didn't open the pause menu. Instead, yeah, okay, whatever. I didn't open the pause menu. Instead, I opened the save and quit menu, which is not good. Let me do this one more time. So right there is the frame that you hold the gloves on. Right here is the frame you hold left on. So continue holding B and hold left. Oh, that actually wasn't correct. I think I might have jumped too early. This trick is not easy. And once again, it is perfectly valid to opt out of doing this and just do the dungeons in order. Oh, what am I doing? That's not good. Okay, so right on this frame here. So like if you pause and you see yourself on this frame, which is the first frame that Link is upright, and it's a little hard to see because the game is fading out in the process because of the menu. But so I'm holding B. I'm waiting until Link is, I think that actually might be it. I think I might have jumped too early again, but yeah, okay. So you need to jump like maybe a little bit later. Okay, so let's see. I'm just going to frame advance till I get the right frame again. So right there, you start holding B. And then right there. So basically it's 3 frames. It's 3 frames from when you start holding B is when you want to hold left. And Link will be in the rock, just like that. From here, you want to let go. So basically you can pause, or you can open the save and quit menu from here to buffer this, but you want to, so that's what I did here. You want to get rid of that so that you're facing left. God, this is hard to explain. So you're facing left here, and I want to, okay, I did it again. I need to stop opening the save and quit menu and open the start menu instead. Okay. Frame advance to the right frame, right there. Begin holding B, right there. Begin holding left. And then right here, so the object is to turn around and then spend as little frames as possible after turning around before opening the start menu. So there we go. So you want to equip the bracelet and then just hold right and bracelet. And Link should pick up the rock. There we go. So that is hide and seek skip done. So that rock is gone, and we can then proceed through here.
That looks
and get spring.
Incredibly complex.
Yeah, it is. It is complex. And that's why I'm making it very clear that you do not have to do this.
Yeah.
You don't have to do this skip, like, especially if you're like just starting out. Definitely follow Dragon's tutorial if you're like just like starting out, or if you don't feel comfortable with like a trick that complex. Yeah. So let me end this by seeing if I can do it in real time, because it's nah, I'm a frame late. Yeah, so the first one was good. The second one was late. But if you miss it, you can just try again. No, I think I jumped too early. I have a habit of doing that. That's not right. There we go. So that's what it looks like in real time. It's like at this point, like I'm very practiced with the trick, so it's almost harder to like
slow it down,
do it frame by frame than it is to actually just do it. But yeah, I hope that was sufficient enough of an explanation.
That was a fantastic explanation of that trick.
Yeah, I just hope it was clear. Like that's the only thing, is like I feel like it's very difficult to explain what exactly I'm doing there. But yeah, that's hide and seek skip.
So,
and I guess
so basically, let me see if I can recreate it for you. You're using the pause menu to buffer your inputs. You plant a bomb. You jump at a specific frame. Then the first frame that Link is standing, you pause buffer, and 3 frames after you hold left, or no, sorry, 3 frames after you hold the magnet glove, then that'll knock you over to the other side, and then you want to spend as few frames as possible after you turn left, and then you grab the rock, and then the rock's gone.
Yes. Yep. So you said after Link is standing. If by standing you mean
vertical,
like in an upright position, yeah, you got it. You got it spot on. Yep. And that's so that is I guess that's where I'm going to leave off. Oh, by the way, these are smiley faces in the lava. Just thought I'd point that out.
Actually, that's hilarious.
I never noticed that.
So yeah, I think that is a good place to pause. Do you have anything you want to close out? Knowing that we will come back to this, do you have any thing you want to say about the run, about the first part, anything like that?
I'll answer a question real quick in chat. Actually, yeah, in my opinion, this is the hardest skip in the game. This is one of two double frame perfect, or technically double frame perfect tricks in the game. The one in Dungeon 8 that we do later is not quite as technical, although it is still double frame perfect. But like, it's not like it's just doing straight up 2 double frame perfect inputs with a setup. It's not anything like this complex, though. It's not quite this complex. But yeah, other than that, as far as that goes, like, all I can say is shout outs to the Oracle's community, both in seasons and in ages as well. To find, like, by the way, I found like none of this. This was a huge community effort by a lot of different people to find these skips, and just a lot of reverse engineering, a lot of science goes into it. And but yeah, but thanks for having me on to showcase some of the stuff. And I think it looks like I might be coming on for a part 2, because this is going a lot more thorough than I had imagined.
So to answer the question in chat, when's part 2? We're not sure. This is kind of a spur of the moment thing. This was supposed to be the entire thing, but Tej is doing an incredible job of slowing everything down, showing, like, you know what I mean.
I'm slow. No, I know what you mean though.
You're taking the time to break everything down, explain everything really well, make sure that it's very easy to understand, and you're very passionate about it, which is awesome. It just means that it's taken longer than we expected, and we can't keep going at this rate. We'll be here till probably 5:30 in the morning where we are. We're in EST Eastern, so it's just not feasible for us to do a second part right now, or to finish it off. And it's probably going to be better quality tutorial if we do a second part sometime else. So we'll have to figure out a time for that, and then we'll let everybody know as soon as we can through announcements on other shows or however we can get the word out. So yeah, the short answer is we don't know right now, but hopefully soon. Thank you so much, Tej. You're super passionate about
absolutely.
This game. You're nailing it. Like, I feel like this is so clear, so precise. Like, this is a fantastic tutorial.
Yeah, I want to see more people run it. So, like, it's and I know that a resource like the last, although it's very good, the last resource that was made is a little bit outdated. But like, it's still really good for beginners. And I know that this is like slightly more advanced than beginner stuff, but especially the last part of this. But, that's why I want to make it clear, like, these two resources can be in tandem with one another.
So we will unfortunately be ending the stream here. So just before we go, I will just make a few quick reminders. Unapologetically Black and Fast submissions are now open. This is a new reoccurring hotfix marathon. Black runners are front and center in a celebration of Black joy. The first iteration is going to be February 13th and February 14th, and it's going to be for 12 hours each day. Submissions are open now, and they'll be open until January 23rd. And a schedule will be released on the 1st of February. For more information on that, just for the link to the submission form, you can type !UBAF in chat. And we have Frost Fatales on February 27th to March 5th. You can use !FF in chat, or you can go to gamesdonequick.com/famefatales for more information on that. We are going to go to a quick break screen while we look for somebody to raid. Or actually, are we going straight to a raid, Richard? I probably should have asked before. Okay, we're just gonna go straight to the raid. So we're gonna raid somebody. They're doing a speed run. And we're gonna cheer them on. Hope everybody enjoyed the show tonight. Have a great night, everybody. We'll see you next time. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the GDQ Hotfix. This is How to Train a Speedrunner. We normally don't have a show this week. We are on an off week for us, but for those of you who were here last week, we had TGH on teaching us Legend of Zelda Oracle of Seasons, and it went a lot longer than we expected, and we had to cut it off at about the halfway point, about 3 hours in. So we're actually coming back this week to finish off that tutorial and do the second part. So we're going to have TGH finish off the Oracle of Seasons run and teach us the rest of it. Before I kick it over to him, though, I do just have a couple of quick announcements I'd like to make. We have a new reoccurring hotfix marathon called Unapologetically Black and Fast. That's going to be coming up in just over 2 weeks now. It is a celebration of black joy, and black runners are going to be front and center. Our first iteration is going to be February 12th and 13th, and it's going to be 12 hours a day. The schedule is going to be released on February 1st. We also have Frost Fatales is coming up at the end of next month, February 27th to March 5th. You can use !FF in chat, or you can go to gamesdonequick.com/framefatales for more information on that. With all that said, I do have TGH here. How are you doing, TGH?
Not bad. Glad to be back on for part 2. It's all my fault. I'm sorry.
It's all good. I appreciate how in-depth you've been going, and it is great to have you back a week after. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, glad to be here. Seriously. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. It's my pleasure. Do you have anything you want to go over just really quickly as a catch-up before we get back into it?
I think, I was just planning to kick right off, after where hide and seek skip was,
Sure.
which was the last thing I went over, the last time the last time I was live.
Yep.
So, basically, I guess my answer is no to that. I wasn't prepared to do hide and seek skip again. I think I'll forego that this time. But yeah, if basically once this is live and once this is recorded and there'll be a video of that, I guess. But for right now, yeah, let's just pick right up where we left off. So once you actually complete hide and seek skip and pick the rock up from the hole, you'll spawn back here. You'll spawn where you entered the screen from. So you're gonna use a Pegasus seed here, and we're just gonna jump over into this staircase. Oh, so something I did want to go over actually. So yeah, this is what you skip, by the way. You skip this cutscene right here. So ordinarily you'd go into Northeast Holodrum, you'd come out that portal, and then you'd jump into here, and then these subversions would come and jump you and steal your feather. And then you'd go through a whole sequence of stuff over on the west side over here. But we don't want to actually do that. Instead, we're just gonna go here. This room has some moving platforms. You definitely want to use a seed here. After you actually do hide and seek skip, you want to check your number of seeds. You want to see how many seeds you actually have. If you have 2 seeds, if you only have 2 seeds, don't use a seed here. If you have anything more than 2 seeds, use a seed here. Because this underground section, particularly the second screen, you want to use a seed here to actually get through the room cleanly. So this room should look a little bit like this. Whoops, not like that. This room here, you actually, you want to slow down a little bit after jumping. It's just slightly, I like to do a little left input right there in the air. So it looks a little bit like that. Just because that second platform needs to come back a little bit for you to make that jump. So yeah. So if you still have more than 2 seeds here, you can use a seed on the screen. But that's not really that important. It saves maybe half a second or something. It's not that bad to not use a seed there. So we're gonna get spring. This is how you get this is where you get spring. There's a little bit of extra text here that basically tells you, hey, you collected all the seasons, congratulations. We save and quit out of there. We go back to the entrance, and the reason we want 2 seeds here is because we want to use a seed in this underground section, and we also want to use a seed once we actually come back out the other side. So this section right here, you use a seed and you jump over. Whoops, I actually I messed up there. I meant to save a seed and I loaded, or save a state, and I loaded it by accident. So let's just speed this up a little bit. Nice. Sorry about that.
It's all good.
Just pay no attention to the fact that my game's going extra fast right now. Okay. So here, let me save a seed. There we go. Or save a state. Okay, so you want to use a seed, and then on this screen right here, you can wait for the platforms to start moving towards each other to jump there. If you don't wait, it makes it really difficult to actually cross there. I swear, sometimes I make the perfect jump off the edge of that platform, and I still don't make it. I'm not really sure what is up with that, but that jump right there is really difficult. Trust me, it's a lot harder than I'm making it look there. I don't know how I just made it 3 times in a row, but that jump is not easy. Neither is that one, apparently. There we go. All right, so 1 seed left, and we're going to use that to actually get back to the portal we came in. Or not the portal we came in, another one. Yeah, you want to equip Gale Seeds and Sword here, and immediately we're going to use a Gale Seed. Yes, Japanese is faster than English, by the way, just in text. The text alone makes it much faster. You want to Gale Seed to this tree right here, the Spool Swamp tree. Grab the seeds and teleport away again with Gale Seeds. And then we're going to go to Sunken City right here. So collect more Gale Seeds, and then equip Pegasus Seeds and Feather, and come up here. Make sure to jump. Okay, so use a Pegasus Seed and jump over the first bit of water that you come across, just because you know, you want to maximize the higher speed of your Pegasus Seed movement. This screen right here, just like kind of cuddle up close to that bottom fish, and so you can beat the cycle. Mash A to swim faster, by the way. No matter what, like, so in Link's Awakening, you can mash like Feather to swim faster across like on ceilings, but in this game it's always A to swim faster. So all right. This screen. So you want to use a seed as soon as you come off the vines. You can't use a seed on the vines. So just like once you actually come off the vines, just use a seed. Come up here and you're gonna immediately get on the stump. You want to equip Bracelet and the Rod of Seasons, and use the rod 3 times to make it spring. So there's fall, here's winter, and here's spring. All right, so here's a little trick. This trick is actually super easy to do. So we want to get to this rooster right here. This rooster. I believe the rooster's name is Kojiri. But that might just be in Link's Awakening, but anyway. So here's Moosh. We want to actually use Moosh to get the D4 key. But Moosh wants bananas, which is why we made it spring, so that bananas grow on the screen north of here. But in order to get up there, we want to get to this rooster. But instead of going all the way around this screen and cutting the flowers and whatnot to get to the rooster, we can actually do something here called, I don't even know if this is actually properly called anything, but you can clip slightly into walls in this game just by walking into the side of them. Go away, bird. You can clip into walls, like, just barely. Like, you see how Link's nose is, like, right against, like right on the separation of tiles here between the ground and the rocks and the mushrooms? So that is actually, Link is actually 2 pixels clipped into the north wall right here. Ordinarily, if I were to just walk into, like, the side of the wall, if I were to, like, walk into it this way, Link's nose is way below that point. Like a good 2 pixels below that point. But if you walk into the corner here, Link will actually be slightly clipped into the wall, and you can just hold right on this screen, hold Bracelet, and you'll grab the rooster like that. This is one of the best sounds in the game, by the way. Right up there with the magnet gloves. You don't have to mash A and B that fast to actually get all the way up here. And it doesn't matter how fast you mash them, you'll reach this point at the same time every time. So just, like, you know, don't blow your eardrums out mashing A and B. So yeah, basically that's how you get up here. You want to equip Feather and Sword. So see those bananas up there? We're gonna get those. So this room can be dangerous. These keys are jerks. They actually stayed pretty much out of my way this time. So you can grab these bananas. You can just grab them like that, or you can like do like a jump and or a slash and jump out of the animation to grab them. After you grab the bananas, it's just like AB or AA or BB or however you want to skip that text. It's not that bad. It's just one text box, basically. All right, so now we're gonna ride Moosh. Cancel that sword swing there with a jump as well. So Moosh's text here, you want to be okay. So there are two gaps in the text boxes here. So there's a group of text boxes here, and then there will be another group of text boxes after. But there's a frame in between where you can actually input. I like to mash A through both of those text boxes. Like this is something you have to kind of get used to. So like right here, right at the end of this text box, Link is gonna like jump onto Moosh. I want to be mashing A there, so I'm mashing A now, like through this text to jump on Moosh, and then I'm mashing A again. If you mash with B, you have a chance to jump off of Moosh, which is annoying. Just like that's why I just mash A there. Like particularly towards the end of the text box, I try to mash A instead of B. But you ride Moosh all the way over here. Moosh movement luckily is a lot more simple than Ricky movement, thankfully. When you enter this screen right here, just be aware you'll get text right away. So just like mash A through the screen transition and Moosh will talk to you. Just mash it away with A. For the same reason, A and not B, just like let Moosh talk and don't jump off of him. This next screen, once again, mash A through here and you should just like jump right there. So one thing I actually use for this screen that I actually quite embarrassingly found out just recently, which is a good way to do this screen. So there are actually two ways from right here to make it to the key. You can either land here, or you can just fly all the way around here. So you can either do this, just like mash A all the way around and Moosh will make it there, or the amount of hole tiles that you see here actually corresponds to the amount of times you press A in the air. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to make it. I found that out very, very recently, and like, you know, embarrassingly enough to admit. But either way you want to do that is fine. I don't think either way is particularly faster than the other, so don't worry about that. So you want to save and quit to come back up here. You'll spawn at these stairs, come down here again, and basically go the same way, except instead of jumping on Moosh, nice bomb drop, instead of jumping on Moosh, you want to equip the Rod of Seasons and your Pegasus Seeds and dash over here. Just do your best to avoid that Tektite. Sometimes can spawn in your way. Just avoid him. Just like don't try to engage him with the rod. Just walk around him, basically. This screen right here, so these enemies can be real jerks. Just do your best to avoid the likes and the moblin. Like honestly, sometimes the moblin will just spawn in your way. If you need to, equip feather or sword to either jump over him or kill him. Like it's not that big of a deal. It's hard. Sometimes it's hard to avoid like this situation. I could have gone through there, but equipping the feather is whatever. Just especially if you're low health like I am right now, like definitely keep that in mind. Sometimes you can use the rod to fend them off, but generally you either want to go through them or jump over them. Using the rod sometimes is kind of unreliable. The likes, by the way, the likes do 0 damage. So if you don't want to take damage, just like, you know, you'd rather run into a like than a moblin, essentially. You want to swing the rod 3 times here to make it winter, and then during the fade in transition, because again, fade in transitions save time to menu during, you equip the feather and use another seed to go over here. Try to jump over the moblins if they're in your way, like that. Jump up that staircase and go in here immediately. So like entering this room, I actually like to like roll from B to A to use a seed and immediately jump. like ideally you'd make it all the way to the staircase with the seed, but because I was demonstrating that, I kind of didn't, but that's okay. This room right here, so it looks like you can't quite make this jump, but you actually can. So it actually looked like I got a damage boost there from the key, so it didn't matter. I would have made it anyway. So should look like that. But if you move a half a tile over, it's actually like, it actually makes this jump a lot easier, moving a half tile over, because it makes it so that you like land midway between the tiles, which is nice. So just like move over and then jump like that. And that jump shouldn't be that bad. Coming out on the fade in transition, you want to equip Feather and Bracelet, and you're gonna hold the rooster again, mash A and B to get across, and enter the key into the keyhole. As far left as possible, just to save some walking frames. So you get some white noise there from the water stopping. But as soon as you... Alright, so once you come down here, there's that moblin is gonna still be there. He hasn't left, and he can be a real I'm using the word jerk a lot for lack of better terminology here, but basically just be aware that moblin can be there, and don't sleep on him. But yeah, he actually spawned in like the best place possible there, but just be aware that he can be here. If he does spawn here, feel free to equip the rod and like try to swat him away, or just try and jump over him. But yeah, you need the rod anyway for this, so like equipping the rod is not an extra menu. Swing the rod twice to make these vines appear and enter Dungeon 4. So here's Dancing Dragon Dungeon. This very first room of D4. So Link's swimming speed, real quick thing about Link's swimming speed. Link's swimming speed, the max speed is 40 units, which is the same as Link's walking speed normally. But you'll see, like, if you swim in water while mashing A, the speed like oscillates. Like he'll go faster than slower, then faster than slower, just based on like, you know, the boost that you get from pressing A makes his speed 40 for a brief second. So with that being said, you want to maximize the time that you're on the ground here. So I like to move diagonally up to here and then swim to here to maximize this movement as well. Just a little frame saver, just like spend as much time as possible on land here. That's all. Jump in this minecart. Very important here. You want to hit this switch on the way up with the Rod of Seasons. That's why we're keeping that equipped. Because we're not going to have anything equipped on the way back down that's going to allow us to hit that. Equip bombs. You can equip bombs and like pick up the bomb as early as like... Keys, please. Like, pick up the bomb as early as like right here and throw it. But these enemies are kind of ruthless sometimes, so definitely be careful. It's best to be safe here. Nice Pegasus seed drop. I don't think I've ever seen a Pegasus seed drop there. That'd be great in a run. So this room. Let me actually go over this room. This room, to push these pots optimally, there are probably a bunch of different ways to do this. Feel free to find your own, but this is the way I do it. So you pick up these first two pots, and the thing with these pots is that, so when you push one, you want to push another one before the one that you just pushed stops moving, so that you can move more at a time, essentially. So like you push that one, push that one, push that one, and you can like... Basically, it's faster to push multiple at a time than it is to just push one at a time to where it needs to be. So basically, like the beginning, like the opening move here in this room, if you will, is to push each pot towards their respective buttons. So like each direction, each position of the pot that they're in is like where you want them to go. So let me see if I can explain that in more understandable terms. So basically, this pot is gonna go to here, this pot's gonna go to here, this pot's gonna go to here, etc. So the opening play here is just to push each pot once in the direction that it should go. And also push the top, middle, and bottom middle pots onto the buttons already. You might as well. And do the same thing here. After pushing this pot onto its button, I like to equip feather and seeds here. I'll do this room one more time, a little bit more quickly, just to you know, do it. So it looks like this. And then Link just I forgot to mention, Link just stands on the last button on the left side. So I'm actually not going to use a seed here because I don't want to use more seeds. And I didn't save a state before this because I'm smart. So you don't have to use seeds here. Like, you don't have to use seeds anywhere I am unless I, like, say otherwise, essentially. But
basically,
so yeah,
for
that's,
cycles and stuff, right?
Yeah. Like, there's a point coming up where it's necessary, but anywhere else, like anywhere you want to actually like allocate your seed usage, like you can do it. It's you can personalize it yourself, but yeah, I would recommend like using seeds where I do, but like until you get used to the run, it's kind of hard to like really allocate them properly. So like just use them where you want at first. Like that's fine. All right, unless unless like you actually need to use one coming up. So from here, you get back in the minecart, and see we have feather and seeds equipped here, so we can't hit that. So we have to hit it on the way up, that lever there. This room, you want to just push this up. If these guys get in your way, these gels, just equip sword and kill them. That one I actually could have gotten away without killing it, but like just to demonstrate, just like equipping sword and killing. If you do equip sword on this transition, re-equip seeds and use the seeds. If you don't equip sword, you don't have to worry about that though. So just come down here, try your best to avoid the keys and these bubbles. All right, so this room, let me actually demonstrate this. So there was a situation in Dungeon 3 earlier in this tutorial where I showcased like pausing, actually interrupting the fade in animations, right? And how moving platforms, like their cycles, actually just like they pause along with your pause, whereas otherwise they keep going. So I usually I buffer select there so that I can make it over that platform. Watch what happens when I don't do that. See how much of a difference that makes?
That's a huge difference.
Yeah, so using the select buffer there just allows you to actually get over that. This room here, y'all may have played Mega Man. This game was made by a Capcom subsidiary, after all, flagship. So this is basically Heatman stage. The disappearing and reappearing blocks. These blocks always disappear and reappear in the same pattern, or the same way every time. It is not RNG. So what I like to do is as soon as this block appears right here, I jump. And like you can trust that. You can trust this block appearing right here. And as soon as this block appears, you could just jump onto it and you'll be fine. So, and then just like keep going. Like that. I normally actually don't do exactly that, but I usually do something like that. There we go. So like I usually jump I jump straight up from that block that I was talking about. Like from this block right here, I jump straight up. And then just hold right. Like the feather mechanics are kind of weird. Like Link sometimes takes a bit to get like acceleration going in the air. It's a little bit strange, but you'll get used to it. All right, so coming up here, we're gonna have a dark room. Just follow what I do in this room. It's not, I don't think it's that hard to see the floor here, but But yeah, you can jump across these holes. And I usually like, I cut that one pretty close. I jump from here to like this tile here. But you don't have to do that. But this jump right here from here to here is not that bad. And then get this key and then save and quit. Now, one thing to note here, let me actually do this over again. One thing to note is that if you're low on health and you don't have a potion, you can death warp here for some health. Like, that is an option that you have. So like, if say I have 1 heart and I don't have my potion, I do have my potion, so I'm not gonna do this. But you can fall in the hole twice. You'll fall in the hole here, and you'll spawn at the staircase, and then you'll fall in the hole again, and you'll just die instead of saving and quitting to get back to the beginning here. But essentially, saving and quitting does the same thing. It's just a little faster. So from here, we're gonna go east. Now that we have a bunch of keys, or 2 keys. This room right here. So since we use the seed here, the spacing of jumps like over these spikes is actually, it actually seems a little weird. But if you jump diagonally here, if you jump like from here up here, the spacing works out perfectly. That was a bad example. Oh, I didn't save a state. Whoops. All right, we'll do these rooms again, I guess. I'll get back in the groove of saving states. Okay. Let me actually save state here, enter. So see how well like diagonal jumping works out there. So if I were to try and jump straight, I would have to like stop my jump really awkwardly, and that's just awkward. So jumping diagonally is nice and smooth there. This room, you want to dive into the water as soon as possible. There's health under these pots. There's always health under this one. I've seen health not spawn under that one, but most of the time it has health, I find. So if you need some health, then definitely take advantage of that. Once I jump into this minecart, I like to equip sword. That's not sword. I like to equip sword and also turn on my ring, or equip my ring. So there's no faster way to do this. You just got to take the minecart to the end here, jump back in. Hit the lever. Make sure you hit the lever either on the way over to the right or the way back. Use a seed in this room. Oops. It's fine. I just wanted to show you that like lights do no damage. If anybody asks, that's what you say. All right, so so we make our way back after getting that key. Oh, by the way, catching the key in that room is actually, it's not important, but it does save a little bit of time to actually catch the key in that room in the water. Because if you don't catch it, you have to dive underwater and you'll get some text when you get the key. So just keep that in mind. It saves a little bit of time to catch it. All right, so we just like unlock that key block, kill these Stalfos, and there are some guaranteed Pegasus drops under here. I have never encountered a situation where I didn't get at least one of those, so you can pretty much plan your menu route if you have one, if you want to have one, around equipping Bracelet there to actually pick up the pick up those seeds. And trust me, you will need those seeds. Or you want them. You might not need them, but you want them. They are faster to pick up. So take this minecart all the way. Sometimes that Stalfos right there, the Stalfos right below me will spawn, will be like right here. Sometimes you can curb your jump up the staircase. It's a little tricky, but like just be aware that Stalfos can be in the way. So the next room, this room is a little bit tricky with spacing, but once again, diagonal jumps are your friend here. So like jumping straight onto these is awkward. So like jumping straight onto that one, you just want a diagonal jump. If this bubble here, so if that leftmost bubble, if this bubble goes down like this, especially if you're low on health, if this bubble is going down right, hesitate on this tile a little bit, because if you jump over right away, you'll hit it. Like it'll hit you. Let me see if I can get an RNG that that shows that. Not quite. No, it's actually giving me good RNG now.
As a standard with the rest of this tutorial, you're only getting the same RNG.
Yeah. Yep. So it's mainly because of the way RNG works in this game. Like there aren't many things. I think I went over this before, but there aren't many things that actually roll RNG. So yeah, it is kind of easy to get the same RNG a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Good to know for practicing, by the way, if you want to practice the stuff. If you want to practice different RNGs, like equipping the sword and slashing a few times is a good way to do it quickly. Otherwise, just like letting RNG, like, you know.
You might have explained this last week, but I'm gonna ask again because I don't remember. Do you know how many different like RNG seeds there are?
Whatever 256 squared is. I think it's like 65,536. Okay, gotcha. So yeah, something along those lines. There are a lot of them, but they are easily manipulable, at least, or at least compared to other games. Yeah. So before you enter this, just be aware that thing can hit you and hesitate if it goes down right. Basically, I can't seem to get the right RNG for it, but whatever. So here you want to equip sword and ember seeds. So here we have for those of you who've played Link to the Past, you might recognize the premise of this boss or this mini boss. He's back. This is actually I think the proper name of this boss is Agunimu. No relation to Aghanim whatsoever. But all right. So the premise of this boss is that you need to light these two torches, and the one with the shadow underneath it is the real one. So in this case, it's going to be the top one. You just need to like react to it. Like once you actually enter this room, let me actually enter the room. Like show this off properly. Also, there's one box of dialogue when you enter. As soon as Aghanim gets to, Agunimu. As soon as Agunimu gets to like right underneath this rightmost torch here, you want to start lighting the torches. So I light this one, then I come over and light this one, like this, and then just hit whichever one is has the shadow, like that. Light them again, and it just takes one more slash. As long as you have the ring equipped, it's just 2 spin slashes and a slash. You can collect the fairy and move on, and jump into the minecart. I would recommend. So there's a jump at the end of this dungeon that is kind of difficult to pull off. If you don't want to deal with that jump, I would definitely recommend collecting some ember seeds here. Each of these bushes have a 50-50 chance to spawn one. So you have like those, and if you don't get one there, you can come over and hit those. But yeah, leaving this room with 20 ember seeds is not a terrible idea. Just gonna throw that out there. So here we go. We're gonna jump in here, and we're gonna equip feather and Pegasus seeds and unequip the ring. Unequipping the ring, I would highly recommend unequipping the ring here, because it's really easy to take damage in a lot of parts of this dungeon. You know, kind of like this game altogether. It's just really easy to take damage altogether, and with the ring equipped, the damage that you take is effectively doubled in this dungeon. So definitely be wary of like where you have your ring equipped, and yeah, see, like these keys are being mean. So like right now, I would have 4 hearts if I didn't unequip the ring instead of 5.5. Like it's kind of huge. It's a big difference, especially when you consider that Goma, the boss at the end of this dungeon, deals with its strong attack. It deals 1.5 hearts of damage. Yeah. So we got the slingshot, by the way. So that room, by the way, I call it Indiana Jones room 1. There are 2 of them in this run. So trust me, you'll see later. So we got the slingshot from that room. That room is pretty simple. I didn't really go over too much, but just like make sure you know where your seed's gonna run out. It'll run out like somewhere near like the western part of the room. Just like be wary of that. grab the slingshot. The slingshot chest only has one text box, so just mash that away with 2 presses of B or A or whatever. And then leave, jump back in the minecart, and come back up here to where the mini boss room was. We're going to come up here, and we're going to spawn the key chest up here by using the slingshot for the first time. Just go back through that room the same way you came in. And here we want to equip the slingshot with ember seeds over your Pegasus seeds. And we want to go 1, 2, 3. Oh, I missed. Okay. If you miss, you can get it when you go past. That's actually a good demonstration of that, I guess. If you miss, you can like don't panic, just like hold left and mash the slingshot button. And then from there you can save and quit. Like as soon as you hear the jingle, you can save and quit. So now we go back in here. So now we're gonna go back down. The route through this dungeon is kind of it's kind of windy, and you go through a lot of the same rooms a lot of different times. I find myself, in order to remind myself where to go, I find myself looking at what I have equipped, which might be weird. I don't know. It might just be a me thing, but like, that's just like something that I've gotten used to. Like I say like, oh, like which way do I go? What do I have equipped? Oh, I have this equipped. I have feather and slingshot equipped. Okay, I gotta go down. It's like, so that's just like what I think of when I when I try to figure out which way to go, is I look at what I have equipped. Because sometimes I can't really remember otherwise. This room here. Okay, so coming into this room on the minecart, we're going to be hitting some switches with the slingshot. Now, the keys in this room are going to do everything they can to keep you from accomplishing that goal. So your goal here is to hit 2 switches, and if keys get in your way, you have to react appropriately. You have to like fire another shot right away, and you can use pause buffers to sort of like figure this out, or like to like react well. But it's like I fire 1 and I'm getting really lucky. The keys like never actually got in my way. But here, let me see if I can. Okay, yeah, see, like that keys would have been in my way. I need to equip the sword just to like change the RNG here. It's like that keys was in my way, so it didn't work. I have to redo the entire room, and like see what I have to do when I miss. I have to take this minecart all the way back up and all the way back here before I can try again. And it's just like, it's just pain. It's just pain. So
that's rough.
So what I do is like, if I see that keys is getting in my way, I try and fire another one and hit it like that. You can get around the keys RNG. You can. It's not easy, but you can do it. Otherwise, you're taking a couple of trips back and forth across the tracks here. But yeah, if you're lucky, nothing will get in your way. What I like to do on the second one, though, what I like to do is I like to pause here and equip my Pegasus seeds here. And if I see that a keys got in my way, I just unpause and fire another one. It's just like a good way to like, you know, freely react to... I've had a keys come from like seemingly out of absolutely nowhere before and block my shot. Like that can happen. And yeah, you don't want that to happen. You don't want the keys to actually block your shot. Okay. So coming up, we're going to be going up here and then to the right. And there are a couple different ways to do this next room, but you want to use a seed here. And so ordinarily the game wants you to come over here and jump across these holes there and do that. What you can do instead is you can actually make this jump. It's a little bit tight, but you can make that jump. Thanks, Keys. So what I do for this jump is I try to enter like on the lower half of the screen here. And then I try to jump as late as possible there. And then in the air, like maybe midway through my jump, I switch from holding upright to right. And I should land like right there. Like that. And you come in here and you just like get into this right pool as soon as possible. Oh, thanks, like. Get into this right pool as soon as possible and dive in. And the big key is right there. there's a hint somewhere else in the dungeon that tells you the key is in the eye of the skull, and apparently that's what they were talking about. So yeah, just dive underwater for that one. So here, the last order of business is to go get this last key that we had the chest spawn for earlier. So we come up here. Be aware on that jump, by the way, on this jump over, this bubble or this anti-fairy here can come down. It'll hit you. If you're fine on health, don't worry too much about the hit. Or you can wait for it if you can react fast enough. But yeah, like that bubble's not very cool. So just come over here, grab the chest, and make your way back. Your seed should run out right about here. I like to mash seeds through there. All right, so coming into this room, I equip sword and slingshot with gale seeds equipped. And slingshot with gale seeds is nice. You don't want to use too many gale seeds in this run because like you need them for later. But in this room, you want to push this block down, wait a little bit for the block to move all the way down. I'll show you what happens when you don't wait. Basically the spike trap won't care, and it'll like go through it. But if you have Pegasus seeds, if you have like Pegasus seed speed, you actually have to worry about the spike trap like going through the block. And then what's even better is the spike trap will then be trapped on this row right here. So yeah, you don't want the spike trap on this row because you need to shoot that lever right there with a seed. Oh, actually, Church, I just realized that I'm not sharing my screen. I can share my screen real quick.
Oh, okay,
Give me just a second. Yeah, sorry.
No, that's fine.
Okay, so let me go ahead and share this. Share your screen and locations. There we go. Okay, should be good now. Sorry about that.
That's
totally
fine.
blanked. I need to do this room again. This is fine. Basically, consider this a fast motion demonstration, me getting back here. So from here we go north, we go to get the key, and then we come back. Yeah, there's a hint for it. I think the room with the key that drops in the water tells you, I think, if I'm not mistaken. All right, so I'll try and show what happens if you are too fast here with this. Yeah, see, this thing comes over and then it gets stuck there, and yeah, you get hit again. So yeah, you don't want that to happen. You want to wait a little bit. Also, you want to equip the ring as well. I don't think I mentioned that. You want to equip the ring because the next room, the very next room has some wizards in it that you don't actually have a chance to one-shot with a spin slash if you don't have the ring equipped. So this room is entirely improv. The spawns are random here, so you just need to kind of like react to what they do, which can be difficult. You can get some really bad RNG in this room sometimes, and you have to wait an extra cycle. But ideally, it can be done in 2 cycles, like that. But yeah, this is why you want the Gale Seeds with Slingshot equipped, because they take care of these guys really handily. You can also Slingshot through the minecart, by the way. The minecart is not an obstruction. Just don't get back in the minecart. Please don't get back in the minecart.
Ooh, that would be...
Yep. Oh, I actually messed up there. Yeah, just do not get back in the minecart, whatever you do. Yeah, one slash won't quite do it, but that's fine.
Will they only spawn on screen, or can they spawn in like that bottom left corner off screen?
They will only spawn on the screen.
Okay.
Yeah. So so all 3 of them will spawn on the screen. That doesn't mean you'll automatically be able to get to them, but they will only spawn on screen. They can spawn like as far away as possible from you while still being on the screen, but yeah. Just be aware of that. Sometimes you can get a situation where you just can't get to it, and that's fine. Just wait an extra cycle. From here, you definitely want to unequip the ring and also equip Pegasus Seeds and the Feather. for the upcoming screens. So this upcoming screen you can do in one of a couple different ways. This is the screen I was talking about where there's a tricky jump. There's a jump here that is, I think, depending on like whether or not you're on a full tile or a half tile here on the Y coordinate going up and down. You have either a 2 or a 3 frame window to hit this jump. It is a 3 tile wide jump. So yeah, I think I went over 3 tile wide jumps last time, but yeah, basically there are 2 or 3 frame window. So yeah, this is why we want ember seeds. Like normally you shoot a couple of torches to make a bridge appear and then go across the bridge, but it's faster to save the equip and just go across. So I'll go over the different ways to do it. So the optimal way to do it is to do this. Use a seed right away. And I like to pause here. So right where I am, actually, right where I am is perfect. I can actually buffer out of the menu. I can buffer right and a feather usage to make it, and I'll definitely make it. Like you see how like what's a good cue to use here? Basically, I just look at like how much of Link's sprite is like off the edge of the cliff here, but I basically hit the frame I was looking for straight on here. So when I unpause, I can buffer right and A and just make it there. However, it's not always that simple. Also, that bubble can get in your way. I'm too far now. Whoops. So right here, I'm too far. If like half of Link's sprite is over the hole, that's too far. I won't jump. I literally just won't jump if I were to buffer right into A. So I need to fix myself, basically. I need to hold left. If you hold left, you won't fall, and then like you can try and make it from there, and I happen to make it there. If you don't feel like doing this jump, you can just on the transition here, equip Ember Seeds, and do this. And do that. And then re-equip, you can equip the feather and the item that you need next, which is Slingshot and Send Seeds for Goma. Because we're entering Goma's room very soon. But just so that I can keep my menus where I know they will be, I'm gonna go ahead and... Okay, nice. I'm gonna go ahead and just make this jump the way I normally do. There we go. All right, avoid the enemies here. Just like jump over them. This room can be a huge pain. The best advice I can give for this room is just keep jumping. Stay as close to the middle of this platform as you can and keep jumping. This platform moves very fast around the room. The keys in this room can and will knock you off. So just definitely just stay jumping. If you jump, you don't get knocked back as far by keys. All right, Goma. Let's see now. Goma is not the easiest boss in this game. It's actually pretty precise. So Goma has a claw, basically. Goma has a claw that it will shield its weak spot with. Its weak spot is its eye. This is a Zelda boss after all. So Goma will use the claw to block itself. However, you have a 2 pixel window to stand where you can hit the eye without getting blocked. So this pixel window will change. So the first 3 hits you can get on Goma, you can stand on the very middle of like a column of tiles and get 3 shots in, and then you have to move slightly to the left to get the rest of the shots in. And then from there, it's just praying that Goma doesn't move from side to side for the rest of the fight. But once you get this fight down, it's not that bad, but getting used to it can be a pain. So I'm gonna try and show what exactly to do here. So starting off the middle of the tile that I'm on, you can't actually tell where I am right now because the screen was shaking. But like right here is actually perfect. Like this is perfect position right here. I can shoot Scent Seeds 3 times and hit, but see now Goma has actually moved to the left, so I'm gonna miss, right? In order for me to position myself correctly here, actually, make sure you hold down left upon entry here. I think that's why the position is consistent here. So I'm standing in the middle, and then I try to shift to the left a little bit, and I look at Link's ear right here. if Link's ear is like in line, I'm a little bit too far to the right now, but if Link's ear is in line with this like solid line right here on the floor, that's how I know I'm good. I think I'm actually too far. No, I'm not. Okay, I'm actually on the rightmost pixel. So there's a 2 pixel window. The other pixel is there, where I was before Goma grabbed me. That's Goma's attack, by the way. Goma can just like grab you. All right, so I try to stand right in the middle, hit 3 times, shift over if I can not get grabbed. 1, 2, 3, jump. 1, 2, 3, jump. 1, 2, 3. Sometimes she'll just block you. Whoops, I didn't mean to jump to the side there. That was bad. Yeah, this is not the easiest boss fight.
And TGH is resetting to show you what an optimal fight is. You don't have to worry about it if you make a mistake.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you want to, you can just like you can do this fight normally, just like as soon as you see Goma attack, just attack and then jump away. Like that. But once you get it down, I feel like it's also like almost easier to it makes it easier to kill Goma quickly. Because like sometimes, you know, sometimes they say the best offense is a good, or the best defense is a good offense. Like that's basically that comes into play here a little bit. Like you can see,
yeah,
you can see how long that took. But like, yeah, if you want to, if you don't feel comfortable doing this, you can do that. But God, I'm getting grabbed like every other turn. Just make sure that when you shift over, just do not, like, I use a controller with a D-pad that I can sometimes like press too hard and roll over like an input and sometimes move to the right or to the left by accident. Just make sure you don't move to the right or to the left at all once you get this alignment. Once you get the right alignment, you don't want to move from it. Sometimes you'll get an attack where, like, sometimes Goma, I think it's just pure RNG, but Goma will just start moving across the room to the right and to the left. That attack is a pain. I didn't get it, but like if Goma does that, just try your best to realign yourself with like that alignment, like just on the right side of the eye, and try to get that alignment back. If you can't, just do like the safe strat that I was doing. Like it's fine. And yeah, that's Dungeon 4. That's Dancing Dragon. Is it time for a break, or should I go a little bit longer?
How we could take one now. You can go a little bit longer, whatever you feel is best.
Okay, if it hasn't been an hour yet, I'll keep going.
Yeah, we've got like
awesome
another 15 minutes, I'd say.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, I'm making better time than I thought we were. Awesome. So from the entrance to Dungeon 4, you want to come over here and dive into the corner of the water, like I just did. And swim over here and get the pyramid jewel. There we go. Just grab that. It's just one text box. Immediately save and quit. And then from there, oh, also on the transition in the water, you want to equip Gale Seeds and Sword. Sorry, I didn't mention that. So yeah, equip Gale Seeds and Sword. And then immediately you want to Gale Seed back to the Peg Seed Tree in Spool Swamp. Grab the seeds. And now this is the only time in the run where you use a Gale Seed to get here and don't warp away from the tree. So don't warp away from this tree. We're going to run over down to the right. Equip Pegasus Seeds. Keep Sword equipped. Equip Pegasus Seeds over Gale Seeds and run down here. Hi, Maple. Cut that bush with Sword, and then equip Feather and Gale Seeds here. So we're going over here to grab is this the round jewel? What? it's the round jewel. Okay, so we need 4 jewels to enter the next part of the game, which is Tarm Ruins, where Ancient Ruins is. So we visit this old man here in the cave, and he will give us the round jewel. Immediately, we come out of here and we Gale Seed to South Horon Village, down here, which is just an up input, by the way, on the map. Just like once you actually get on the map, you just press up. I think you can also press left, which is a little bit unintuitive, but yeah. So just press up or left to get here. And now I'm going to equip. All right, so this menu is a little hard to. It's easy to get this menu confused, but I equip Pegasus Seeds and Slingshot with Mystery Seeds here. So it's not actually faster. I know this is a fade-in transition, but I don't believe it's actually faster to equip anything on this fade-in transition because Link's movement is not changed in any way by the fade-in. So, like, it'll still take the same time for Link to land. Doesn't actually matter. But, yeah, so we use a Pegasus Seed and we head west of Horon Village. Basically where we did to get the sword for the first time in the game. In Hero's Cave, so we're heading over towards Hero's Cave, but not going in there. So we go down here, using seeds all the way. If this Octorok gets in your way, just shoot it with a Mystery Seed. So the way Mystery Seeds work in this game, I should go over this. The way Mystery Seeds work when you shoot them is when you shoot them, they come out as one of any of these 4 types of seeds at random. It is RNG, so it'll either come out as an Ember Seed, a Scent Seed, a Pegasus Seed, or a Gale Seed, and they'll each do different things to enemies, but they will 100% stun them at the very least so that you can get by them. There's a trick coming up where we actually save a menu by firing a bunch of Mystery Seeds at a torch to light it. And basically the strat is just to hope that one comes out as an Ember Seed and lights the torch. It sounds weird, but it is actually the fastest way to do this. So just be aware of that. I have run out of Mystery Seeds one time. I have run out of Mystery Seeds doing this before. It has only happened to me once. It really shouldn't happen. It just shouldn't. So, like, don't worry about it too much. But yeah, this torch right here, you want to fire a bunch of Mystery Seeds at, and one will come out as an Ember Seed, I promise you. Don't quote me on that, though. So you want to fire a Mystery Seed at the pile of bones here. At this pile of bones. I actually have the wrong thing equipped. So this pile of bones is going to come out as a mini Moldorm. This game has a sense of humor. This sign says that like a big beast rests here and you revive it with a Mystery Seed. But, oh, by the way, if you do happen to run out of Mystery Seeds on the torch, just go back to where D2 is, and you'll you can get Mystery Seeds there. Just like warp back to where D2 is. It sucks. Like, it takes a lot of time to do, but you really shouldn't. Yeah, like, I feel like you have to run this game a lot for you to ever come across that. But anyway, so you shoot this thing with a Mystery Seed, and you want to have regular Gale Seeds and Sword equipped. I like to wait for about 6 or 7 like explosion sprites here before I release my spin and just like swing up twice. I was a little bit early on that, but you get the idea, basically. So there, the beast has been slain, and we grab the X Jewel, and we warp away, and we warp back to here. By the way, the place I said to warp for Mystery Seeds is right here. So select this option if you want Mystery Seeds, and you'll warp here, and you can get Mystery Seeds here, like that. So here we warp back to this Spool Swamp Tree where we get seeds, but you'll notice there are no seeds here. We want to refill on seeds, so the way to The way to rectify this is just to transition and come back, and there's seeds there. There we go. And then we go up here. So now that we have all the jewels, we can enter them all in here, and we can enter Tarn Ruins. As long as you're facing up here, Link will just automatically place the jewels. The way I like to do this is I like to basically place a jewel and then hold up and left for this one. Sometimes it can be hard to like cancel the text box and like move to the left and then face up properly. And then I like to place this one before this one, just because I think it maximizes your like straight Pegasus movement a little bit more. Yeah, from there we just go up onto this stump here, and we swing 3 times to make it whatever season this is. Summer. There we go. swing 3 times. That's all I remember. Swing 3 times. I want to come over here and move this over to make half of that staircase appear. And then we go back here and swing twice to make it winter this time. We're over here, up the stairs. Now that snowbank is there, we can reach the ladder, and we push this middle Armos here onto the frozen pond there, and we swing 3 times here. 1, 2, 3 to make it fall. Use a seed here, and well, so next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna equip the bracelet over the seeds, but I like to actually transition to this screen first before I do that, just so I can kind of survey what these Octoroks are doing up here with the menu. So like, okay, they're out of the way. They're completely out of the way. I don't have to worry about them. There we go. Just lift up the mushroom and go. Okay, so this section right here, we're gonna grab the noble sword. The noble sword is it's a level 2 sword essentially. There are 3 levels of swords in this game. We only grab level 2. We don't get level 3 because I think that requires a linked game. We get the master sword. That's what the level 3 sword is. So the way we do this, all right. So we completely skip like an entire trade sequence here. We skip getting the phonograph to get the hint from the Deku Scrub in this area that actually like allows us to know how to get this sword. Luckily, we can get this sword anyway without ever getting the hint, which is really nice. So eventually I'll stop maximizing my window size there. I apologize. Eventually I'll stop doing that. But basically what you want to do is you want to swing once. So swing once on this tree stump, keep moving left, and then swing 3 times, twice, and then once. So 1, 2, 3 to make it fall. Swing 1, 2. And then one final time we jump on and we swing once. And then transition left. And when we transition left, we should find the secret screen with the noble sword. There we go. So basically what the hint is, if you find this easier to remember, what the hint actually is you want to keep moving left. So you move left, 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 left from the coldest season to the warmest season, which is winter to fall to spring to summer. The way I remember it is just 1, 3, 2, 1. Like 1 swing, 3 swings, 2 swings, 1 swing. It should be the same thing every time. So you can equip Pegasus Seeds over Bracelet wherever you want here, like on either this Fade in Transition or the next one. It doesn't actually matter. I like to do it here because I know I'll forget otherwise. So basically, what we're doing here now is we're doing the same thing we just did. We're going 1, 3, 2, 1, except we're going in a circle. So we're going left, down, right, and then up. So we are going, in fact, in a counterclockwise motion. So once, don't use a seed here. You need these for later. 1, 2, 3. Down. avoid that like. 1, 2. The like won't do any damage. It just like kind of catches you for a second or two. Once you hop off the stump, then you can use a seed to go up here. And we get to the deep part of Tarn Ruins. Don't use a seed here. You want to enter Ancient Ruins with 14 seeds. 14 seeds at least. You can enter with 13. You can get away with 13, but you want to have 14, I think. 14 is good to have. So you come up here. Hopefully the ball and chain isn't in your way. And you swing 3 times on this stump. Use a seed to come down here. Equip shovel and feather. So just like with sword, you can cancel a shovel animation with your feather. That's why we equip feather here. So we dig once, twice, and jump out of the second dig. These whatever these guys are called, the soldiers, the dark nuts. There we go. The dark nuts can actually be in your way up here. I've had all 3 of these guys spawn on this path. That's just like horrible luck. But ordinarily, at least one will be here. Just try your best to jump over them. Like, most of the time, I feel like you'll take damage, but it's not too big of a deal. D6 will wear on you, but it does have health refills in it, luckily. So, but yeah, you definitely want to try to not take damage there, but sometimes it just happens. You want to push this Armo statue to the right. You can't push it to the left. It won't work. Actually, can I demonstrate that? No. Trust me, it doesn't go to the left. I think even if it does go to the left, it would still be faster to push it to the right because you're going to the left immediately here. So, jump onto the stump, equip the Rod of Seasons and the sword, use it, and pray that the ball and chain guard is not right in your way when the animation fades in. Okay, cool. All right, if he is in your way, you can kill him with sword, but it does kind of suck. Oh well, this game does things sometimes. The enemy spawn points being completely random does work for you and against you, but a lot of times it does work against you. So this flower here, I slash, and then I like to equip feather and Pegasus seeds here and use the feather out of the menu to jump out of the sword animation. It's just like a slight frame saver. You can mash A and B there. I mashed B only for no reason. I don't know why I did that. Okay, so when you enter Ancient Ruins, you want to have 14 seeds, but here we go. Here's Ancient Ruins. So use a seed right away. We're gonna come up across a rotator right here, a rotating thing, a turntable, whatever you want to call that. Turntables. So just this dungeon is all about like doing your best to avoid enemy damage, despite like a lot of these rooms being just like completely full of enemies. These ropes here, these enemies are called ropes. They aren't snakes. They'll get mad if you call them snakes. These are ropes. They will try to charge at you if you are if you're like basically on the same row or column as them. If you're like on a cardinal direction to them, they will charge at you. Just be aware of that. So like you can use that knowledge sometimes to like lure them and jump over them accordingly or avoid them like that. But yeah, this whole dungeon takes time to get used to. Just do your best to jump over enemies if you come across them. Like sometimes these enemies can just go straight into the doorways. Like it's not like this dungeon's not very kind. There's a seed here. This next room, we get the return of the magnet gloves. The magnet gloves are necessary in this dungeon. We're gonna see a ball just like we did in D5. So we need to equip the magnet gloves here. You want to go into this room with gloves on the south setting. So you'll notice that like I equipped, they were on north. I equipped the gloves and then I tapped gloves once to make it south. Quick note, by the way, about the magnet gloves. Do not. Now I know, like, if you are, if you're easily entertained like I am, you might feel the need or want to spam the gloves because you might like the sound they make so much that, like, you just want to hear the sound. Don't do that. You lose a frame every time you switch polarity with gloves. Just be aware of that. Don't actually spam the gloves. Just don't do this. You'll see actually how slow Link is moving when I do that. So from here, I'll use it. I'll use the seed, whatever. I have an extra. So use the seed and then. Okay. So this room should look like this essentially. I'll try and go over as I'm doing it. You want to pull that out, jump over, and oh, I'm on the wrong polarity. Nice. Something interesting to note about how you pull the ball from right to left here. So if you have seed speed, as I like to call it, if you have Pegasus seed speed, hold a diagonal back against the wall here. Because otherwise you'll go too fast for the ball and you'll lose grip of the ball with the gloves, basically. So yeah, you want to either like, it's just kind of a little bit less awkward than like doing like a stutter step like that over there. So just keep that in mind, I suppose. So I'm gonna bring this over, try and kill that. So this jump right here is just like the jump, that one jump before Dungeon 4 that I mentioned, where like it's a 2-tile jump without, and you'll seed will have, your Pegasus seed will have run out by this point. So like don't worry about having seed speed for this at all. But you want to make this jump either right in the middle of this gap or like basically on a half tile. You want to make this jump on a half tile. So like I try to make it right in the middle like that. The jump shouldn't be that bad if you make it right in the middle. That room does take time to get used to, so. And then re-equip seeds. I like to re-equip seeds before saving quitting. Grab the key. You can jump to grab it. You can jump in the air to grab it and then immediately save and quit.
Before you get into the next part, would now be
Sure.
a good time for a break?
Yeah, absolutely.
Perfect.
Absolutely.
So we're just going to take a quick break here, just a few minutes, just a wellness break so you can get up, get some water, stretch, anything you need to do. Just before we go to the break, though, I do just want to give you all a few reminders. So all revenue after taxes that GDQ earns from subscriptions and bits for the month of January is going to be donated to PCF. We reached 3.4 million during the event, and let's see if we can get it to 3.5 million. Also, if you're over on YouTube right now, you can go over to twitch.tv/gamesdonquick if you're interested and look at any of our content live. Most nights, the content starts at 7 p.m. Eastern. That's all I've got for right now, so we'll go take a quick break, and then we'll see you back here in just a few minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the GDQ Hotfix. This is How to Train a Speedrunner, and we are in the middle of an Oracle of Seasons speedrun tutorial with TGH here. How you doing, TGH?
Yo, doing okay. How about you?
I'm doing great. Refreshed after that break. I got myself some water.
Same.
We're ready whenever you are, so take it away.
All right, cool. So after you save and quit, after getting that key, you wind up back here. You definitely want to have at least 9 seeds here. Like I have like the minimum. So definitely keep that in mind. You want at least 9. Preferably you'd have 10. So let's get going. So use a seed right away. Make sure to jump up this staircase, by the way. I neglected to mention that. I've been saying that a bunch though. So now you want to go in this locked door. Just like you'll learn how to deal with these ropes. Once again, they charge at you. So like I like to kind of go up here and let whatever ropes are here charge at me and then just jump over them to enter here. The next few rooms are kind of difficult. But as long as so for this room, as long as you move, like up against the wall, you should be able to just jump on the moving platform and land decently on it like that. Sometimes this laser will hit you. I think this is a result of staying on the platform for too long. So definitely try and move off this platform as soon as possible. This laser, I think, did hit me. So I will be taking damage going to the next room. However, this next room is a little bit difficult. It is much faster in this room to do a 3-tile jump, just like we did in D4 at the end, except this time going up. So we are going to try to do that. Going up here. Okay. Oh, I press it. It helps if I press the right button. There we go. So like I try to stay like off the edge here, or if I try to be like left of the middle. Like I try to be like kind of close to the hole on the left side here. It just helps to be like between the tiles a little bit, and then just go into the staircase here. But just jump as late as you possibly can, coming off of that platform, and you should be fine. On the transition here, you want to equip bombs over the feather. And for this room, like starting out, like as soon as you unpause, I like to just like roll from Pegasus to bombs, just like this. Just like use a seed and then place a bomb. You can throw a bomb from like right here, and the bomb can be as far left as like right about there. But of course, if it's too far left, you miss. And you definitely don't want to miss this, because it takes a long time to actually like plant another bomb. But it's not a huge deal. Like there are places to get backup bombs, but you don't really want to miss that. Just because it's you'd rather hit it, I guess. So here you want to equip feather and gale seeds. And if you did the first room properly, you should have seed speed all the way through this room. You can use gale seeds here. You can shoot gale seeds at these spike beetles here to teleport them away, and then immediately jump after you shoot to not stop for as long, basically. To jump out of the animation, press the trampoline, push this trampoline all the way over to this square. Jump up. You want to be holding down left once you come up there, otherwise that soldier can just hit you whenever he wants. So like sometimes it can't be avoided, but a lot of the time it can. So definitely hold down and left there to maximize your chance. Come down here. So this is the room where you get the L2 boomerang. The boomerang that we do need in this run is the L2 boomerang. We can skip the L1 boomerang. We cannot skip this one, unfortunately. So we get the L2 boomerang, but on the way over there, we want to actually trigger these 3 Armos to move around. So we're just gonna like sort of walk alongside that bottom like row of tiles there to make the Armos actually like move around. From here, we're gonna equip sword and leave a button empty so that the boomerang can fill it. Immediately after getting this Armos right here, this is the only Armos in the room that actually all these Armos in the room are going to activate now that you have the boomerang. Like now that the boomerang is yours, the Armos will now move around. Like these Armos are triggered by getting the boomerang. So we will wait until that Armor starts moving and hit it. Each of these Armors take 2 hits with a boomerang. If you get any seed drops or heart drops, make sure to get them. I got 2 seed drops in that room. That's actually kind of like really nice. That allows me to use seeds wherever I want for the rest of the dungeon, which is super good. If you get a seed at all, you're normally able to use seeds much more aggressively in this dungeon. Kind of like Dungeon 5. It's a little bit like Dungeon 5 in that regard. But there was something else I wanted to say about this room. Forget what it was. Oh, I was gonna go over how the L2 boomerang works. So if you use the boomerang, as long as you hold the A button, you can control where the boomerang goes. So like you can use it for like up to, I think like 3 seconds or something. But yeah, it's nice. So we use that to advance in the dungeon. But first we break a crystal and we go down here. On this animation, on this fade animation right here, you want to equip seeds and the glove. You want the glove on south polarity though, to pull this ball up here. You can pull the ball from off the screen. Just trust that it's up there. It is right about here. So just like stand here, face up, move over here to pull it down, and then just push it onto the button. There we go. So here we go. Continuing on. This room. Okay. Wow. This is actually terrible RNG. These ropes can and will get in your way. Just do your best to avoid them. Here, I don't think I have any choice but to just kind of damage boost through them. Like that. Sometimes there'll be one up here as well that charges down at you right away. So just be aware of that. I didn't get it, but just be aware that a rope can be there. So right there, I equip sword and feather and just like kind of try to cancel each sword swing to break these crystals. Try to cancel each sword swing with a feather usage. That's not like required at all to beat any sort of cycle here, but it is faster to do that. So here you want to equip seeds and the boomerang. And I like to, just so that I don't move left at all, I like to buffer left and A, or left and boomerang, and Link should throw the boomerang while not moving at all, which is nice. Just a little bit of a frame saver. If you didn't get seeds, don't use a seed here. But if you did, you can use a seed into the staircase. Here you always use a seed. Just go straight down. If any Gibdos get in your way, Gibdos are the mummy-looking enemies. If any Gibdos get in your way, just like boomerang them. Don't try to move around them. I usually just boomerang them. I don't try and move around them, otherwise they might move into you, and that's like, you don't want to take much more damage from here. So the object in this room is to get like right about here and throw a boomerang up at the switch that's going to be moving back and forth right here. So it might look a little bit like this. Just like if any keys get in your way, just like hit them. Just kill them. Sometimes they'll get in your way. Just like throw the boomerang again if that happens. It's not that big of a deal. And then try your best to beat the arrows coming down here. They will fire as soon as you're in their line of sight, coming down from them. So that's why only this one fired right here. But I got hit by one of them. But yeah, again, it's not quite a big deal. You can beat it, but sometimes the keys will get in your way there. So keep that in mind as well. Moving on, just hug the top wall and drop in the hole in order to beat that like red guard or whatever it is can hit you like on your way to the hole, which is unfortunate, but it happens. Here you want to use a seed. Once you regain control of Link, you use a seed and you equip feather and slingshot with ember seeds. We're gonna shoot some torches coming up, so we want to have the ember seeds equipped on the slingshot. So we're gonna come right up over here. Now this screen right here, what I do is I wait a tiny bit on this screen. I try to enter like where I am right here. I jump up and then press right in the air to land like right about here, and the platform is just going to kind of catch me. I'm going to fire left to hit this one, right to hit that one, left to hit that one as it goes up. So it might look a little bit like this. And then just like get right onto the staircase there. So once again, oops. Just like that. If you jump straight, if you end up like jumping straight over, you can, I guess. You can do that. It is a little bit risky though. But yeah, I guess you actually can do that. I'm learning something today. Okay, cool.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, I guess you can do that. It does make it hard to jump off though. It does make it hard to like jump off to reach the staircase sooner, so like it's probably not much of an advantage. Because you're right at the top, the very top. Don't worry about that too much. I would say for right now. So All right. On the fade in, after entering the staircase, on the fade in, you want to enter. You want to menu. Excuse me. You want a menu for Pegaseeds and sword. In these two pots right here, if you need them, you probably will need them. If you need them, there's Pegaseed and a fairy there. I don't think there's been a single run that I've done that has not gotten that fairy. So definitely, you most likely want that fairy. And even if you don't, the health is right there as well, along with the Pegasus seeds, because like, you know, you want a seed there as well in the first place. So right, I just like completely skipped over that room without explaining anything. I should probably do that room again. That fairy can fly away from you. It's actually hilarious, but just hopefully that doesn't happen. Just make sure to catch it before it flies away. So this room, you want to equip Feather into this room and grab the... This is Indiana Jones room number 2, by the way. There was number 1 earlier. This is Indiana Jones room number 2. This one's a much more obvious sort of like reference to it. But so you want to grab the jewel here that looks like a rupee, or it would look like a rupee if I didn't collect it right away. But yeah, you can just like walk onto that and you'll collect it. These armors right here will disappear one by one from top to bottom, so you want to enter right here, right after the top one disappears. And just like kind of jump over things. Like honestly, I just kind of like roll from seed to feather constantly on that screen. Avoid the keys coming over there. You shouldn't ever have to worry about the walls actually closing in if you do the room that way. But yeah, just like do that room as cleanly as possible. I don't really have any other advice for that, unfortunately, but just jump across any current of sand that's going against you, and that's basically it. If you have extra seeds here, you can use a seed here. I typically want at least 5 seeds by the time I enter this this staircase here, so just be aware of that. I have many seeds right now that I do not normally have in a run because I got 2 seed drops, which doesn't ever happen, like ever, trust me, in the Armos room. So don't depend on those. Don't depend on those seeds being a thing. On this transition here, I equip sword over feather and equip the ring because we're about to kill some hooded Stalfos Knights here. Kill all 4 of them. The way hooded Stalfos Knights work, by the way, let me actually load this room again. The way hooded Stalfos Knights work is they don't respawn. Okay, cool. So basically, like when they'll have like their sword out like this and move around, right? If you approach them from above, if you approach them from below, okay, let me put it this way. If you approach them from below, their sword will block your sword swing, right? So say this were the Stalfos right here. Say the Stalfos has a sword coming out. It's on like the lower half of its hitbox. So I want to try and approach the Stalfos from here and hit the top of it. And the same thing goes for if I approach it from the right side. I want to approach it from like above on the side. Like the way the Stalfos holds the sword is actually kind of the same exact way that Link holds it. So just like if you were approaching Link right now from the left side, you'd want to come from up here and sort of like swing over the sword. If you were approaching from below and the Stalfos is like this, I think it's actually the opposite. Actually, the Stalfos will hold the sword out on the right side and you can approach it from the right and do the same thing and just swing like, just hit the right side of the Stalfos coming from below, and it's the opposite coming from above. So you want to hit it on the left side coming from above, and this will be like, if you deal with these enemies for long enough, it'll become intuitive. It sounds really like complicated when I'm trying to explain it right now. It's not that bad once you get used to it, I promise you. But yeah, so just like be aware of their open spots, I guess, when they're facing any certain direction. So coming up here, you can actually like kill these ropes. Don't worry about killing these ropes. You actually probably should because they stay dead. We're going to come up from this hole later anyway, but they're going to stay dead. So they will stay out of your way. And they can actually kind of screw you over because when you're coming up from the hole, they can be right here and knock you back down the hole, which is bad. So don't worry about killing them. You really, you're not losing much by killing them. So you grab that key, equip feather over seeds, jump on the trampoline. There's a fairy in that pot always. That's a forced fairy. So yeah, you have another health refill there. There's actually lots of health in this dungeon, past like the first third of it. So once you get past that part, health is there for the taking in pots and stuff like that. Coming up, we have a mini boss. We have Vire as a mini boss. Vire is an absolute jerk. Vire is full of RNG. There are a couple different things he can do. He can either let me actually save a state just to see if I can get a couple different RNGs. So Vire, most likely early on in the fight, Vire will charge at you. There are a couple different things he can do. He can charge at you and like shoot at you, which is best dealt with by doing a spin slash, especially in the first couple of patterns. As long as you're wearing the ring though, Vire will take a spin slash and just 2 regular slashes. That is enough to kill him. However, the chance of him doing like troll attacks, like what I call troll attacks, become increasingly more likely as the fight goes on for longer, like as he takes more damage. So like he can actually circle around the entire room, like, and just barely evade Link's sword whenever you swing at him. Like he's kind of like he's awful. Honestly, he's really awful. But there is a way to deal with it that I'm going to show you. It is not the easiest thing ever. You can also use bombs on this fight, which I'll try to show off as well. I might spend a while trying to go over this fight. So yeah, so as the fight starts off, I usually hold my sword out and wait for him to charge, but he's not charging. He's doing his troll attack right away, which he can do. So I usually just try to hit him if he doesn't swing at me, or if he doesn't charge at me. I try to basically I try to jump at him and release my sword as soon as possible. Or if I'm not charging, which by the way, from this point on, I don't try and spin slash him. It's not worth it. So basically, like, I'll try to hit him just before I land on the ground as I jump at him. This is not an easy fight. This will take a while to get used to, for sure. So from here, okay, now he's doing the charge attack, but he's doing it just out of my reach. He'll also do that. He'll also come on the screen and, like, fire something at you and then just go away. Like, this fight is not good. If he approaches me from the top, I usually just swat him away. But yeah, basically he'll come. You can hit him. I think if he's to the right of you, below you, or to the left of you, you can hit him with like a jump and a late slash, which I'll try to showcase once he actually gives me the right attack. He's not giving me any workable attacks. So like right there, see how like I swung super late and got him? Like that is possible to do. And now he's just trolling. And there we go. Like that's the fight. And then like once you get the third hit on him, so a spin slash and 2 slashes, the fight is essentially over, but he will try and trick you, and he'll split into 2 bats, but you need to kill the 2 bats, which you can only do by jumping and slashing them. I did them both in one jump there, which you can do as well. This fight is an absolute troll. You can use bombs as well. So like if you see that Vire is doing like the circle attack, you can use bombs to try and hit him. I'm not good at this, but you can do that as well. But just keep in mind that you do need bombs. So like it's not the best thing ever to do. The fight also will most likely take more cycles if you do this, but it's a good way to do the fight if you're not confident with doing the late slash. But yeah, like the fight looks kind of like that. This fight is bad. Like honestly, like this fight takes a lot to get used to. Let me shift up the RNG a little bit. I was not expecting a charge right away. I'm actually gonna do this again. So like I start right away by holding out my sword and just hoping he charges, which he's not. I'm just gonna shove him away. Wait for him to come back. He's not charging again. God, see, like Vire's really unpredictable, but like the chance of him charging at you is very high. It's got to be at least like 75% or so, like on the very start, and that percentage goes way down once he takes damage. But man, he's not being nice right now. See, there is a charge. Okay. From here on, I don't actually charge my sword. See, he charged there. I just slash him. And then he's most likely... Oh, he charged again. So, yeah, Vire's just unpredictable. Basically.
Yeah, this looks obnoxious to...
Yeah, this fight kind of sucks. We manipulate this fight in Oracle of Ages, which is really nice. Okay, yeah, that attack you just can't do anything about. But here, it's like, I see he's coming down, so I'm going to try and do that. And that's how you deal with that. Like, just like, you just got to jump at him and then slash super late in the jump. And when he's directly below you, or directly to the right, or directly to the left of you. And hope that he doesn't fly away, essentially. It's tight, but again, like, it's something to get used to. And then once he splits up... Oh, never mind. He had already split up. Don't take the warp portal, like I just did. But yeah, once he's dead, you can grab the fairy if you're low on health. Equip the Pegasus seeds and unequip the ring and continue. And be glad that you're done with that fight. You can just run straight through this room, by the way, just straight through the middle. It's fastest to not move up here, just continue straight to the middle of the screen, like just hold right on the screen, hold right. Because you need to wait to be able to jump over that anyway. This screen is kind of obnoxious as well. Like the keys can and will hit you. Of course, try not to take damage. But there is health. There is health right before the main boss of this dungeon, Manhandla. But it takes an extra equip to get. It takes equipping the sword to actually get. So like, you know, if you can avoid the health, do so. But if you need the health, that is fine. It's fine to just equip sword. It's like 2 extra seconds. All right, so coming up, this is the best room in the game right here. You have these 2 buttons. You want to press this one, like. Basically, you have a 50-50 chance. You can press either the left one or the right one. It doesn't matter which button. It doesn't matter at all. Whether or not the staircase actually appears here is based on... it's not even the RNG value. It's got to be something like frame counter, like the global frame counter or something when you enter the room or when you press the button. But basically, it's a 50-50 chance. Just... press the button. If the staircase appears, great. That's fantastic. You're lucky. If it doesn't appear, just retransition. Like, a bunch of enemies will fall down, but you don't have to actually fight them. You don't have to fight them. Just, like, retransition and step on the... Yeah, so that's a good example. It's like, they'll all fall down, and then you retransition, you step on it again, and then it'll appear. It's just... This is just a good puzzle. Really good puzzle. All right, moving on. Into the staircase, use a seed, and then anytime after using the seed, before entering the next room, you can equip sword and gale seeds on slingshot. Like that. So the strat I do for this room is pretty simple. There's going to be a spike beetle to my right and a spike beetle to my left. I like to move straight up. Hit this one. Sorry, not spike beetles. Whatever those things are called. And then immediately after I gale seed that one away, I hold my sword out, move into the next room, and I'm going to do a spin slash on this guy. And then he's handled like the same exact way you'd handle a Stalfos. So just like try and, if you're swinging up at him, try to hit his right side, the side away from his sword. There's a strat I have for the next stream as well, but I'm gonna need to come in here more cleanly to like showcase it. But basically, the idea here is to make all of these crystal switches here red. And you can do that. You can technically do it in one throw. I don't like to do that though, because it actually involves you to wait a little bit longer. So I just like to stand right here. It's a little bit tricky. I like to stand here and try and like snake the boomerang like up in here, and there's going to be a gap here. You're going to hit the top one while it's over here, and it's also going to hit the lower one, and then the second throw is going to hit the middle one while it's right here. So hopefully I can pull this off from a pause. Might look a little bit like that. No, never mind. It'll look a little bit like that. There we go. Sorry, it's the bottom one you hit last, not the middle one. But yeah, that's what I do. Now, you can just like stand here and do this casually, like it's fine. I lucked out there. But I like doing this. There we go. Okay, moving on. Stun these guys. You can actually save a little bit of time here if you have to stun one of them. Like there is the rare time when you don't have to actually stun these guys with a boomerang at all. If they like both spawn down here, that's awesome. You don't have to stun them, but most of the time you will have to stun them. But it is best to do so after like one of Link's pushes on the trampoline. So like it might look like that, for instance. That was a bad example, but it's just like, oh, there was a keys there. That is not cool. Okay. That can happen too. So coming up here, what I try to do is, if there's not a sneaky little keys there, that keys sucks to spawn there. That's actually super unlucky. But basically, ideally, you never see this switch. Like, of course, if you want to, you can just go up and hit it like that. But you can also hit it from right there. It should be right in the middle. Like, just throw the boomerang up right there. It should hit it. You can go back down. Stun these guys again if they get in your way. If you have low health here, transition to sword, or like menu to sword on this fade-in transition. And you can then slash this pot for a fairy. Because you want full health or close to full health for this fight, and preferably your potion. This fight is not friendly. This is Manhandla. So Manhandla is basically a big buzz blob, like one of the cucumber looking enemies. And it has 4 like flower petals that look like Venus flytraps on it, essentially. When the flytraps open, that's when they're vulnerable to be hit. Each one takes 3 hits, and once you kill, the more flytraps you kill, the faster Manhandla will move around the room. So the idea here, for me at least, what I try to do is I try to do 2 hits of damage to each flytrap before I kill even a single one of them. You can kill one of them, get away with it. He doesn't move that much faster after the first one. Like, he still moves at a reasonable pace. But yeah, you definitely don't want to kill more than one of them before getting at least 2 hits on all of them. That's my advice to you on this fight. Now, let's actually try and do the fight. So immediately, like, I try and walk on like where the sand is going with me on the current, and I jump over to like somewhere here, and I wait for one of these to open. If I don't see either of these open right away, I try and like curve my boomerang around and hit these, because these might be open. So like I might do this fight a few times just to like show you what I do and how I go about doing it. But yeah, this one opened right away, so I'm gonna get 2 on that.
So I'm not going to kill that one because I already have 2 on that. Okay, that's fine. So I still have none on this one. This one's shy. Okay, I have 1 on that one. It's fine. So now I have 1 hit on this one, and it's gonna move at its maximum speed. So I'm in like potential danger here, and he's just still not opening. But yeah, you can see how quickly that fight can get out of hand even just by that, I think. But yeah, and then once he's vulnerable, in other words, once all the fly traps are gone, then you can hit it with the boomerang 3 times, and the jewel inside it becomes hittable, and just 1 hit with a sword kills it. So once again, I'll do this a couple more times. Like, basically, I like to, Okay, good, so now all of them have 2 hits already. Or except for that one didn't. Okay, like, that is what I consider to be an extremely good fight. Right there. Like, killing that boss before the music loops is really, 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 really good. Like, that's super good. This fight's hard. This fight will take a lot of time to get used to. For sure. Ugh. Yeah, and sometimes a boomerang is hard to control. I try to jump after actually using the boomerang just so that I can, like, have some control of Link. Oh, I missed. Okay, that's fine. By the way, like, once you make him vulnerable, you want to equip Sword and Gale Seeds. Just Seed Satchel, Gale Seeds. Because right after this dungeon, we're going to warp away. I'm going to do the fight one more time. I'm going to roll RNG a little bit. Just one more time. Honestly, this boss takes practice. This boss takes a lot of practice to get used to. Alright, fine, I'll kill you. You're begging for it. Alright, so now the top right one has 2. This one, the bottom right one has 1, I think. But I'll take that risk, I guess. It might not. Okay, it had 2, never mind. This boss is one of the main, like, sort of motivations, honestly, for a new runner to keep their potion alive throughout the run, because this is most likely going to be the dungeon where you lose it. Whether it be on this boss or before one of the health refills in this dungeon, this boss can completely wreck you. Just letting you know, like, do not be discouraged at first. This boss took me forever to get used to, so definitely keep that in mind for sure. Manhandla is not friendly. All right, so moving on. Let's go. Were you gonna say something? Or
I was gonna say that boss looked really tough.
Yes, that boss is probably the hardest to actually execute in the run. I would say that's the hardest boss in the whole run. Like, including the final boss.
Oh, jeez.
So you grab the essence of D6, Blowing Wind, and you leave immediately using a Gale Seed. And you want to go back to this Spool Swamp Tree. Keep in mind, now that you have this warp point open, it is now... Sorry, this warp point. There we go. It is now 3 inputs down to here. So what I like to do is just right down right. Right down right, we'll do it. Like that, just to get there really quick. Grab the seeds and move along. And then you want to go to South Huron Village. And equip Boomerang and Gale Seeds here. Sorry, Pegasus Seeds, not Gale Seeds. Okay. So we're going to do something a little bit unintended here. Or at least I can only assume this is unintended. You can actually fire a boomerang through... so let me actually show you what this room looks like. The room looks like this. So you can throw the boomerang around and hit this, like that, you can do that. That is something you can do. But a faster way to do this is, I think you have a 5-frame window from entering this door to hold. Okay, so you want to hold up and left on this transition, and then immediately as soon as you gain control of Link, throw the boomerang. It'll go through the rocks, and it'll hit that switch. Since the switch is already active, it didn't actually do anything, but trust me, it would have. There's another way to do this if you're not comfortable with that window, because like that window is kind of hard to hit if you're not used to like when exactly Link is going to move. You can just pause and buffer an up and left input. So you can do that. If you do that though, it's faster to do it with the map menu or a select buffer instead of a start buffer. And from there, use a seed to get to the portal. So, we're gonna do an RNG manipulation now. Okay, and this is actually like, this is at least the very first part of this manipulation, I think is perfectly like reasonable to do. It's not like, trust me, it's not that bad, I think. So, right here, you want to talk to the captain, and as soon as you talk to the captain, you save and quit, and then you want to hard reset. And mash through the title screen as fast as you can. It doesn't need to be perfect, but you want to enter this portal as soon as possible, because fun fact about RNG, the way the RNG works in this game, this guy right here, this guy rolls RNG with every idle animation he does. Because they do. So basically, like, every time he faces to the left or to the right in his idle animation, the RNG rolls once. So you want to get back in that portal as soon as you can before he's able to roll RNG too far, because that actually matters. And there's nothing else that rolls RNG from here until we actually get east of Horon Village. So you want to go over here. On this transition, or either this transition or the next one, you want to equip sword over boomerang. Okay, so here's another example of you not needing to actually activate a flag to like figure out or know the answer to a certain puzzle. So the game tells you somewhere what the code to this to the desert is. It's I think it goes something like 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2. Well, I don't know what the code is. I just know how many times to hit each button. But basically, so I'll show you what I do here. For if you're starting out with this RNG manip, I recommend going straight to talk to the pirate first. So like it would look something like this. Just like run up to him and talk to him, because again, he's rolling RNG with his idle animation, because reasons. And then you want to hit this one twice. So just pressing up on these buttons will push it. So that's twice, once on this one, twice on this one, and then 3 times on the last one, and that'll open the gate. If you're feeling risky, if you're feeling like, you know, feisty or whatever, you can actually hit this button twice before talking to him, and that saves a little bit of time. That is an option that you have. And from here, I like to mash the seed button just to make sure I don't actually lose speed from it. And go over here and talk to this pirate on the boat here. Okay. So here's an important part, okay? You want to swing your sword here until you hear a high note on the sword, okay? Remember last tutorial I was talking about how sword swings have a low, a medium, and a high like sound, like distinct sounds. The reason a sword swing rolls RNG is because of that sound, because that sound is random, quote unquote random. But that's how we roll RNG here. So we want to swing the sword until we hear, you'll normally hear a bunch of low sounds. So like, let me see if I can actually, let me save a different state here. So you're low, 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 mid, mid, high. As soon as you hear that high, you're good. You're on the correct RNG seed now. Now, if you have trouble hearing the sounds over like the sound that the noble sword makes when it shoots a beam, which I completely understand, the beam is like, you know, twice as loud as the actual like sword swing sound. So what you can take damage. All right, so let me actually go back to this. If you have full health here, an option here is to take intentional damage on this cactus. Just to like get rid of your full health. And that'll only take a quarter of a heart. And now you can hear the sounds. Okay, so that actually happened right away. So that was mid-high. So I'm on the correct seed now. And I know I'm on the correct seed. So I'm going to leave on the transition. Equip bracelet. Make sure you don't spend too much time on these screens. I like to transition there. Hold straight up through that sand pit. And you're gonna pick this skull up, but you need to talk to it first. Okay. So I like to just press A and then mash B. And as soon as Link picks it up, I stop mashing. You don't want to throw it. If you throw it, your seed actually won't last until you need it to, until you fall into the pit like 2 screens south of here. So this manipulation is to actually fall into the same pit every time, which is the closest pit to the skull. So these pits are actually random. There are pits all throughout this desert. It is random which one you need to fall into normally to get the rusty bell that the pirate captain wants. So I actually have an image here. So let me actually show you which pit to fall into ordinarily. So once again, I press A to talk and then mash B until Link picks up the skull, and then I run down here right away and fall into here. And you'll know you got it once the skull starts like opening and closing its mouth and making the sound that it does. So I actually have a map here of the entire desert. So the very top right screen is the screen that we picked up the skull on, and the screen two screens south of that is where we fell into. The pits that are highlighted in red are the pits that you can fall into, or that can be the ones that you fall into. So you can see like the other pits are like all the way across the screen, or all the way across the desert rather. So yeah, you want to fall into the closest one here. That one's the best one to fall into for sure. So keep that in mind. If you don't do the manipulation, that is, or if you fail the manipulation, or if you go past the value that you need or whatever on the sword swings, then just keep in mind that you will need to probably fall into one of the other 3. So if you do the manipulation though, it doesn't end here. It does not end here. Like there's nothing that rolls RNG here. On the transition here, you can equip Gale Seeds and the Boomerang. And then be prepared, as soon as you come out of the screen, be prepared to mash the Gale Seed button, because you don't want RNG to roll from that lever. See the lever that pops out of the ground? That lever rolls RNG very often once it actually gets going. So you want to come here to the Mystery Seed tree near where D2 is. That should just be an up and a left input on the map screen. You don't need those seeds, or at least you shouldn't need those seeds. You don't need Mystery Seeds anymore for the rest of the run, so it's fine. So the second part of the manipulation here, and the one that I feel most people will probably end on until they want to learn the D7 manip, which is honestly kind of hardly worth doing, to be honest with you. I'll be real. I'm probably not going to cover that in this tutorial, but I will. I might make a separate video on that. But basically, what you want to do here is you want to fire the boomerang straight to the left, and then immediately angle it up and left. After, of course, menuing to Pegasus Seeds here on the transition, and immediately I'm going to fire the boomerang to the left and then angle it up left, and I should get a Pegasus drop right there. There we go. And that is as much of the manip as I'm going to cover. If that Octorok or the Moblin gets in your way, just boomerang it. So you come over here to the portal where you first entered Subversia. You want to equip the feather over... Not over that. You want to equip the feather over the boomerang after you throw it. And then on pause and jump out of the boomerang animation. I was a little bit late on it there, but whatever. It is fine. All right, from here, we are going to the blacksmith to repair this bell, which is right over here. Okay, so this Subversion here, the owner of this shop has 4 text boxes here. On the 4th one, there's going to be a dialogue option, and you need to choose the right option. Basically, it's a yes or no dialogue, and you need to choose no. It's not actually yes or no. Funny enough, so this person asks if you want to repair the bell. This option right here is like, yes, please, and this one is just like, do it. It's like, you have to be rude. You have to be rude to him in order to actually get it done. But again, that's just B and A if you want to menu over. Like, B and A is a nice, easy way to do that. So now that you have the repaired bell, now you make your way back to this cave. You can use the seed and jump over that if you want to. So now we go right back to where we did hide and seek skip, and I have a really fun fact about this. So if you do hide and seek skip, which this tutorial did cover last time I was on here, if you do hide and seek skip, you want to approach this screen at least like a tile and a half or higher above the transition here. Don't transition, of course, like, you know, if you're not doing the manip, it's not a huge deal if you actually transition here. But at the same time, you don't want to go low here, because you know what? The trigger for hide and seek for that sequence is still there. You don't want to do that. You don't want to go through that sequence. That's bad. So you want to stay high here, because the trigger, let me just like show you. I'll show you where the trigger is actually. The trigger is there. So it's actually even higher than I thought. So yeah, I'm like actually about as low as you can be without actually triggering this. So like if you're there, you'll trigger it. So just be careful not to trigger this. Make your way down here, back to the pirate captain. And as soon as you talk to him, it'll start a very long cutscene. And there's really nothing to do in this cutscene besides mash.
Aren't those the best cutscenes?
Yeah. I could speed this up, or we could listen to the awesome music. Or I could answer some questions if anybody has any.
What tile do you need to stand on?
For what exactly? To not get the hide and seek cutscene?
The boundary. I imagine.
Okay, so it's so the lowermost tile is literally where I'm standing right now. So right here, like you don't want to be below, like see these like squiggly lines right here? You don't want to be below the top pixel of that. That's like where you want to be right there. So like if when you transition here, just like check where you are right here, and if you are any lower than this, make sure you adjust yourself. That's it. Yeah, stay above the grass. Just stay off the grass. Get off my lawn, etc. Yeah, and if you hit that cutscene trigger, you have to do like a stealth section that takes like at least a minute and a half or so before you get your feather back. It's just not good. It's not a good thing. Yeah, no problem. No problem. But yeah, again, there is a manipulation in Dungeon 7 that I will not go over in this tutorial. It makes the dungeon like arguably faster, but it's just like kind of an easier way to do it. But the manipulation itself is not exactly the easiest thing. It's probably not something I should cover here, but basically there are 2 different routes in Dungeon 7 that I do want to cover. One that does a trick called post skip, and another one that doesn't. So post skip is something you can do. Like, so the central theme of Dungeon 7 is there are 2 post sisters. Like, so and these post sisters will like they'll blow out flames in like one of the main rooms of the dungeon, and the result is if those flames go out, it brings you all the way back to the beginning of the dungeon. So yeah, you don't want to have that happen. There's a way, in order to get the flames to not blow out. Normally, what you need to do is go to like the east side of the first floor and defeat one of the post sisters, the blue post sister, which defeating that post sister makes the flames never blow out. But you can get past that without going all the way over there, and it skips a key. So yeah. There are 2 ways to actually get to Dungeon 7 as well. You can either go through here, which is like, you know, you can jump across here. It's a 3-tile wide jump, or a 3-tile long jump. Once again, made easier by being on this like half tile here. However, you can go. I actually go this way. You can also go up here to change the season. There's a house up here. And see that right there. You can go through the house. I think there's a bombable wall here. Yeah, there's a bombable wall right there. You can bomb that wall and change the season there. And make it summer? I think, yeah, you make it summer to make a vine appear over here. Right there. And then you climb up towards Dungeon 7. However, the faster way to do it is to do this. So if you feel confident with your through tile long jumps, you can take advantage of that. All right. So you want to just move left here, go up to this this grave here, and this is Dungeon 7. All right. So entering, just equip the shovel. And I equip the sword because I usually do them in up here, but you don't actually need the sword equip here if you don't do it. It's just equip the shovel. And okay, so here we go. I'm gonna make a save there just to show the 2 different routes. All right, so you come up here, try your best to avoid these enemies. These enemies are kind of hard to avoid sometimes. Okay, so upcoming right here is the room where you need to be pretty clean through this room, but ideally you would blow up the left wall. So you want to enter this room and equip the sword and bombs. And also you want to equip the ring as well. So I do this. I like to mash through this dialogue. This is the ghost telling you, like, go away, essentially, in a lot of words. So the ghost will say their things, or the post sister will say their things, and like I essentially mash B through the dialogue, and Link will pull a bomb out, or like that. Whoops, I actually did that too fast. I don't even know. Yeah, I overmashed basically. Oh boy, that's not good. Let me do this again. Don't overmash. I overmashed there. It's also perfectly reasonable to just like not actually mash B and just mash like A. But at the same time, I don't want my, I don't want to swing my sword either, so I could just like do that. Go over here. This room is like one of the main reasons why the manip is useful, but like, yeah, it can be hard to do that in like 2 or less cycles, just because like the wizards can spawn anywhere. The red ones only take 1 hit though. The blue ones that move around take 2 hits, so just be aware of that. I think they also die to 1 spin slash, so you can do a spin slash if you want to. From here, you want to equip... okay, so I'm going to go over the post-skip route first. Okay. Post-skip is done in the room to the left of here, but it does involve transitioning back to the left. If you don't do post-skip, by the way, you don't have to blow up the left wall. You simply do not need to enter that room at all, but you do need to do that to do post-skip. So let's go ahead and try to do that. So you want to use a seed to get over here. I really recommend, I only recommend doing this if you're super comfortable with movement, by the way, like if you're really comfortable with the way Link moves, because this is not an easy skip to pull off. This is probably the hardest movement related trick in the entire run. I say movement related to separate it from like stuff like hide and seek skip or the skip we're going to do in D8, which just like is basically like a buffer. It's a buffer trick essentially. Like it shows how well you can buffer essentially, but this actually like shows how well you can move. Like movement is super important for this skip. So right here I'm going to equip the feather and the bracelet, and the seed is still going to be active when I come back here. So I want to mash through that text really quick. I'm just showing you how this looks like really fast first, and then I'll go over the components to it. So that's what it looks like. So basically just barely before the flames went out, I was able to enter the staircase. That is the idea of post skip. So that completely skips a key later on in the dungeon, and it skips the post sister fight with the blue post sister, which is normally required to enter that staircase. So I'll show it again. There's going to be a text box right about here. Mash through this with the button that your bracelet's on, and then use the bracelet to push that. Like, in my opinion, the hardest part of the skip is not clearing the spikes. Like, so you want to clear these spikes, but you also want to, like, basically landing right in the spot here is kind of hard at first. Like, it takes some getting used to the way jumping works, especially with Pegasus seeds and after pushing this thing. It can be a little bit tricky to land here. And you also want to make sure that you don't grab this. Sometimes I grab this as well, which is not good. And then from here, you want to push this this log just until it starts moving. And then from here, I pause. That actually wasn't very good. Whatever. That wasn't. Yeah, okay, that's fine. So the one of the like necessary components of the skip is actually pausing at the right time as well, because pausing negates Link's lag frames. So like you'll notice that like if I were to move normally through this room, like if I were to just like move from right to left, Link stops whenever one of the flames goes out, because the room has to like adjust its lighting or whatever. So like Link just stops. If you pause, you get to avoid those lag frames. And the idea is to pause on the second bit of lag frames that you get there. So pausing there is what allows you to make it. So like from right here, you can actually just buffer up and jump and then curve your jump to the right. Like you can basically immediately press right after jumping up here as well. So you unpause, you buffer up and feather, and then you immediately curve your jump to the right. And you want to make sure you jump over the staircase as well that leads, or the stairs that lead to the staircase, if that makes any sense. So like the stairs that lead up to the plateau that the staircase is on. So it looks like that. You can pretty much immediately press right once you're in the air there. Does that make sense? All right, so all right, so let me show you what this looks like without post skip. Oh, that's not it. Okay, so without post skip, I wouldn't blow up that left wall. And I would also just like, I guess you could save and quit back here. I think save and quitting might be slightly faster than taking the whatever you want to call that, getting sent back to the beginning of the dungeon by the Poe. So you probably want to save and quit from that key that you get over on the right side, and you want to come over here. Try to avoid those enemies. So unlock that door. You want to come up here, and you want to have sword here, and you want to have sword and not that, and slingshot with ember seeds equipped. So you shoot that and shoot that, and be prepared for the post sister to come at you. Spin slashing does twice as much damage as regular slashing here, so just be aware of that too. And now that the post sister is gone, we can now advance here. Whoops. Right, I moved through that room without any seeds. Okay, so that is what that route without post skip looks like. So now that we're here, once you come up to that through that transition, you want to equip Pegasus seeds over bracelet.
Before you go any further, would now
Sure.
be a good time for a break?
Yeah, sure.
Perfect.
Sounds good.
So we're just going to take a quick little break here, just so everybody can get up, get some waters, do whatever they need to do to, keep themselves a little healthy and everything. Just before we head to the break, though, I do just have a few quick reminders. So alongside all of our reoccurring shows, GDQ Hotfix also has multiple week-long events throughout the year with Frost and Flame Fatales. Those are women-led events, and they're held twice a year supporting other great charities. And if you have any ideas for your own show or any other one-off events, you can feel free to go to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix to submit your ideas there. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll see you back here in just a few minutes. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the GDQ Hotfix. This is How to Train a Speedrunner, and we are here with TGH, and we're about to finish up the last bit of the Oracle of Seasons tutorial. How you doing, TGH, after that break?
Doing all right. Feeling good.
Whenever you're ready, it's all yours.
All right, sweet, thanks. Okay, so after coming into this room, so you've just done like either post skip or not post skip. So you want to come into this room and come up these stairs. Make sure you jump up these stairs, and don't worry about the green gels that appear here. They will not bother you at all. Just walk through them. And wait, where's the trampoline? What? Oh, the button. My bad. I'm blanking. There we go. All right. So this spot tries to trick you right here. Don't actually push it onto that. Instead, push the trampoline down one tile, jump onto it, and then make sure you're holding down right. Make sure you're holding down right here. Press the button and fall off to the tile above the button here. Sometimes it takes me a bit to get back into the swing of things. All right, so you grab the key, you come back down here, and now once you come back into this room, you're gonna so there are gonna be a bunch of Armos in this room, right? It's the room that you came through. So you want to push an Armos onto this button, but it's gonna be random. It's completely random which Armos is the one that you can push. Every other one will like attack you if you try to touch it. There's only one that does not do that, so it is your job to find the one that doesn't do that. So just like go around the room, and I got actually kind of lucky. The one that was closest to the button is nice, but it can be any one here. Just be aware of that. It can be any one of these Armos. Entering this room, there's going to be a hooded Stalfos right below you that you want to boomerang. There are seeds in these pots. Make sure you grab them. And from there, equip Pegasus seeds and gloves on South Polarity. You want South Polarity in the gloves. If they're not on South, then make sure they're on South, like either in this room or in the next room. Oops. Wait, what did I just do? There we go. There we go. Okay. So use a seed and try to avoid that anti-fairy. Okay, this room can be a pain. Now, if you are not comfortable, which by the way, I'm not even comfortable without doing the manip with this room. Like I'm not comfortable doing this room without killing the keys. If you want to equip sword instead of the gloves, you can. Just equip sword, and just kill the keys as they, as you come across them here. Once you get here, then just repel yourself with the south polarity gloves on this south object right here. And then from there, use a seed over onto this room. You're going to push the buttons. Just watch the order I push them in. You want this one, and then this one, and then that one, and then that one. It's pretty simple. So grab the key and leave. So this next part's a little bit tricky. What you want to do is you want to equip the feather and the sword at some point here. So what I like to do is I like to try and buffer my pause, like right where I'm about to jump here. This jump can be done with just a diagonal jump. I think the game intends for you to have Rock's Cape here, which is the item that you get in this dungeon that allows you to like float after jumping. But you actually don't need that. You don't need the Rock's Cape at all. Instead, I'm going to try and pause right there. That should be fine, I think. And then from here, I'm going to down left and jump. I'm going to buffer down left and jump like that. From here, this next part looks tricky, but I promise you it's not that bad. So if you just are aligned as far right as you can go here against the wall, which I am right now, just jump off of this tile and then immediately press right and you'll end up over here. Looks like that. You don't even really have to jump off like the middle of that tile either. Like I jumped pretty early there and I still made it. So yeah. Now these enemies, I think these enemies are called Magu Nesu, I think. I don't know exactly what their names are, but basically they're kind of terrible. That's all you need to know. So basically these enemies, what you're supposed to do is use the magnet gloves to like attract them to you and then kill them, but that's slow and also still hard to do. So you might as well just try to like corner them. Like basically cornering these enemies is what you want to do. But they will typically they will run away from Link unless they're like in the midst of their attack animation, in which case they just won't move. But they will try and they'll run away from where Link is. So if you stay to one side of them while like approaching, like say I approach this one, he's going to go up against this north wall, right? When I am near him, he will go in the opposite direction to where Link is. So I want to try to approach him on the left side of him. And if I do it right, I can actually just kill him right here. So like this takes a bit to get used to, but oh, he actually went the other way. Never mind. Oh, see what I mean? Okay. Yeah, these enemies can be a real pain. That one was attacking and that one was attacking. So I was able to just like not really worry about either of the other two. But yeah, they are real pains. So here it's fine to just like wait for the platform to get near here to jump onto it. However, there is a faster way to do this. You can, by the way, yeah, you want the trampoline to be on this tile right here before you jump onto it. You can make this jump. It's not the easiest jump ever, but you can make it. Like you can make that. Just like be as far left on this platform as you can, and make sure you don't try and curve left too early to get to the stairs. So from here, you want to equip magnet gloves and Pegasus seeds. Have your gloves on south polarity again, and push, or rather, actually, yeah, you have to be on south polarity to actually bring the magnet over, and then be on north polarity to push it onto the button that's right there. Open the chest for a key. Come in here, and you're going to do the same thing you did earlier. Literally the same exact thing with these Armos. Just like test each one of them to see if you can push it, and this is the pushable one. So if any Armos here get in your way, just like boomerang them. Do not go in the stairs. That resets the room. Push that on, and then do the same thing here. Grab those Pegasus seeds again. You should be like close to full Pegasus seeds here. Like, you know, you'll be at least like 17 here. I'm at 19, which is nice. But you want to equip Pegasus seeds and slingshot with ember seeds here. Check to see how many ember seeds you have here. If you have less than 4, equip the sword instead. Because you need ember seeds for this this post-sister fight coming up. We're gonna fight the red one now. So yeah, use a Pegasus seed coming down here. So if you don't have enough ember seeds, just have the sword equipped, and then these bushes once again have a 50-50 chance to drop an ember seed. You need to actually light these torches quickly enough. If you're too slow, you know, they need to all be lit at the same time, basically. So yeah, just be aware of that. You want your Pegasus seed to be like running throughout that entire room. There's a strat here to 1 cycle this red post sister. It's not easy. Again, like a 2 cycle is fine here. But if you take advantage of the way Link swings a sword, again, Link swings his sword from a spin in a clockwise manner. So if you take that into account and like hit the Poe like super early and take advantage of how early you can swing, you can actually 1 cycle the Poe sister. I'll try and show what that looks like. But yeah, there we go. I got it. Okay. So yeah, like I actually started my swing before the Poe sister started making her arc around me, but the Poe sister will always move in a counterclockwise manner to me, so I can take advantage of that. I can take advantage of knowing which way she's gonna move. Like she'll try to move around you essentially, in a counterclockwise manner. But if you swing your sword early enough, like typically I think a fight would look like this if you're gonna 2 cycle. So like, and then just like a slash will do on the 2nd cycle. That's fine. And then you move on. Make sure the first thing you do when you get in this water is dive down. Dive down underneath that. Okay. From here, there's actually a neat little trick you can do here. You want to equip the feather and the gloves, and make sure that your gloves are on north polarity. Actually, they can be on south polarity. It doesn't matter, but north is just a little bit more optimal here. So like they can be on either basically, but north is just a little bit better. So right here, there's a whole room you have to do here, right? Like I think you need to kill this. You need to kill both of these guards to get this bridge to appear. You actually don't need to do that. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to take advantage of a trick that I've actually utilized in this run already in Dungeon 5. So remember when I said when you're magnetically attracting to an item that you can attract to, and then you press jump on exactly the frame after, you can jump off of thin air. That's what we're going to do. So up here, like up on the next screen, there's going to be a thing to the north of me that I can magnetically attract to, and it looks like this. So like if I jump there, see this thing, I'm attracting to this thing right here with north polarity. If I let go and then jump on the next frame, I can just make it over there. So there are a couple ways to do this. There are 2 ways to do this. You can either select buffer it and just buffer the feather, or you can do it unbuffered if you're feeling risky, like that. Unbuffered is not easy. Like it's just kind of like a quick slide over, but it's like a feel thing. It's kind of hard to get used to, but it's a little bit faster. It's like a second faster to do that. It's not a big deal. Buffering is very consistent. It'll work every single time if you buffer it. So just keep that in mind. But on this transition here, it's a fade in transition. On the transition going up from the trampoline, you want to equip seeds and your sword. So the red Stalfos in this room will try to jump away from you if you swing at it, which is important to note. If you go into it with your sword held out, though, it won't jump away. So it might look a little bit like this, like that. That was okay. They were both like pretty, you know, pretty tame there, but they can be like anywhere in the room essentially. So here's another 3-tile gap. And what I like to do here, actually, falling down into this hole is actually really bad, because it makes you do like, you know, the bottom room like all over again with like all the south polarity blocks and everything. You don't want to do that. Instead, you want to. I try to use my sword here to like buffer myself into a position that's like this. One more pixel to the left, by the way, and I'm falling. Like, this is as far left as you can go. But here is a fine position to equip Feather, and I'm just gonna buffer left, A, and B all together out of the pause menu, and I should make it every time, like that. This room right here is a battle with keys, essentially. So the keys are gonna be like all over the place in this room, and you just kind of have to hope that they're not in your way, really. But essentially what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be jumping forward immediately with Feather and curving myself to the right. I'm going to land on this platform. This platform moves really fast around the room. I'm going to jump onto this platform and then jump again to the chest. And it looks a little bit like this. Like that. And again, you need to hope that the keys are not in your way, because that was really unfortunate. You can make that. It's a 3-tile gap. You can make that. It's a thing, but like when the platform's there, there's really no reason to do that. But when the platform's not there, yeah, it can be useful just to be able to do that. If not, though, wait for the platform to come back around. The keys are terrible in this room. So just like be aware of that. These keys are really bad. So moving on. So now we have the Rock's Cape, which allows us to actually like extend our jump quite a way. So I just like kind of mash A and go out of the room like that. Immediately here, I'm going to use a Pegasus seed and immediately jump to the right. It's possible to overshoot the platform that I'm going to jump to. I'm going to jump to this platform right here. You can see my mouse. I'm going to jump to that platform. So I'm going to immediately use a Pegasus seed, and then immediately after that, jump the Rock's Cape with just a full held A button press. And it should look a little bit like this. Like that. And then immediately jump again, leave the room. As soon as this key lock, as soon as this lock unlocks, I'm going to jump and immediately hold down, and I'm going to land right about here. So that'll look like this. Like that. It takes a bit to get used to exactly like the way Feather / Rock Capes, or Rock's Cape actually works. So just like, it's more stiff than you might imagine. Like if you've played Link's Awakening, it's a little more like stiff than that. It's weird to describe, but you'll get used to it with enough like practice on it. Just like anything else, but yeah. Okay, so from here, I'm going to hold down. Just transition here, using another seed as soon as possible. If your health is low, that's fine. There's a fairy in this pot, but the way we do this is our next equip is Rock's Cape and Sword. But we want to have a seed active while we use the Rock's Cape and Sword. So what we're going to do is we're going to just like kind of mash B and wait for Link to use the seed while you're mashing B. And then equip Sword and Rock's Cape. And then you can go ahead and get the fairy in that pot and then kill these as fast as you can. That wasn't very... This room is hard. These Moldorms are hard to kill because this entire floor is made up of cracked tiles. And if you stay for too long on one, like if you stay for like the length of time like a sword swing takes, which I think is like 14 or 15 frames, something like that, these tiles will crack and you'll fall through and you'll wind up all the way back to the beginning of the room, which is not good. So the way to deal with these Moldorms is essentially just to like slash them Like, keep moving around, slash them, and then jump as soon as you slash to keep that from happening. And then, like, hold your sword out and poke. Just, like, try to poke for the last hit on each one of them. It takes a bit to get used to, but yeah, the room's kind of a pain. And from here, we want to grab that seed, jump over here. You don't have to have your sword held out like that. That's just the way I do it. But yeah, you want to make sure you grab both of those seeds. Hit the button as well. You can make both of these jumps without Pegasus seeds. Worth the note. It's hard though. It's like about the same difficulty as like a 2 tile gap without seeds. So you can make those. This fight is this fight's okay. I like to just have my sword out as I enter and just sort of just try and like feel out the fight. Honestly, the blue one, worthy to note, the blue one will always move in a straight line towards you. The red one will always try and move in a counterclockwise motion around you. And if all 4 torches in this room get blown out, you will get brought back all the way to the beginning of the dungeon. So you definitely don't want that to happen. But yeah, I like to have my sword out and just like try and like guard the torches and also just like try and deal as much damage to them as I can. That was actually a pretty good fight. So yeah, like this fight is honestly just like entirely a feel thing. Those post sisters are you know, they take like, I think they take the same amount. No, they take a little bit, they have a little bit more health than they do on their own each, but they still don't take long to go down if you just keep hitting them. So like, yeah, the time that you have to hit them is not that long, but still you can make it work. It is fine. All right, so moving onward, on this transition right here, you want to equip seeds on like over your cape, over Rock's cape, and you want to leave this room with 15 seeds. There's a fairy in that pot there if you need it. This fairy is faster to get than the fairy that the post sisters will drop typically. So if you have like, you know, if you have like maybe 3 hearts or something leaving the post sister fight, don't worry about getting the fairy there, just get the fairy here. And there are actually 2 fairies here, so each of those pots have a fairy. Yeah, you want to leave this room with 15 seeds. Just like follow the way that I'm going across these stairs. Like the stairs are kind of, you know, they're easy to follow, like if you actually know where you're going. But just like if you need help on it, just like watch what I did and just take the same staircases that I did. It's fine. So right here, okay, this next room, if you did not do post skip, you need to get the key that's north of this next room. Okay, so you want to, on this transition, if you or no, sorry, not on the transition, like you want to use a seed first. So you use a seed, and then you want to equip the cape and the magnetic gloves. And keep in mind, this is only if you did not do post skip. If you did do post skip, you can completely ignore this key. So this is what you skip by doing post skip, essentially. Like this is an extra thing that you skip. So right here, let me actually, like, I might not be too great at this screen, so just like be warned. All right, so yeah, okay, I actually have no idea what I'm doing on screen, but basically there's a key north of here that you want to get. I think you can make this jump. It's a little tricky, but one thing that I'm not doing, actually, you want to make sure that your glove is on north polarity. I am very bad at this screen.
I imagine you haven't done this in years.
I had to learn how to do this screen to make this tutorial.
Okay.
So yeah, that should give you an idea.
Okay, gotcha.
Basically, okay, so we have you can jump up here. Jumping up here is probably the way to go here. And then jumping here, you can just like kind of ignore the platform moving back and forth if you have a seed active, and you can jump all the way up here. in this next room, you're gonna have a Wizrobe and a bunch of I think hooded Stalfoses. We'll see. So yeah, the room looks like this though. Yeah, it's hooded Stalfoses. So you want to equip cape and sword now. Once again, the Wizrobes will only appear on screen, so like they won't like, you know, they won't be. They'll always appear on the screen. And then you grab the key that falls. And then from here, so this room is actually, this room you can do a lot quicker on the way back. As long as you do this, just like beeline for the platform. So it looks like this. There we go. Oh, it's that block. That block is the one. Okay. So let's see now. Now we want to equip the sword because there's a Pegasus seed there that we want, and just equip the Rock's Cape right back over the sword. This screen right here. So the idea here is to hit the bottom button first, and then come up here and hit the top button, and then the middle button. So the way you do that is it's just a full jump right away to here. And then with the Rock's Cape makes this a little bit awkward. I mean, it makes it, you know, possible, but it also makes it awkward because you can jump too far with the seed active. So what I do is I jump from the first button to here. I jump neutrally and then hold up after. And then I do the same thing here to this one, except I just don't use the cape functionality. So it looks a little bit like this. So yeah, that's a little bit awkward, but it's fine to get used to. Honestly, like, it's another screen that really requires you to get used to, like the cape being how it is. Like, it's just a little bit stiff, basically. Oh, here, by the way, when you hit this trampoline and you're going up, just hold right, and trust it. You'll fall there. And then you'll make it here every time. So like, you don't have to take the platform all the way over, basically, is what I'm saying. And then like go up the staircase. You can just make it here. You want to use a seed, and then immediately equip the sword over the seed. What I do here is I slash. Okay, so you need to slash the bottom right orb here. Excuse me, crystal switch. So there are two crystal switches here. You slash the bottom one here, and then there are two crystal switches on the other side of the room as well. So there are these two, and then all the way over here, there are going to be two more. You want to hit this bottom one here, and then both of them over on the left side. So, like, in order to do this really fast, I like to land here. Like, the cape, again, gives you, like, too much airtime, basically, to do what you want to do here. So, I basically, like, I swing my sword, cancel the sword animation with a jump here, land here, and then jump over here, and then just, like, do two quick swings to hit the other two. So it looks like... Okay, that was... Alright, that was a fine example. Okay, so... Yeah, I cut that a little close on the first jump. You don't have to do a neutral jump here. You can just hold up and left and jump there. And... Yeah, I like to land on the right here just so that I don't jump too far past these. That's a personal thing. You don't have to do that, but that's just a thing that I do. But this next room is full of Stalfos that'll jump away from you if you try to slash them. So I like to go in with my sword held out and try to poke them. Poking each and every one of them kills them in one hit. So it looks a little bit like... Yeah, I usually try to, like... You can also spin slash them. Spin slashing them will make them not jump away. Which is nice. So if you get a situation where like they're all together, a spin slash could kill more than one of them, that's useful, but poking them is also fine. Get the big key, save and quit. On the transition here with the portal, again, it's a fade-in transition, so equip the Pegasus seeds over the cape, not over the sword. You kind of want the sword. Oops. And you can use them. And you want to enter the boss room with at least 13 seeds. If you have... Okay, so like as far as seed count goes, if you have 18, On every single stair, like traveling between the staircases, on every single one except for this one, you can use a seed. But I have 17, so I skipped that one. I skipped the previous one as well, and I'm also skipping this one. But on every single other one, I can use a seed. You can grab the fairy again there if you're low on health. And as soon as you transition here, it's like, oh no, Wizard's in my way. You need to equip the cape anyway. So you equip the cape, and you still have the seed speed active. And we are now going to fight Gleeok. Gleeok has 2 heads that you need to kill at roughly the same time. You have actually a pretty large window. You don't actually have to kill them at exactly the same time. That would be kind of ridiculous for casual play. So yeah, you just need to kill them like within a few seconds of each other, or else they'll regenerate and you have to kill them again. So it should look like this. So I like to go in immediately with my sword held out like this. And the idea is just to jump over the flames that this right head is going to shoot at me. That's pretty consistent. They always shoot at you right away. I try to jump over them and then immediately spin slash 2 heads. And if I get both of them, that's great. If I don't, that's whatever. Yeah, see, like, sometimes they're just too far apart for that. But as long as you have the ring equipped, this fight is pretty handleable. Like, unless you take too much damage, it takes a bit to get used to the attacks on this fight. But essentially, yeah, there's 2 of them. It's like when, all right, I try to stay like around in the middle. I'm a bit too low here, but I try to stay around in the middle because that spot is a good spot to potentially evade the flames. Like, they always go in like this hexagonal pattern here, like in 6 different directions. Wow. Worth noting, it doesn't really matter which direction you hold your sword out here. Just keep in mind that Link does a spin slash in that that clockwise rotation. So you want to hit him as soon as he lands, or else, like, you know, like if you take too long to kill the remains of Gleeok here, he will charge at you, and that will make things problematic. He does a lot of damage, especially with the ring equipped, especially when you have the ring equipped. But if you're faced to the right, you have to swing a lot earlier than you think you do. You have to release your spin a lot earlier than you think in order to actually hit Gleeok when he lands. So let me do this fight like maybe twice more. This time with different RNG. Oh. So this time I'm facing to the left, which means I hit him earlier there, basically. Yep, and then you grab the heart. You want to be like on the lower left-hand corner of this tile right here to grab the heart. And I like to also equip Gale Seeds before leaving. And we're going to grab the Seed of Life. And that's Dungeon 7. Alright, so now immediately we are going to warp down. We want to move 2 menu slots over here. So that's just like a, you know, like you can input this with just a quick right and a down input there. Go to here, and you want to equip the Pegasus Seeds over the Gale Seeds so that you have Pegasus Seeds and Cape equipped here. And we're going to go up to this northwestern part of the map for the first time. Sort of where Onox's castle is, except we're not actually going to Onox's castle. Instead, this time we're going to go to where the Temple of Seasons used to be. So right on this screen right here, I'm going to equip the boomerang and the shovel. We need the shovel in a couple screens, but for now, those 2 bushes right here always have Pegasus Seeds. That's why you want to leave Dungeon 7 with at least 13, because you use 3 on the way up here, and Each drop here is 5, so now I have full Pegasus seeds, which is nice. Super nice. It is faster. It is always faster to jump over stairs, yes. Yep, it is always faster. So going up here, so this there's a jump coming up here. It's not the easiest jump to get used to, but it's made easier by doing one little thing on like at the beginning of this jump. So ordinarily you're supposed to go like over to the right and make it fall on a stump to make leaves appear over these holes. We're not going to do that. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to do a really fancy looking jump. This segment, by the way, is just the segment of cool jumps. Like that is what this segment is. Like I have dubbed it the segment of cool jumps. So right here, we're gonna jump up and to the right, and we're gonna kind of do like a snake, sort of like a sort of snake figure with our jump. So this is what the hole looks like that we're gonna jump over. So if I hold up and right while I jump, I will easily make it past this rock, and then immediately after I hold up and right, I'm gonna hold up and left, and that'll get me up here, and then the rest is just holding right to here. Now, if you see a Tektite spawn here, I would just leave and re-enter the screen. This is an unlucky spawn. This doesn't usually happen. But a Tektite can spawn. I've had Tektites spawn on both of these tiles before. These Tektites can be jerks. But this doesn't usually happen. So I would just leave the screen and come back. And there we go. That's what the jump looks like. So it's just like, make sure you hold up and right while you jump off of this tile. Like that's honestly the most important thing. And then from there, it becomes a lot easier. So you can hold up and right and then up and left to go up to this tile, and then just hold right to get there. You can make that jump. Make sure you jump over that staircase. And we're going to make our way down here. And we're going to visit our Subrosian, who is trying, but failing very much so to make fireworks. And we're going to show him how. Just throw a bomb in there. Maps don't make fireworks. By the way. And then this long cutscene plays. And this essentially, like, you know, it doesn't quite look like it right now, but the act of doing this actually makes this area passable. Believe it or not. So that text box right there, you can actually move before that text box happens. You can just press like AA or BB. Just don't use a bomb. I mean, it doesn't matter that much, but still. All right, once you come back here, you're going to use a seed and equip Feather and the Rod of Seasons, because we'll be using both of those coming up soon. Transition up here. Just jump over those guys. Once again, these guys can spawn anywhere. They can be trolly, so just be aware of that. You want to swing twice and then equip the Pegasus seeds over the Rod of Seasons, and then go down here. I like to be a little bit to the... I don't like to be like totally on the left side here. I like to give myself at least a frame or two here to jump left. You'll see what I mean on the next screen. It's like right here. Like if I were to the left, I would have to like essentially hit left and A. Like I have a pretty tight window to do that, but I like to be up here in the middle just to give myself some room to like move left and jump. And we're gonna enter there. This jump right here, so there's a magnet thing up here. There's a thing that like you can attract to with a magnet up there, but instead you can just make this jump. That is actually not as hard as the other, like that's not as hard as like a 3-tile jump, for instance. And yeah, you can also buffer that as well, but like honestly, that's kind of not one of the more difficult jumps in this split. So yep. Just like jump over that. The Rock's Cape is really the Rock's Cape destroys this split. Especially in this next room. This next room looks really cool. I'll try and do this in fast motion. hopefully I'm able to get this, but yeah, there's supposed to be a puzzle in this room, but you can skip it by doing that. This jump right here is actually super tricky. The one bit of advice I have for this jump is to make sure you're as far left as you can be, without, like, you know, nudging this rock on the way up. And then hold up and left as soon as you see the cape. Like, as soon as the cape, you know, becomes active, like when you're holding B, as soon as that cape becomes active, hold up and left, and then just finish it with left here. I'll do that a couple more times. The keys in this room can also be terrible. I like to jump as well. I like to jump right there just to, like, space myself out a little better. I fell there just because I didn't hold left for some reason. There we go. Okay. Yeah, see, I wasn't far enough to the left before I made that jump, so whoops. But that time I was. If you don't feel like doing this jump, this jump is not that bad. But then these rocks, God, I'm not even sure if I know how to do this. How do you, wait. I don't even actually know how to do this. I'm sorry. You basically, I'll just go ahead and say you have to do that puzzle if you don't do this jump. And I will leave it at that. It's like, once again, just like watch my inputs here. And you'll notice that the left press lines up with the sound that the cape makes. And that's like, that's a nice little cue for holding up and left for that jump. Nice. Don't worry about taking damage here. If you want, you can unequip the ring during a menu. I normally don't, but yeah, unequipping the ring does have the damage that you take here, or it decreases the damage that you take. Lionels can deal a lot. But yeah, if you typically take a lot of damage here, then you can just unequip the ring. But there are fairies here. There are fairies in this room, so like, it's not like conserving health is a thing you have to do if you can't, but it's fine. It's completely. I usually have to take these fairies anyway, but okay. So now this is the final portal to Subrosia that we take, because up here is the last dungeon, the Sword and Shield dungeon. So this dungeon has a very major skip in it, which I may spend a little bit of time going over, and by a little bit I mean quite a bit, just because there is a lot to go over in it. But right away you're going to use a seed entering the dungeon. You want to enter with at least 11 seeds. I have 12, and that's fine. But yeah, like you essentially, you really, maybe even more, honestly, like you can't enter this dungeon with too many seeds, honestly. So I equip Slingshot with the Gale Seeds and Sword here, because we're about to Slingshot the Gale Seed up to here. Make sure, so you can fire this seed right from the bottom, but just make sure you move up so that the target is like on the camera when it gets hit. That's important. You can hold your sword out there to break the pots. Oops. Grab the key and use another seed. We're going to have another Magonisi rune coming up here. If these keys get in your way, just kill them. Don't try and dodge them. You're on a one-tile path. Just don't try and dodge them. But yeah, these Magonisu are... This room is actually a little bit easier than the other one in Dungeon 7 because you're on ice. And you can swing your sword on ice. By the way, the ice physics in this game, I think I went over them briefly earlier, but the ice physics in this game are very, very... Link is very frictionless on ice, like extremely frictionless. So you can swing your sword and not lose like any speed, essentially, but it doesn't make these guys any less like, you know, it doesn't make them any less like difficult to actually hit sometimes. So important thing to note, these pots here, this middle one has a bomb, and either of these two have hearts. So just keep that in mind. You'll normally want to get both of those. In fact, the bombs you definitely want to get. The hearts, obviously only get if you need hearts, but yeah, okay. So next room you want to go into with your sword charged. I like to, as soon as I get past the corner, right here, as soon as I get past this corner, I like to release my spin, and that should kill both of these. While holding up and left, I release my spin. It should kill both of those. I kill this one, and then I'm gonna equip. I'm gonna equip the slingshot once again with Gale Seeds to take care of this guy, and then a key's gonna drop. There we go. Ideally, you wouldn't get hit, but I did. Whatever. Re-equip the sword afterwards, and then just like... Honestly, I don't really have any advice for trying to time, like, you know, moving forward and catching the key. Ice physics are very difficult to get used to. Luckily, I think this is the last time we actually, like, truly have to deal with them, if we don't get, like, horrible RNG later on in the dungeon. So, but basically, moving onward, we're going to approach the skip of this dungeon. So this is called HSS skip, or Hyper Slingshot skip. So the item of this dungeon is the Hyper Slingshot. We're not getting it. We're not going to get it here. Instead, there's a large pit in the next room with a button at the end of it that allows you to like go backwards through the dungeon, and also serves as a shortcut for like if you die or go back to the beginning of the dungeon and want to advance to the second half of the dungeon right away. So, but you can clear that. You can clear that jump with, and this might sound intimidating at first, but you can clear that with a double frame perfect sub-pixel dependent jump. Now, the sub-pixel dependent part is actually easy to take care of. The double frame perfect part is actually slightly easier, in my opinion, than hide and seek skip was, because it doesn't involve any extra inputs besides just the jumping. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna go into this room, make sure your seed is gone, make sure you don't have a seed like active at all, make sure you kill the green slime that's right here. All right, so walk in and make sure that you are like clipped into this wall, so that Link's nose is even with the separation between the floor and the wall here. Okay, so you're going to walk into this screen and you're going to fall into the hole on purpose. After you fall into the hole, you're going to hold up. You're going to hold up so that Link is pushing up against the wall, and then hold up left, and then hold nothing. Wait until Link stops here, and then hold left. Okay, now you can like stutter step if you want, but you want to get to this specific pixel right here. I turn just so you can see what it looks like when Link is facing left. But I look for Link's hair right here. Link's hair to be exactly 1 pixel away from this dark little like group of or line of pixels right here on the Y coordinate. So I look for that little space right there. Do you see that? That little pixel of space? You need to be on this specific pixel. And everything else falling in the hole, holding up against the wall, that was all to manipulate my subpixel, which basically just means like there are divisions. So there are positions that cannot be accurately represented by 1 pixel. So the game actually has subpixels as like positional values as well. Basically, it means just like a fraction of a pixel that isn't actually visually represented. Does that make sense?
It makes sense to me.
Okay, yeah. So it's you don't need to worry about the exact definition of a subpixel. You just need to know that you need to do this to set it up. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm going to use a seed. I'm gonna save a state as well. That's probably smart. I'm gonna use a seed and equip cape and bombs. Out of the menu, I'm going to buffer right and bombs as well. So that Link pulls a bomb and then immediately starts moving right. Like this. Okay. So now comes the double frame perfect part. You need to jump on the last frame possible. So the bomb, all right, so there's going to be, the bomb's going to explode while in Link's hand. And this trick is designed so that the bomb explodes, and then Link has one frame after the bomb explodes to jump, and then the very next frame he will fall if you don't jump on that frame. So you need to do this with buffering. Like, don't do this unbuffered, please. Just like pause buffering. The good thing about pause buffering again is that you have 2 buttons to do it with. So coming out of a menu, like you can press one button, like you can press start, and then you can press select in case that start was too early to buffer that instead. But like, make sure you hold both of them so that the save and quit menu pops up and not like another menu. But basically what we're going to do is I'm going to frame advance first to show you the frames. Okay. Because they're kind of hard to identify otherwise. If I were just like pausing like in game. So I'm going to frame advance. So right here is the frame you jump on. So if you see the bomb, if you pause and you see that the bomb has exploded over Link's head, buffer the cape. Like buffer jump, but don't hold it. Do not hold the cape. That's very important. So just press it. So we're going to advance one more frame here. Oh, okay. All right, never mind. This is different on emulator than is in game. Okay. Let me just get back to that position. Okay. So if you pause and you see this frame, you want to jump off of this frame like this. Okay. Link's going to jump. Do not hold the cape. The second frame you're looking for, so basically, if I were to hold the cape, I would not get across this hole. I would not have enough distance to get across this hole. I need to delay my cape usage until a very specific frame. I look for Link's hair to be lined up exactly with this, and like Link's hair is going to be consistent with like where he actually is here. So I look for Link's hair to be lined up with this line right here between these 2 blocks exactly. So that would be this frame right here. Now it's you can't actually see his hair, but basically it's also the first frame where Link is upright as well. That's probably a better cue to use. So on this frame right here is the frame where I want to use my cape. And if you're able to use the cape again on this frame, you got it. You're going to make it all the way across there. This is the only way to make this jump. I promise you. And I'm going to also be real with you as well. This jump is probably easier than doing the rest of the dungeon. The rest of the dungeon is a huge pain. I honestly like this trick. If you want to learn the rest of the dungeon, Dragon Co's tutorial from 2015 will have you covered. Like that will go over like basically the middle third of this dungeon. Well, maybe not exactly middle third, but you know what I mean. Like that part of this dungeon, Dragon Co's tutorial will go over, and it'll go over the mini boss and getting the hyper slingshot and everything like that. But it's probably still worth your while to learn this. This trick saves, if you get it first try, this trick saves about 4.5 minutes. It's hard. This trick is hard, especially to get used to. Like basically my advice is just to practice buffering, like buffer timing. Buffer timing is like incredibly useful and honestly necessary to have gotten used to for this trick. So definitely consider that. Learning from Dragon Co's tutorial is also very valid as well, especially if you're just starting out with the game. So that is there, that resource is there if you want it. but I'm going over this because a resource for that already exists. So, but I still would advise at least considering learning this. So let's load the state once again, and I'm gonna try to do this unbuffered. Not unbuffered, jeez. I'm gonna try to do this without without pausing the emulator, is what I mean. So I'm gonna try to do it like without using emulator functions, like I just did. So let's go ahead and try it out. Okay, so I got that frame. I think I'm a frame early for that, but I buffered and got it. So that's what it looks like. Okay, that is
that easy.
That is HSS skip. So with the subpixel setup, with the first frame perfect jump and the frame perfect cape usage, again, both buffered as well, with the save and quit menu. And if you watch my inputs, you'll see that like I sort of plink the start and select buttons whenever I buffer. That's so that like just in case my start input is early, the select input has it covered. That's essentially what it is.
If you were to mash like in and out of your pause menu, how many frames would advance doing that? Like, is this something you could just basically pause every frame and get to it?
So it would take as many frames as it takes you to press the button.
Got it.
Like there's no like automatic pausing in this game. Like if you compare this to like Link's Awakening DX has like a frame perfect buffer system where you can just hold start and it's really nice and really convenient. This game unfortunately doesn't have that. This game you have to manually push the button in order for a start menu or select menu or save and quit menu to actually pop up. So yeah, it's unfortunate that that's necessary, but it is what it is, honestly. So yeah, again, if you're not comfortable with this, you can go through with Dragon Co's tutorial, and that is a perfectly valid way to learn this dungeon as well. Okay, so all right, there's no way I can get that first 2 times in a row, right? Yeah, okay. All right, try that again. I made a mistake by trying this for a second time. Okay, that should be it. Yeah, okay. Make sure you push the button, because the rest of this dungeon is not terribly easy either. So if you run out of resources, you can't even attempt this again. Like if you run out of seeds or bombs, bombs actually aren't a problem, but if you run out of seeds, Pegasus seeds, you will not be able to attempt this again if you don't push that button. Like, actually, the button makes it so that you don't even need to attempt it again if you have to start the dungeon over. So definitely push that button. Push that button on your way by, which is as simple as just like holding up and right after you finish the jump. Yeah. So yeah, that's HSS skip. A couple things to go over as far as backups go. So by backups, I mean essentially trying the trick again. So if you jump at all on this screen, of course your subpixel needs to be correct for this to work. Like your subpixel needs to be, it's dependent on your subpixel. In order to fix your subpixel, there are different things that you need to do depending on whether or not you jump on this screen. So say for instance, I just walk into the pit like that, I can just hold left all the way to the wall. So make sure you hold left all the way to the wall, wait for the seed to run out, and then get back in position. And then equip seed, use the seed, and then try again. Say for instance, I get this frame and jump, but then miss this frame, and then try it and I don't quite make it. There's actually something different you have to do to actually fix your subpixel from a jump, because that changes your subpixel. Like it changes the subpixel you're on when you respawn. I'm not exactly sure why that is, but still, something to keep in mind. What you have to do to fix it when you do this, when you jump, is hold down left from the respawn. Hold down left all the way until Link reaches the corner. Wait until the seed runs out. And then go on to this pixel right here so that Link's hair is like right above this line. See this line right here? It's kind of hard to get used to like where exactly these pixels or these like cues are, but the top of Link's hair should be a pixel above that line, and then walk into position. Right, please. Right there. There we go. And then try it again. I really should have saved the state over there. Oh, whoops. Yeah, okay, it's not gonna work. I'm actually just gonna like frame advance this so that I don't have to try this again. I think this is the frame before. Let me save a state just to make sure. Yeah, we're good. And that should be it. Okay. So let's continue on. I know that was a lot to take in. Please feel free to use Dragon's tutorial for the rest of Dungeon 8. If this comes off as like intimidating or something, I completely understand that. But yeah, we're gonna move on. Definitely don't feel bad, especially just starting out, to be honest.
So and I agree with everything you're saying. Like, if that's too hard, definitely go use the other resource. I will say, and again, I've done speedruns, so I'm not coming at this from a new angle, but with all the buffers and setup you have, that looks a lot easier than it seems, or it's probably a lot easier than it looks like. That being said, it does still look hard, but you might be surprised at like how much easier it is than what you think it is.
Yeah, there's just a lot of... It's two things. It's knowing the trick, it's the knowledge involved with the trick, and it's being good at buffering. That's basically it. Like knowing exactly how long it takes for the game to get out of the save and quit menu. Like that is essentially what the trick is. That is the entire trick. So yeah, that is basically it. But we're moving on to the rest of Dungeon 8. So on this screen right here coming up, there's gonna be there are gonna be like rotating traps on the screen and wizrobes that spawn. Just like avoid both of them. Do what you can. You can either go above or below the block that's in the center of the room. So like, yeah, just like above or below. Above is a little faster, I think. But I'm not sure it matters too much. Just don't get hit in this room. Like, your health is a very valuable resource for the rest of this dungeon, so be aware of that. In this room, you want to jump right away. Hopefully your seed, like, ideally my seed would still be active there, but it wasn't quite. In fact, I'm gonna use another seed here. Oh yeah, by the way, you want to equip Pegasus seeds here as well. And then once you like, ideally you can even equip them during HSS skip if you want to. That makes it more tricky though, because the timing coming out of the pause menu is different from the timing coming out of the save and quit menu. So if you want to buffer effectively there, like, you need to be aware that that's different. However, you want to have seeds equipped at least coming into this room, and use a seed, equip the boomerang, and unequip the ring. Like, I highly recommend unequipping the ring, just so that you can, like, you want the boomerang for the next room, and you can make that jump. This jump is actually not that bad, as long as you jump from a half tile, meaning like between, say, these two tiles, just to, like, jump in between the two tiles coming down. This next room, I like to just, like, survey this room entering. I look to see if there are any keys that are, like, immediately killable right here. I kill them, and then I jump down to this platform, and I see this keys right here. So, like, I'm gonna kill that Keese and then jump across or, you know, fall. That's fine too. But like, you know, I know there are 3 Keese in this room total, and I know that they were both over there, so I might as well just go over there. Here, I like to... There are a couple different ways you can deal with these Pole's Voice as well, or the rabbit-looking enemies. So you can either use Sword, Boomerang, or what I like to do is, like, you can't actually kill them with either of those, but you can shove them off. You can shove them off the platform. And I like using the Slingshot with Gale Seeds, though, as long as I still have Gale Seeds. So, like, they take care of them really handily. And then you go in here, grab the key. You want to use a seed coming out of the room with the Pole's Voice, by the way. Use a seed there, and that should take you all the way to the Ice Crystal room. Equip bombs over the Gale Seeds. And as long as you use a Pegasus Seed, like, anywhere close to, like, at the end of the Pole's Voice room, if you moved cleanly, you can pull a bomb as early as, like, right here. But for all intents and purposes, you can just pull a bomb here, and it's not really that big of a difference. Especially if you didn't move, like perfectly on the way here. You can just pull a bomb here, and it's fine. But you're going to blow up a wall in the next room, which is just right there. If you want to, only if you want to, you can damage boost off of this Zol here through the Bomb Blast. You don't have to do that. Like, that's just a thing that's there if you want to do it. Especially if you're low on health, I would not recommend doing that. There are 4 different patterns you can get here in this room for the Armos to go up. You need to remember the pattern. I have names for each of these patterns. The one that I got is called, or I call layers. There's also 4-3, or rather 3-4, which goes up 3 and then moves over here and then goes up here. So 3 and then across on 4. There's also 3-6, which goes up 3 and then over 1 and then over here, up to this and then up. And the last one I like to call loop around, which goes up to here, even with this red, over here and then over this way. That's why I call it loop around. Getting used to these patterns, honestly, like if you practice this game, I highly recommend making a save state like on the room before, swinging your sword a few times and then entering, just to like get used to all the patterns here, and like have them memorized. So yeah, that's basically the name of the game here, though. So yeah, I got layers on this one, so I know that layers, like basically, you'll get to a point though where you will see the first couple of like tiles that the statue like comes across, and you'll know exactly what the rest of the pattern is. Like, there are only 4 that actually are possible for the game to make here. So so layers goes like this. It doesn't go like that. Okay, cool. I actually messed up the end of it. So we get to see another pattern. I did that on purpose just to show you another pattern. All right, so this is 3-4. See, I actually got 3-4 and layers confused, so I went all the way up. But layers should have cut across before the very end. You want to, after you're done with that room, you want to equip bracelet. If you want to as well, you're not going to use a seed for a little bit. You can also equip the feather. It's like feather and bracelet. Feather for safety, especially if you're low on health. Equipping the feather is almost never a bad idea here, honestly. Just so that you can jump over some things later. It'll come in more handy later, like way later on, though. This dungeon is just like... This dungeon's very brutal, honestly, even after HSS skip. So just you want to take an ice crystal, and the idea here is to throw an ice crystal into a few of these holes here, like I did with that first one. So the blue Wizrobe here, which you saw... There we go. managed to pause on a frame where he's visible. So this blue wizrobe can be anywhere in the room. If he's bothering you, just like don't be on the same like row or column as it, because it can shoot you, and then just like kind of wait for it to do what it's doing right now. Wait for it to like become a ghost. I don't know how else to explain it. Not solid. Just wait for it to become not solid, and then you can walk through it and it won't damage you. But basically here what I do is I stand in front of this keyhole, I press A, or I press bracelet without actually pressing any other direction, and that allows me to unlock that right away. I pick up the ice crystal and I throw it in. And then I just walk down to the locked door, because where I spawn, when it's sort of like drowning in water, kind of, before you have the flippers, or falling in a hole, or not falling in a hole, sorry. But basically you'll wind up on like the last home tile that you were accessing. So I spawn on this tile. That's only really relevant in the run, like here. So here I like to I make sure seeds are equipped here. I use a seed in this room. You want to come over here and grab the key. If you're low on bombs, if you have less than 7 bombs, actually, never mind. We get this chest later. It is definitely better to get it later. Definitely don't do what I just did. I just damage boosted past those Stalfos. Those Stalfos can be anywhere in the room, but yeah, now is the time where you actually want to equip the feather. Just to, like, for a little bit of added safety. See, like, feather allowed me to jump over that beam with no repercussions there. Oh, little frame saver here, little like optimization. In this game, you can actually hold the bracelet while approaching an item to immediately pick it up. So I just like walk towards the ice crystal holding bracelet, and Link picks it up on the first frame possible. Don't throw the ice crystal across the room there, by the way. I've definitely never done that before. You can, because then you have to not only do you lose the ice crystal, but you have to go all the way back and get another one, like in the minecart. So yeah, don't do that. This room is a little bit tricky if these guys get in your way, but if they do, just do your best to avoid them and keep in mind you're on ice. And if you do have to do some avoidance here, don't automatically get in the cart. Try and do what I did and bait the BMOS first. Bait the laser from the BMOS. And then get in the cart. Like, getting hit by anything in this room not only does damage to you, but also makes you throw the ice, which is also not good. I like to throw there. Actually, if I have seeds equipped, I will throw the ice up here and use a seed as long as I have more than one. And I'll use a seed to quickly grab that and throw it in from the side there. But this is also fine. I might... Oh, okay, good. So that hooded Stalfos did not need to turn the other way. He could have aggroed me and that would have made things difficult. But yeah, this dungeon is basically past HSS skip. It is a lot of improv and just dealing with enemy RNG, and like it's something to get used to. But you want to throw the ice crystal, by the way, from right here. If you throw from here, it can actually... I've actually had it go like over the hole and land like right here. As well, if you're too low, the ice crystal can land here and won't fall. There's a little... Long story short, there's a little piece of collision right here that the ice crystal can land on, and it just will not fall down. And then just walk down as far as you can. And that's the last one we need to throw. So now we can just beeline straight to the boss. However, one thing to keep in mind is that if you have less than 7 bombs, I highly recommend picking up... let me just equip... yeah, that's fine. I recommend picking up these bombs You can just kill the Stalfos if you want. Just kill him. You don't have to squeeze by him, basically. There are hearts and Pegasus seeds in those pots. If you have 0 seeds, pick up both of these seeds. There's a seed, heart, heart, seed. Pick up both Pegasus seeds. I usually pick up both hearts, but pick up both Pegasus seeds here. If you have 0, if you only have 1, hell, you might still want to pick up both of them. But if you only have 1, you don't need to pick up both of them. It's not totally necessary. You also don't need to use a seed there, but before this boss, so this is Medusa head. If you don't already have Feather and Sword equipped here, you want to equip Feather and Sword and also have your ring on. And there are a couple different things that Medusa can do. Let me just save state. A couple different things Medusa can do. I like to line up at first with my sword held down and also position to the right of Medusa so that when she becomes active, I can just swing, I can just let go of spin, and this is going to hit her right away. And I just kind of rinse repeat. Just make sure you jump over that attack. That's another reason I line up on the right side, is because it gives me time to, like, you know, jump over this attack right here. If one of those hits you, you become petrified, and you know, like Castlevania style as well. Like, ooh. And yeah, so and you take damage from anything as well. So just don't get hit by that attack. Don't get hit by any attacks from Medusa. It's not a great idea, especially with the ring on. But so there are a couple things that she can do once you hit her. She can either do nothing and start like moving around the room. She'll always move around in a counterclockwise motion, like this, which is another good reason why you should be to the right of Medusa here, so that she'll like rotate into you. And when she rotates like this way, you can just move down and hit her, instead of like, if you let her get away, it can become a very ugly fight. So like basically just like kind of catch her like that. She can also go to the top of the room, like one of the top corners of the room, and do what she's doing now with the lasers, and just like kind of like swoop to the left or swoop to the right and just like shoot lasers. You can hit her during this attack. You don't have to, but it's nice to. It's nice to get like a spin attack off and then jump over the lasers. And then she'll always reappear right in the middle of the room, and that's the fight. Like, that's basically everything that she can do. You can skip this heart container because there's a health refill immediately leaving Dungeon 8. If you want to get that heart container, you can. But it's not necessary. Like, I recommend, though, getting pretty much every other heart container in the run. In fact, if you're just starting out and not confident on Onox's castle, would probably recommend getting that as well. Getting that last one too. Alright, so that's Dungeon 8. Now we're gonna head down. And we're gonna, like, begin the sequence for the climax of this game. You want to equip Gale Seeds for coming out of here. Get these fairies if you're low on health. If you are anything short of full health, get one of those fairies, or both of them. Use a Gale Seed and go down here. Go to South Horon. Do not forget to get the seed from the Maku tree. I've also never done that before. So let's go through here. There's just a bunch of text to mash through, no dialogue options or anything, and I'm just gonna speed this up a little bit. Oh, I'm still fast. There we go. Okay, so you have to leave the screen to use the last Gale Seed, and you're gonna go here. You're gonna go to this middle option right here. It's just right down. Equip Pegasus Seeds, and we're gonna head straight for Onox's castle. And so yeah, we're approaching the final part of the game as well. If you have as many seeds as I do, if you got both of the seeds, you can be very aggressive with seeds down the stretch here. But yeah, like we're almost done. speeding this up too.
Long cutscenes.
Yeah, this is a long one. So Onox's castle is essentially a 3-room gauntlet that may or may not feature the return of Facade and the redemption of Facade, the boss that we essentially skipped in Dungeon 2 by not going south of its trigger point. But, okay, so here we go. We're going to use a seed right away, and then we're going to equip the sword over the cape. So you want to enter the next room with sword charged. Probably sword charged facing down, like this. So now, depending on where these enemies are, so like I saw a red one spawn here and a red one spawn here. You can't see it, but you want to try and take care of the red ones first, because the red ones are on a cycle. The red ones appear and then they disappear, and then after the red ones is going to come a single green one, which only takes 1 slash to kill. So you want to try and focus on those first, and then focus on the blues, because the blues aren't on a cycle. They can stay like vulnerable for longer. They can be vulnerable at any point in the room. So you definitely want to focus on the red ones first. So I'm going to try to do that. And then the green one's going to appear. Got him. And room's done. Okay. So do you see how, like, if I let the green one disappear, I would have been waiting a long time for him to respawn.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. This room, we have 3 of these guys. We have 3 Dark Nuts here. And we're also going to have some Floor Masters coming out of the floor. There are 3 of them in total. This room is basically try your best to kill the Dark Nuts before that 3rd Floor Master spawns, because there's really no speeding up the Floor Master spawns. There are 3 of them that will appear, but you cannot actually, you can't speed up their spawning. So basically, we're just going to try and... Also, don't get grabbed, by the way, because that sends you back to the beginning. And that was good. Okay. So you want to equip bombs over the sword now, because the next room is Facade. So immediately, when you enter this room, in fact, maybe even beforehand, you can pull a bomb and enter and throw it, because he's going to be right there. Okay, he trolled me. All right, so there are 3 things that Facade can do. He can either disappear immediately and make holes appear in the floor. That's his troll attack. That's the worst thing he can do. That's like the only thing he can do to troll you, essentially. There's an attack where spiders fall down. You can get in 2 bombs during that attack. And there's also an attack where he'll like spit up like fire and it'll fall down. Hopefully not on you, but it'll fall down. That attack you can get in 3 bombs during. However, like, he spawns quickly enough so that like you don't actually have to like wait too long to throw the bomb on him after a spider attack. Like, he'll spawn back up quickly enough. You can get 2 hits on him, and then you aren't really waiting that long before you can throw another one. So like, the attack that he just did to me is really the only attack that actually can screw you. So like, that's like a loss of at least a few seconds here, and that's unfortunate. This is the reason why you want to have at least 7 bombs, by the way, because that accounts for if he trolls you twice. Because he takes 5 bombs to kill, and this bomb is useless. This bomb's not going to hit. It's like, it's a wasted bomb. So yeah, you don't, like, basically, unless you get trolled 3 times, which like is very unlikely. That's like a 1 in, I don't know, 27 chance. You won't actually run out of bombs. But if you do run out of bombs on this fight, it sucks. It can theoretically take an infinite amount of time for you to get more bombs here, because Facade will drop spiders, and those can actually drop bombs, but they're not guaranteed to. So you definitely want to go into this fight with as many bombs as possible. That's why that chest in D8 is very handy, because it gives you full bombs. So yeah, continuing this fight, and you'll see, like, basically if he does this attack, just like kind of walk around the screen and then throw a bomb there, throw a bomb there. He trolled me again. Okay, good. I'm glad this isn't a run. Okay, am I gonna get 3 in there? Yep, there we go. Okay, as soon as he's dead, use a seed there and equip feather and sword, and then just if you don't have full health, grab the fairy. And here we have Onox. Giant walking traffic cone. All right, so first cycle here takes 6 spin slashes with the ring equipped. So again, just make sure your ring is equipped for this fight. So this phase will take 6 spin slashes. So just like kind of be on the side here. There are a couple things he can do. He can either just continue walking, or he can do what he just did. He can like stomp on the floor and rocks will fall down. Just like try your best to avoid the rocks. Most of the time they are okay to avoid. Okay, so now that the first cycle is done, he can also just keep like walking over, and like he'll try to throw his ball at you, his ball and chain at you. Just like don't be directly in front of him. Basically, it's not a good idea. And if he comes all the way over, just like jump over to the left and just make sure you're not directly in front of him. So all right. VLC player night. Okay, so yes, by the way. So as soon as that cycle's done, you want to hold out your sword. I like to hold that out to the left. I think it is a little bit faster to hold out to the left. Like it's like at least for the last one. So what we're gonna do here is the intended strat here is to actually knock Din. So Onox is going to send, like, he's gonna like have Din out to protect him in the crystal. The idea here, like what the game wants you to do, is use the Rod of Seasons to hit Din out of the way so that you can hit Onox. But instead, we're gonna use Din in the crystal for extended hitbox frames on the sword. And the result is we're just gonna end this fight in 2 spin slashes. So you want to make sure your sword is held out here. As soon as the sword is lit up, just do that twice and the fight's over. Just like spin slash him twice. And if you do that, he should never have the chance to hit you with an attack. Should never have the chance to hit you with an attack. The whirlwinds that he throws at you, if they reach you, just do your best to avoid them. But if you do this quickly enough, they should never reach you. So that is that. These holes spawn randomly in the floor. Just walk towards the closest one you see. I typically tend to wait until a hole spawns near the middle and then fall into it. All right. So this is the final fight. This is the final phase of the final boss. So yeah, this is the final boss. Immediately, all right, so there are a bunch of things that Onox can do, but the first attack is always consistent. He'll always try and grab you with a hand. He'll always like try and like smash you with a hand, essentially. So the best strat here, the optimal strat, is actually pretty tricky here. What you want to do is you want to, once the hand comes down, you want to jump onto his hand, of course, like just like how the game wants you to handle the fight in the first place. But you can actually get all 9 hits in. Like this fight takes 9 hits to kill with the ring on, and you can get all 9 hits in with him only doing that one attack if you jump back and forth between the hands. So I'm going to try and showcase that. So here we go. Now I'm on the hand. Now, if you'll notice, you want to take notice as well of which direction Onox is moving. So if he's moving left and you're on the right hand, you want to wait until he's moving to the right. Like you want to wait until he's moving back to the right so that it's easier to land on this hand. Like the idea is to just jump back and forth between the hands and keep hitting him like in the air. This is quite tricky to do sometimes, especially if he's moving away from you. It can make that first jump really difficult. So the idea, and I'll save a state and I'll try to show you what it looks like. Oh, I actually forgot to spin slash at first, but so this might actually take 10 hits. Yeah, it takes 10. Okay, so that's what the fight should look like, minus the spin slash that I should have done. So yeah, you want to begin with a spin slash, otherwise it takes 10 hits. But basically, those jumps are not easy. Those jumps are quite hard actually to do. It's okay to get like a few hits on this. But I'll show you what to do if it misses. Yeah, you want to wait for Onox to move back to the right here. Or basically like the direction towards the hand that you're on. So say you fall, right? There are a couple different things you can do, but he gave me a good attack to back that up with. This attack, if he does like this side swooping attack right here, or the side swooping attack, you can actually jump up on the hand. Right here, if you time it right. So it'll look like that. And then he'll come back on screen and you can just continue that strat. And I fell again. Whoops, that was actually not on purpose. This attack can be hard to avoid. I guess like if you're low on health, do not be afraid to like pause buffer avoiding this, because like I don't even really know how to avoid that, to be honest with you. It's kind of difficult. But yeah, the fight should be finishable at that point. But yeah, this strat is not necessarily the easiest. But ideally, it would look like this. Whoops, yeah, okay. So you have to be, one thing to note is that you have to be holding in the direction that you're jumping in before you jump in that direction. That is important, otherwise you'll just jump straight in the air and then float off the hand. You'll have no momentum to make it, and it's not fun. But yeah, like you'll see, like I'm not making it from hand to hand by very much at all. These are kind of tight jumps. But if done correctly, it's a 9 hit fight and it's over very quickly. But yeah, there are ways to back it up. Including like, you know, eventually he'll do enough attacks so that you can get that attack again like I did. He'll do the side sweeping attack where, you know, you can get up on his hand that way as well. Ideally though, the fight would, you'd never see another attack besides this one. But yeah, that's the fight. And that's the run.
Awesome.
I'm done.
You explained everything super well and super detailed.
I'm glad that it was easy to understand, because like, yeah, I was worried because I'm not the best at explaining things while I'm playing. But when I'm not playing, as it turns out, it's a lot easier to do that. So I hope all of you enjoyed that. I hope that this actually, like, you know, I hope that this is a good resource for people to learn this game. If you want to learn this game, definitely give it a shot. Like, it is an intimidating speed game at first, but I promise you, like, and I had trouble at first. Trust me, I had trouble with this game at first, to the point where I wasn't even sure if I wanted to continue learning it. But I'm glad I did. It's a very rewarding speed game once you really get into it. And yeah, we have a Discord full of people who are happy to answer questions as well. So I'm hoping that this tutorial, in addition to Dragon Co's 2015 tutorial, do a good job in helping people learn this run. So yeah, thanks for having me on, Church, seriously, and thanks for watching as well, everybody.
Thank you so much for, you know, coming on the show and helping, well, not helping, for teaching this run. You were super detailed and enthusiastic, and it's awesome to have, you know, people come on the show and be passionate about their game, and, you know, like, helping other people get into the speed games and learning. So thank you so much for that. Do you
My
have
pleasure.
do you have like any closing thoughts on the game or anything like that you want to go over?
One thing I forgot to mention, actually, time ends on the very last hit.
Okay.
So you don't actually have to, it's completely over. Like, there's no, the inputs after the final hit don't matter. Just thought I'd mention that. As for like the game itself, honestly, I'm, like I said, I'm just happy I learned this game in the first place. I'm happy I stuck through with it to the point where like I was able to learn all these things. And like the reason I feel like I improved at this game is because I like learned all these things as well. So like,
yeah.
You know, I'm hoping that like at least some of this knowledge like is useful, and that it makes learning this run a smoother experience. So that's about all I have. So
sounds good. And just one thing that I want to reiterate, we touched on it a little bit this part and last part, but don't stress out if things aren't going completely the way you saw TGH do them, or the other tutorial does them. Like, just keep on practicing, and eventually you'll get to the point where you can perform like TGH is doing, like all the other runners are doing. It takes some practice to actually make it look as consistent as some of the other runners. So if you make some mistakes, it's not a big deal. Just, you know, keep trying, and you'll get to the skill level you want to be at.
That's the great thing about speedrunning too, is that like, you know, anybody can learn at completely their own pace. And like that's why I kept bringing up like the tutorial from 2015, albeit that's not exactly a less advanced tutorial, but like it's a tutorial that's like just kind of like by this point it's a little bit outdated, but it's also completely a viable one to use as well. So like speedrunning is hard, but speedrunning is also very accessible, in the sense that you can get into it and can just completely go at your own pace. So don't forget that.
Yeah. I think that's all I've got. If that's all you've got.
That's all I've got. I'm exhausted.
It's the same. So we can all get some sleep. We'll wrap it up here. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. We're going to take a quick break while we look for somebody to go raid. Do have a few quick announcements before that. So we have Unapologetically Black and Fast is coming up. So this is going to be a new reoccurring hotfix marathon with black runners front and center in a celebration of Black Joy. The first iteration is going to be February 12th and 13th for 12 hours each day, and the schedule is going to be up on the 1st. We also have Frost Fatales coming up next month. That's February 27th to March 5th, and you can use !FF in chat, or you can go to gamesdonequick.com/fanfatales for more info on that. We're going to take a quick break while we look for somebody to raid. If you wouldn't mind just sticking around so we can help cheer on another speedrunner in their run. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a great night.